the gravy, please.
8 minutes past the hour. Welcome into a brand new show, a brand new week. If you're listening live, it is Monday, the 23rd of October, and we thank you for being with us. 866 We Be Big, our numbers, the Good Time Gang. Rick, Bubba, Adler, all join us in 1 hour from now for the main show. Today's not just any ordinary day. Today's a charity charge day as we partner with Buffalo Wild Wings one Monday out of the month. And that Monday, they donate 10% of food sales to the charity of choice. And this month, it's Venice's Foundation. We've been talking a lot about them. We'll kind of go through that a little bit more once we bring the guys in. But that's today at participating Buffalo Wild Wings, and we'll break all that down for you. We've got a lot of weekends to recap. Plus a full week to look ahead of. So let's look over here to my left. Oh, there's Greg, and to my right, there's Coach Helms. What's up, boys? How are y'all?
Boys.
What's happening?
Man.
Yeah.
Glad to see you guys.
I know. Venice's Foundation, Greg, we've been talking a lot about it. They provide aid, support, comfort for cancer patients and their families during these long, chemotherapy days, radiation days where you just spend hours at the hospital receiving treatment. And they realized that, you know what, we need something to brighten your day. And there's a lot of things you need during these treatment days. And so they have little care bags with all kinds of stuff, from soft blankets to chapstick to journals to soft toothbrushes and toothpaste, dental floss, travel-size pillows, eye drops. I mean, they've thought of sugar-free candy and gum. They've thought of everything, and they provide those free of charge, and they do really good work.
Yeah, they just go and pass them out. Like I say, that's what the money's raised to buy the stuff to put in them.
Yeah,
basically.
So
you go eat chicken today.
Yeah,
and have them out.
How about that? And we hope for a big day. We have got all kinds of locations in Central Alabama, but a lot of you might go, what you just said about the foundation, I want to come alongside. They have a Facebook page, Venice's Foundation, VENECIA. If you want to search them on Facebook, we'll also get that link on show notes just so it's easy for you to click it. But you can come alongside them and support them. They're a 501c nonprofit anywhere in the country and do that online. But if you are in the Birmingham area, we have Alabaster, Alabama, home of Thompson. Yeah. We got Birmingham on Highway 280, just down the road. Gardendale, we got Tuscaloosa, Roll Tide. Hoover, there on John Hopkins Parkway. Downtown Birmingham, 4th Avenue South, right by Regents Park. Trussville, there at the crossing. We've got Pell City, Oxford, exit 188. If you go in there and you look to the right, just as you enter the door, you'll see Rick's jersey. It's framed up, ready to go. You can actually sit at his table. Chelsea, just over the mountain here from where the studio is, and now in Vestavia, right where the old studio used to be, just beside
pretty
it.
much same building.
And they,
pretty much.
Tim even talked about last week. It's got some seating in there. Don't think you just have to, grab and go. You can sit down if you'd like, but those are the locations that are participating in the Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge. Have you gone by the new location yet, Helms?
Have I? It's like changed our world and my budget. A little frustrated at Tim.
Hey, thanks, Tim.
Yeah, thank you, Tim. It's been about once a week, maybe twice a week.
Yeah. Greg Helmsy sent me updates on this trampoline he had to put together.
Greg forgot
from
about
Maddie.
I did.
And I think my favorite picture of the whole thing, and we need this because this is Terry and I have a system when we're putting stuff together.
Yeah.
She's the hey, I'm just going to fly cover with instructions.
Yep.
And you're the put together person. And then there's time where you need more hands involved, and she jumps in. But it's okay. No. It's that piece next.
Yep.
And she's sitting there walking around like a foreman. And the picture you sent me of Amanda holding the instructions and you've got a half put together trampoline owned me.
Yep.
That was funny.
I was the muscle, and she was the mind.
There you go.
And we got it done.
I like your spot there in the back.
Well, it
barely fit, didn't it?
It was really the only place it could go. We started on that, I want to say it was around 8:30. maybe, I don't know, I snapped you the pictures.
You did.
Do you remember when I snapped and I said they're just staring at me, and it was the two boxes
It was
that
two
were
boxes.
full.
It was
And
early.
They weren't even, okay, that's when
It was early.
the garage was not in a place that I liked it.
Yeah.
And so I needed to clean it out first because I didn't want to work in a messy garage.
Yeah.
So I took about 45 minutes and did that first. But then when I took probably about 10 minutes after I snapped that first picture of these two gigantic boxes,
God, it's funny.
I thought, you know what? It's on. Here we go.
Well, they'll pack it in there, won't they?
Then, and also the instructions said it would take 4 hours to put together, which tells me it probably was going to take us 6. Like I was just thinking, you know, here we go. So we worked till we started at, I don't know, let's just say 8 o'clock, 8:30.
I think at the spot when you sent me that picture somewhere around
At
there.
11 o'clock, Amanda it was homecoming week for Vestavia, and Caroline had, you know, homecoming dances and whatever. What all is involved with all that, pictures. And
Sure.
so Amanda had to go pick something up for her at 11 o'clock for all that later on. And I said, okay, we'll cut off there, we'll break, and then we'll come back. But we got the base of it and what I thought was the hardest part out of the way. And then when she got back, probably around, I don't know, it wasn't like 11:45, 12 o'clock, we started back again, and we were done in no time, and Maddie was jumping and flipping and having a good time. But goodness, I'm so glad that's over with. Do you know what I did? Y'all will love this. I was trying to get in the right frame of mind so I would have a decent attitude about this, okay? No man wants to use their Saturday morning to put together anything, much less a trampoline. I was flipping around channels, and this was early. This was like 6 o'clock in the morning. You know how I am. I get up, I got coffee, and I'm trying to find something to watch, and I found this war movie. And
found a war movie.
I found a war movie.
Please don't miss
I
this.
like a good war movie.
Don't miss this, okay?
Yeah.
And what the guy
I'm not
was,
going anywhere.
what the guy was struggling with, I thought, this ain't nothing compared to what I'm about to deal with. It was how I got in my right frame of mind. It was like, hey,
That's kind of extreme.
it was.
It
It
is.
was extreme.
I mean,
and it
trampoline's bad.
Yeah,
But,
hey, this is nothing compared to what he's doing.
exactly. And that's what I had to tell myself. And it was
you have to go all the way to war.
what was it? It was is there a new one on Amazon Prime, relatively new, Covenant or something like that?
Oh, I've seen
saw
that.
the
okay,
thing.
that's what
pretty good.
That's what it
That's
was.
Good.
Have you
That's a
watched
good,
it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a
I
good
saw
one.
the-
Hey, real good.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, goodness gracious. I mean, I can put a trampoline together. Look what these two went through.
Yeah,
That's where I
Yeah,
went.
you want some motivation.
Covenant is, if you haven't seen it, and this is, I'm not giving it away,
No.
but you've got a soldier that while over there, he had an interpreter that came alongside him and helped his unit, and then as time went on, he found out that his interpreter was actually in a handle and had been a target for the terrorist, and so he goes back to try to help him and his family and repay the favor.
That is a very good job of being vague. That way, I nearly said something in the middle of you talking that would have just given away the whole thing.
Yeah, I was
So
just trying to.
that was very good.
I was just trying to, give enough to where maybe you're interested, but not.
Well, they
so
went
much.
through it.
Boy, let me tell you,
Nothing
good
like
night.
Hey,
Nothing like putting together a
hey,
trampoline.
Hey,
Yeah.
Greg, that trampoline was nothing.
Yeah,
Absolutely nothing
A
compared
lot
to
of
that.
people compare the two.
Yeah.
See, I used you.
That's where I had to go.
I used you to motivate me.
Yeah.
I was headed to the UAB game. I'm like, I'm not putting together a trampoline.
That's true. It's 11 o'clock kickoff. but
Right,
yeah.
it was early, first one in a while. It was 11 o'clock, real early. All right, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who ordered the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at ReliefFactor.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. It's Raycon's 6th anniversary, and they're celebrating with a sale you don't want to miss. 20% off everything on their site with select products, up to 40% off. Raycon made a name for themselves in the premium audio space, and this year they expanded their business with the introduction of Raycon Home and Raycon PowerTech. So there's a lot to celebrate. Use the code BIRTHDAY at buyraycon.com/Bubba for 20 to 40% 20% off site-wide. That's the code BIRTHDAY at buyraycon.com/Bubba or find the link under sponsors at rickandbubba.com. Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about MyPillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the mystore.com website. Go to mystore.com, enter the code Bubba to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com. A crazy schedule can make it easy to fall back into your old recipe rut, or you could keep mealtime exciting with HelloFresh. Over 40 recipes to choose from each week. There's always something delicious to discover and love. Save on flavorful fall dishes, crowd-pleasing eats, and more when you sign up for America's #1 meal kit. Take 50% off plus free shipping with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. The code Bubba. That's HelloFresh.com/Bubba or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. Are you driving an out-of-warranty car? Why would you do that? It's only a matter of time before your vehicle is in the shop costing thousands. Auto repair costs are up nearly 20% from last year. That's 4 times the rate of inflation. And when you enroll in a protection plan through carshield.com/Bubba, you'll be locking in your price as it will never go up. We appreciate their administrators handling all the paperwork, and we get to choose the mechanic we want. They even offer 24/7 roadside assistance, complimentary towing, and rental car options. Save 20% at carshield.com/Bubba. Okay, I'm not here to nag you about all your diets because I don't always eat healthier either. But I will share this. The Mayo Clinic says if you want to prevent heart disease, lower blood pressure, and cholesterol, eat 5 servings of fruits and vegetables every day. Folks, I don't do that, and you probably don't either. So I use Field of Greens, and I really like it. If you don't always eat right and exercise, join me and take Field of Greens. Get 15% off your first order at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code Bubba. Fieldofgreens.com, the promo code Bubba.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
This fall, as you settle back into a busier routine, your home may be sitting empty and defenseless. Simply Safe's revolutionary home monitoring innovation, 24/7 live guard protection, helps stop crime in real time. If an intruder breaks in, monitoring agents can see, speak, and deter them. Get 20% off your new system when you sign up for Fast Protect monitoring at simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or you can visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
The folks at MyPillow have launched MyPillow 2.0. This new innovative MyPillow has a brand new temperature regulating technology to keep you comfortable throughout the night. Now, core body temperature plays a big role in how you sleep, and this new fabric technology helps regulate your body temp by creating a lower surface temperature for a more restful sleep. Available in 4 loft levels with a 10-year warranty and a 60-day money-back guarantee. Head to MyPillow.com/Bubba to buy one, get one free on the new MyPillow 2.0.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start.
22 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Cook's Pest Control. I almost said Cook's Pest Control Best Of. What is wrong with me? It is the kickoff hour, and we thank you for being with us, even though we do love Cook's Pest Control. They came out last week. And service the house. And
lucky.
You know, anytime they pull up with that Cook's Pest Control truck outside the front of the house and kind of park, I walk around and see if my neighbors are looking.
They came to mine last week, too.
Yeah. Y'all see who's here? Check us out.
Check it out.
Uh-huh.
Looky.
Here
What I
comes
say.
all
So
right.
y'all can looky.
And here comes again. All right, so Friday when we left each other, Helmsy had a trampoline to put together, and we went over that. You, my friend, had a remote.
I did.
And then you had a game to
And
go
at the
to.
remote, I had a special surprise.
Saw this.
One of the puppies shows up.
I did see that.
Elvis was on the scene. He's grown. Clay has it. He's the one that his family, they have Elvis, and he's always good about sending me pictures, sending for Lisa.
That was pretty cool.
And I looked, and there he is. Of course, he was scared. He said, "Well, he ain't used to be around a bunch of people." Anyway,
Did he remember you?
No, of course not.
He didn't. Did you tell him you need to remember me?
I tried to tell him, but anyway, that was a pleasant surprise.
Yeah.
And then we get updates all the time, like Tom Petty on the road with Dennis.
Yeah.
And in fact, I need to wish Dennis's wife a happy birthday.
Okay.
And Jill Ryan, and she had a birthday this weekend. It's like a community, and they all keep in touch with Lisa. She shows me all the pictures.
That's funny.
And anyway, but they're all getting big. They're all long-legged.
We got to figure out who Daddy is.
And Millie is not long-legged. She's like a little stump.
Yes.
But anyway, that was good to see.
Did I see where they named him
Big Elvis.
Lake or something?
Yeah, they changed his name to Lake, but he's Elvis.
Right.
He was the last one we gave away.
Yeah.
So
you wanted to keep him.
I
Or
did.
sh- well,
I would.
let's
We
so
just
we're gonna
made a
lie
decision.
about it?
It wasn't a good thing for us to keep a dog.
Okay.
I kept the mother,
Yeah.
and now
right.
she's attacking people.
Yeah.
So we got to deal with that.
Well, Terry loved that update. She was, oh, look.
But no, Elvis showed up.
Mhm.
But anyway, and then Rick, he couldn't do it this year, but normally at the end of the year, they do. Nowadays, high school football, the NFHS streaming,
Yes.
everybody has their own TV.
Right.
I mean, streaming service. And
Right.
some are better than others. I'll be honest. One last year was a guy and his little son trying to do it for, I forget what team it was.
Right.
Because both teams will usually have one out there.
Right.
And you can pick either this one by Thompson or whoever. And sometimes you have technical problems and you have to go the other. And some are good, some are not so good.
Mm-hmm.
But Thompson does a really good job. They actually have it set up like game day.
Right.
You got the bench, you sit behind the table and everything.
Yeah. They do
So
it right.
me and Rick are new guest pickers once a year. And we go against Jerry Young. It's Jerry Young, John Lunsford, and Tim Melton.
Okay.
We know all these guys.
That's right.
We've dealt with them when we were sports jocks.
You talking about sports guys?
We were sports jocks.
Watch out.
Anyway,
we were serious sports. No, never mind.
And
We
I've
weren't.
owned Jerry for the past 2 years. I mean, I just blew him out of the water.
Right. And you're not bragging. That's
Not
just
bragging.
How it
That's just how it went. And but anyway, so I got 6 right. He got 5 right. It was close. And then he stepped out and tried to go with an upset, and it cost him.
Mm-hmm.
But we had a great time. And then I found myself. He said, "Hey, if you want to come up and sit in the booth during the game," and I just wanted to see their setup. And I was like,
Okay.
"Yeah." Of course, they got it set up nice.
And you were by yourself, right?
Yes.
Because okay, so you were in a situation you could do that.
Yeah.
And
Anyway,
plus, they're your
we're
friends.
Yeah. And anyway, so that was great, and they even pulled me in to do the halftime report.
Oh, really?
Like the XFL,
Wait a
we
minute.
used to
Wait
do
a
that.
minute. So if I would have tuned in, and some did, they would have heard Greg Burgess on the broadcast.
Yeah, on the halftime report. Yeah. But it was fun, but it is cool if you have wherever you're at. You can go to that NFHS. It's like $10 a month, and you can watch high school games. Normally,
Sure.
you just if you can't go, you don't have any unless it's on ESPN or something.
Mhm.
But anyway, so that was fun, and so I got to see Elvis, and then I did a little sports jockeying. It reminded me of the sports art days.
Yeah,
That was
yeah,
fun.
yeah.
Forgot about those days.
Right. So you go do the pregame show. Oh, yeah, that's nice. That was nice.
Yeah, it was.
Do the pregame show, then they invite you up to the booth, and so
Yeah.
you hang out with them.
Yeah,
That's
and-
good.
And 3 years in a row, I beat Jerry. I'm not bragging.
Yeah.
But
That's just the way it is.
that's just what. And I'm gonna tell you, we had a couple of upsets that cost us, but
Oh, really?
besides, it's hard to pick.
Right.
But every year I do pretty good.
Was Spain Park one of the upsets?
Oh yes,
I thought that would be it.
absolutely.
Yeah. Amanda told me that earlier that morning, and I was like, huh? Are you
That
sure you
came
got
out
that
of
right?
nowhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, he's going to get that program
Right.
in order.
Right.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. This is Greg actually talking about what happened.
Well, this next and final song.
I'm just kidding.
But anyway, I had a great time. So.
Well, good. Well, good. I'm glad you enjoyed yourself and got to see them. And so now
Lisa was
what we got
jealous
about
that-
2 games left in the regular season or so.
Yeah, well, they're open the last week. They
Okay.
got one game against Hoover this week. But now Lisa was jealous that I got to see the dog. I
Oh,
sent her
I
a
bet,
picture.
yeah.
And she was like, she was so. I said, look, I'm sorry, I got to see the dog.
I got to tell you something.
She wants to go visit all of them.
I was proud that you even got a picture. I mean,
I'm
really
trying
was.
to get better about all that.
Yeah, and you're working at it. That's good.
Better don't mean good.
Well, you don't have to frown when you say that.
That doesn't mean good.
Yeah, anything is better.
Yeah, I'm trying to get better about all that.
Yeah, usually anything is better than nothing.
Right.
Yeah, that's my point.
It's been a long time since
low expectations.
Since UAB, the Blazers, had an 11 a.m. Central Time kickoff.
You talking about the fire breathers?
So I was
better
up.
work out.
Yeah,
You better work out, pal.
Boy, let me tell you something. So I was up early and getting pictures from Helmsy in that trampoline, but I was getting ready to go, and I almost found myself kind of hanging out at the house a little bit, and I realized, hey, I got to go, because I'm used to 2:30 or a night kickoff, and so I was up, but I missed all the other 11 o'clock games because I'm working it. I missed the Penn State Ohio State game, and boy, I was wrong with that one. I thought Penn State might get them, but they lost to Ohio State 20-12.
Penn State.
Well, I thought maybe this was the year because Ohio State hadn't looked great.
No.
But apparently, hey, Penn State, can you beat Ohio State or Michigan?
It was a 4-point game for the longest.
Yeah. Florida State held off Duke in one of the games this past weekend. So we'll go over some of those here and see what you guys think. I saw later that night, I saw Utah beat USC. So that's
Utah's
is that
good.
2 losses for USC?
Yeah.
So they're done.
That's 2 for them. As far as they can still win the conference,
Yeah,
I think.
right.
But as far as playoffs, going to be tough.
I was able to get home for the 2:30 kick and saw Alabama and Tennessee. Saw most of that one, and
that was a good game. Two completely different halves.
Did y'all see your Yellow Jacket security guard decleat somebody after the game?
He hammered them.
Good night.
That may be the hardest lick I've seen. We've had a run of these.
We need
that
to
may
check
be the
on-
best.
Are
lick
we
I've
still
seen.
checking on that person because they were out of it?
Took him out. I think it hurt himself too, a little bit.
We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, it's the best time of year. The leaves are changing colors. There's cozy vibes. And, of course, my personal favorite holiday, Raycon's anniversary, which, once again, they're celebrating with a sale. You don't want to miss this. Raycon is turning 6 years old. In that time, they've really made a name for themselves in the premium audio space. Their everyday earbuds are known for delivering high-quality audio and thoughtful features like a 32-hour battery life and a perfect in-ear fit for all-day wear and lasting comfort. All this at half the price of the other premium brands. And this past year, they expanded their entire business with the introduction of Raycon Home and Raycon PowerTech. So there's a lot to celebrate. To thank everyone who's shown them support in the past 6 years, Raycon is offering 20% off everything site-wide with select products up to 40% off. Hurry now to buyraycon.com/Bubba. Use the special code BIRTHDAY to get 20 to 40% off site-wide. That's the code BIRTHDAY at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week Quick Start Pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week Quick Start Pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to RickandBubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. Are you driving an out-of-warranty car? It's only a matter of time before your vehicle is in the shop costing thousands.
That's true, and auto repair costs are up nearly 20% from last year.
If an unexpected breakdown happened today, would you be ready?
If you had carshield.com/Bubba, you would be.
If your car is just over 3 years old, it's still prone to expensive costs. We all know our daily drives are more than just getting from point A A to point B, traveling by car is a way of life.
When you enroll in a protection plan through carshield.com/Bubba, you'll be locking in your price as it will never go up.
That means for as long as you own the vehicle and the mileage increases or how many claims you file.
They offer plans starting at just $100 a month with no long-term contracts and options to fit every budget.
Now, we appreciate their administrators handling all the paperwork, choosing the mechanic that we want. They even offer 24/7 roadside assistance, complimentary towing, and rental car options. Get coverage today and save 20% at carshield.com/Bubba. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about MyPillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the mystore.com website. Go to mystore.com, enter the code Bubba to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com. Have you tried the innovative Helix sleep mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 five-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order.
The gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no other
Rick and Bubba.
waking on their blubber.
All right, 25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Don't forget, today, a charity charge benefiting Venice's Foundation. We talked about that earlier this hour. Participating Buffalo Wild Wings, 10% of food sales goes to the foundation. That's this month's charity, and we are looking for another great charity charge. We also updated you on a couple of things. Y'all remember all the puppies and that Greg and Lisa
I remember them all, 8 of them.
took in from Millie the Stray. Well, Elvis, that they had named Elvis, one of the only all black puppy.
Yeah, he looked different there.
Elvis was brought to his remote Friday afternoon, so he got to reunite with Elvis, who's now named Lake.
Yeah, and he was scared of everybody.
Yes, and so we updated that. Then the Thompson Warriors, Greg actually ended up being part of the broadcast, which was kind of funny. That's great. They win the area, but you were part of the pregame picking. Then part of the broadcast.
I tell you who won that game, and that was the viewership.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, I really added a lot.
Yeah,
I'm sure.
Helmsy and Amanda got the trampoline put together. We've updated you there, and then we were kind of jumping into some college football and some surprises, I should say, and then those that weren't big surprises. We're up against the break, so we didn't get into all of it. But North Carolina getting beat was a big one. Virginia beating them that's a big.
And I'm gonna tell you something else. Central Florida scared Oklahoma to death.
Boy, they did, and Texas barely won.
Yep.
Not a great 2-point play they called. To try to tie it.
No. They kind of had that. Yeah. Let's see here.
The other thing I saw was it Clemson and who did they play? Florida? No, they didn't play Florida State. Who did Clemson play this
Miami.
weekend? All right, so Clemson had a chance at the end, and I heard a press conference, Dabo's press conference. He was not happy because it was supposed to be a run, and the quarterback decided it was going to be he's going to run an RPO, and he just took it. And they asked Dabo, they said, "Was that supposed to be an RPO?" And he said, "No, it's supposed to be a run." He said, "We clearly just did our own thing." He was very frustrated. You could tell his quarterback.
Yeah.
So.
Good night.
Duke and Florida State was a good game.
That was.
Their quarterback tried to play, and he got hurt. And it was funny. They showed him on the sidelines. He was trying to get the coach to put him back in. You can read the coach's lips. He was going, "You're not going to play." In other words, go sit down. But in that game, let me just this peeve of mine that routine plays we have celebrations like it was the game-winning play. Let me give you an example. And this was a good play. Don't get me wrong. It was either scoop and score or a pick. I can't remember. But anyway, Duke picked it or scooped it and ran it in, took the lead, and they all get in a big pile and they're taking a picture. They kick it off. Florida State runs it all the way back.
Stop.
So my point is, when the game is not at the end of the game and you're doing all these, I've made a game-changing play.
Yeah.
So you just kick it off and he runs it back. Now you're right back where you were. All that posing you just did really didn't do anything.
No, nothing.
In one snap. So that's driving me crazy. And we get up on, first of all, we got to do Ring Around the Rosies handshakes and spins, and we look like Taylor Swift and Mahomes' wife out there on the field.
How about that?
Got your handshakes and stuff.
I mean, and then this is going on like the middle of the first quarter. You've got the whole game. You haven't done anything that has changed the outcome yet.
Not at
now,
all.
you catch the game winner or you stop them going in for the game win, then you can pose for every picture you want and dance spin on your head or whatever you do.
Yeah.
Down dog. But you just look stupid. Yeah. They did a pose. And all of a sudden, here comes that guy. Boom.
Here he goes.
Took it to the house.
So
I would have went to their sidelines. I was him, and I'd been taking a picture.
Yeah. We mentioned Utah beating USC. Oregon held off Washington State. That seemed to be a pretty good game. And then late,
early.
Oregon kind of just took over.
Oh, Bo Nick's having a good year.
Yeah. We mentioned Alabama, Tennessee. We have that we'll have to play later in the show today. The security guard hitting somebody that wanted to get onto the field after the game.
That seems to be weekly, and this may be the best lick out of all.
Hey, good night.
He hammered him.
I think the guy was knocked out.
It looked like it.
Yeah.
And don't forget,
he had those stiff arms.
Didn't he have his shirt off?
Yeah, I think he was going to streak or something. I don't know what he was going to do.
No, that goes back when they call streakers, but you got to be naked.
You do. I don't know if he was trying to get to that point or what, but he had already gotten over, maybe half the field.
But you remember we had one time they were calling a streaker, and we argued the fact you're not a streaker unless you're you got to be totally naked to be a streaker.
Helmsy mentioned Oklahoma. They held off UCF 31-29. Texas held off Houston 31-24. Those are just some of the games of note. We mentioned the Florida State Duke game and others, but I missed a lot. Was able to see the afternoon game, saw a little bit of the Utah game, missed all the early stuff. But there's kind of your update. The new AP poll is out. When does the official? When's like the official playoff poll come out?
This week, I think.
Is it this week?
I think it is.
It's within the next few
so then maybe
weeks,
is this the last AP poll that's meaningless?
Yes.
Okay. Michigan is at 2. Georgia held on to 1. Michigan 2. Ohio State
Georgia
3.
didn't play this week.
Florida State 4, and Washington is 5. There's your top 5. And this week Georgia has Florida, and Michigan is off. Ohio State has Wisconsin, Florida State, Wake Forest, and Washington has Stanford. So there you go. Alabama did jump into the top 10 after beating Tennessee. They're at number 9. And Ole Miss moved up 1 after beating Auburn 28-21. They went from, I think, 12 to 13 to 12. So I'm just sitting here looking to see if anybody. James Madison sitting there undefeated, 7-0,
everybody
top 25 now,
and are not eligible for anything.
No,
because they got to sit this year out.
How about that? Good night alive. And Air Force, they beat Navy 17-6. They're undefeated at number 19.
Okay, and here I go with these stats. Had they threw a 90-something yard touchdown pass, longest in the history of the school. Well, they don't throw a lot. So,
right.
I mean, that stat's not as glaring as you.
Greg, don't
Well,
steal
I mean, they're
their
a triple
joy.
option team.
Don't steal their joy.
I'm just saying, you know how about stats. We come
I
up with
know.
stats. As long as, and I guess in the history of the program, that is kind of a big deal. But again, they don't throw a lot, or they may now, but they haven't in the past.
Right.
But they're undefeated, leading their conference. Or
That's
whatever.
right. And let me ask you this, because they seem to. I don't know why I don't give them enough, and I need to give them more. What do you think about Missouri? I mean, they beat South Carolina pretty good.
They are now. I'm starting to pay attention to them. At first, I thought,
They're
but
7-1.
they keep winning.
Huh. I don't know. I know. I did see y'all think what I'm thinking.
I mean, I don't know. I'll say this. They're going to end up a lot better than I thought they were. I don't think they're going to win the SEC, but
yeah, their next two games are at Georgia and then they host Tennessee. So we'll see. I think they got the week off. They got a bye this week, but
they're very surprising.
Yeah. Wow. And I saw a little bit last night. It was pretty cool. The Dolphins and the Eagles played. There were so many Alabama players on that field. The Eagles beat them pretty good.
Okay,
but,
so I went to bed at halftime, and Miami had just scored.
But do you remember when Tua came in and replaced Hurts in the national championship game, and the throw where he looked off the safety and threw a touchdown pass?
I saw that.
They ran the exact same play, and he threw it to Tyreek Hill.
Right at halftime.
Yeah. Exact same play.
So second half, Eagles come out and hammered them.
Yeah, it was just the Eagles just seemed to have control over that game. They just they were too good last night.
Back to Missouri, I'm going to predict that they lose the next 3 games.
That's possible.
Okay,
and you may be all over this.
And I want to give them a pass, okay, but right now in my mind, I look at them a lot like I do Kentucky.
I'm with you.
Okay, and when I look at who they've beat and who their one loss is to, I don't see it at all. I mean, better, yes, and coming along, sure, okay, but I know they're the second team in that side of the conference.
And they got that fat kicker everybody likes.
Yes,
right.
But the next 3 weeks, you got Georgia, Tennessee, Florida.
Yeah. We'll find out.
We'll really
and then
find
Arkansas
out.
to end it out, which you probably get a W there. But
who knows?
But you never know after you go through that juggernaut that what I just mentioned.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. We're fixing to find out.
Right.
So
and
because
to you Missouri fans, we're sorry. We just got to see it. We got to see it
because I look and
they're
you've
way
beat,
ahead of any expectation I had for them.
But here's who they've beat: South Dakota,
right?
Okay. Middle Tennessee,
okay,
Kansas State.
That was a big one. That was because Kansas State was top 10
at the time.
And
Memphis,
60-something yard.
Vanderbilt. They lost LSU. They beat Kentucky and then South Carolina this week.
I agree with you.
So I just say tap the brakes on that right now.
I agree with
you. All right. This past weekend, I do a lot at the UAB games, hopping around with the wireless mic. Most of them are built-in promotions that I know I'm doing. And then from time to time, every weekend, they'll go, hey, today we're also going to do maybe a T-shirt toss, or we're going to do
wet T-shirt contest.
No, Greg.
Oh.
They're folded up T-shirts you throw into the stands, buddy. We're at a football game.
I didn't know what you meant. Hot.
But I had to do what they called a mascot dance-off.
Oh.
And I had to host it on the field, and it consisted of Memphis Tigers mascot named Tom. The Steamboats from Memphis, their mascot, USFL Birmingham Stallions, and Blaze, the UAB mascot. We'll go over that and some other stuff next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Simply Safe was named the best home security of 2023 by U.S. News and World Report. But we don't do what we do for the accolades. We do it to protect you and everything you love. Our advanced sensors and HD cameras are powered by 24/7 professional monitoring for fast emergency response. Visit simplysafe.com/radio to get 45% off any new system today. Advanced home security, 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Hey y'all, my name is Tiara, and a little thing that I love about the Chick-fil-A Spicy Chicken Biscuit is that it has the perfect amount of spice to jumpstart my day. Whoever thought of it, thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Robert, and a little thing I love about Chick-fil-A Spicy Chicken Biscuit is the biscuit. It reminds me of my grandma's homemade biscuit. It's always buttery and savory. Then you add the spices, instant classic.
Order the spicy chicken biscuit on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real Chick-fil-A guests paid for their testimonials.
Hustle up, we've got 8 more floors to go before lunch.
Sarusha's window washing business is reaching new heights.
Wipe, and let's roll.
They need more certified cleaners to keep online reviews crystal clear.
Team, I know we're hustling, but watch for streaks. Candace, can you give me a hand over here?
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our hiring platform instantly connects you with quality candidates, and you can schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from the Indeed dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Now your ideas don't have to wait. Now they have everything they need to come to life. Dell Technologies and Intel are creating technology that loves ideas, loves expanding your business, evolving your passions. We push what technology can do, so great ideas can happen right now. Find out how to bring your ideas to life at Dell.com. Welcome to Now.
Some days I cover up because of my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Now I'm hitting the road with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieved 90% clearer skin at 4 months. And Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
From pumpkin spice to apple pie, fall is hands down the most delicious time of the year. But it's also the busiest. So this time around, get HelloFresh and treat yourself to the best of the season's flavors without the stress. It's simple. HelloFresh does the shopping and the planning for you so you can relax. Not only do their chefs create fall-perfect recipes to enjoy, all the ingredients arrive fresh and pre-portioned, so whipping up a home-cooked meal is easy. And make sure and check out all the fall flavors. A new limited-time lineup of easy autumn-inspired eats from HelloFresh Market, fresh on desserts like apple cider cake with caramel sauce, or please a crowd with appetizers like the barbecue pulled pork nachos. And just as always, everything you need to get cooking quick is delivered right to the door. How easy is that? Join America's #1 meal kit today and get 50% off plus free shipping with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Well, it's the best time of year. The leaves are changing colors. There's cozy vibes. And, of course, my personal favorite holiday, Raycon's anniversary, which, once again, they're celebrating with a sale. You don't want to miss this. Raycon is turning 6 years old. In that time, they've really made a name for themselves in the premium audio space. Their everyday earbuds are known for delivering high-quality audio and thoughtful features like a 32-hour battery life and a perfect in-ear fit for all-day wear and lasting comfort. All this at half the price of the other premium brands. In this past year, they expanded their entire business with the introduction of Raycon Home and Raycon PowerTech. So there's a lot to celebrate. To thank everyone who's shown them support in the past 6 years, Raycon is offering 20% off everything site-wide with select products up to 40% off. Hurry now to buyraycon.com/Bubba. Use the special code BIRTHDAY to get 20 to 40% off site-wide. That's the code BIRTHDAY at buyraycon.com/Bubba.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba.
All right, we got 9 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. This portion of the show brought to you by CBDistillery.com. 81% of CBD users say it helps them with stress, anxiety. Maybe you're looking to sleep better. You can go to cbdistillery.com. That's cbdistillery.com right now. You can start by saving 20% or more at cbdistillery.com when you enter promo code Bubba. That's cbdistillery.com. Enter promo code Bubba. They even offer stuff for pets. You know, I've talked about one of my dogs, when it comes to severe weather, he freaks out and absolutely loses his mind.
Give him some of that.
Yeah, you never know. It could help. cbdistillery.com, cbdistillery.com, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so we went to break, and this won't take long, but I just thought it was funny because you know how I am with secondhand embarrassment. And then sometimes I have to host things. While I'm hosting, I have secondhand.
A lot.
You know, and a lot of times on myself. This is not just, you know what I mean? It's like, wow, so here I am. But they said, hey, Speedy, we want to do a mascot dance-off. And I'm like, that's great. And the game day crew at UAB is top-notch. They are so good. And I've got two interns, Meg and Eli, and they are so good. And they run around, and they got their headsets on, so they're talking up to the booth. And, you know, we're at the mercy of, because everything now is on, the American has a deal with ESPN Plus, so everything is either streamed or this one was on ESPN2. So you're subject to the TV timeouts and all this kind of stuff. And you have
the guy standing out there.
Oh yeah, you got a guy dressed in red, and he's in charge of all the timeouts. And we're going to keep going here. Nope, hurry up. We're going to stop. Well, we were the first timeout in the third quarter for this mascot dance-off. And, you know, it started heating up.
Did you dance a little?
No, I wanted to. No, you know, where we live, you know, when it got to be 12:30, 1 o'clock, it heated up a little bit.
It was hotter than I liked
You know,
it
it was touching 80 degrees.
Yeah.
In the sun. And can I just tell you this? 11 a.m. kickoff, you're not going to find shade
no
at
shade
Protective.
anywhere.
No. Now, afternoon or night, yeah, of course. When I say night, a 5:30 kick or something like, but not, hey, 11 a.m. There's you not finding
that
shade.
Baby's right above you.
You are out in it. So first of all, Stanley and Skipper, they're with the Birmingham Stallions and the Memphis Steamboats. They both came out, and they came out a little early. Okay. And they're on the sideline, and they're interacting with everybody.
Hey, you think they wasn't hot?
Hey, they're warming up a little bit. All right, and now the Memphis Tigers mascot named Tom, and I think that stands for Tigers of Memphis.
I was wondering where they got that.
He's hopping around, and Blaze is he's full of energy, and he's all over the place. Well, you know, halftime has come, and the goal was to meet down at the north end zone. And they're all going to have
to dance.
And just get ready to boogie. And so I go down there.
Kind of like this.
And, you know, one thing I love about mascots, they never come out of character.
No, and they won't speak.
Even when I'm just like talking to him. Like, I think I know the person. You know, I'm like, hey, man, so we got, and he's like giving it back to me like, ooh, okay.
They got to cover the
right. And I'm like, hey, man, I'm just right here. You don't have to do all that. And he's like, no, I'm in mascot mode here. I can't. I've got to respond this way.
I got to do my character.
So they said, okay, here we go. We're gonna walk out, and they're gonna have 30 seconds to just break it down. And so I announce all the mascots and all this kind of stuff, and then my interns go, okay, ready to go. And I got to scream, hit it, DJ, which I haven't done in a while. Now, start the meeting. And so here we go. Now we're dancing, and I could tell that they were like giving me, hey, 20 seconds, 15. So I'm like, all right, give me your best stuff. And, you got like Tom with Memphis. He's doing a back, he didn't do a back flip, but he did like a somersault / split or whatever. And Blaze is over there. He's doing splits and stuff. Now Stanley with the Stallions.
The Stallion?
Yeah. Now he's a little big. So it's tough for him to move around. The other one, yeah. And then Skipper with the Memphis Steamboats, he's just kind of
how do you have
there.
A steamboat going?
I don't know.
Is he a steamboat or is he?
I don't really know.
Sometimes they'll have an animal.
Right. I'm not sure. I didn't focus on what exactly it was, but I could tell it was coming down to Memphis and UAB.
Yeah.
I could tell, even though the other two were doing good.
Yeah, steamboat was limited.
Well, he was, and hey. Stanley's that's a big mascot.
Yeah.
And so it's a little bit, it's hard to kind of, but hey, the other two, Blaze and Tom, they are bringing it. All right. Well, you know who's going to win if it's down to those two.
If the crowd's
My
voting,
goodness.
I doubt Memphis brought a lot of
So
people.
I'm like, y'all give it up for Skipper. Yeah. Y'all give it up for Stanley. Everybody loves. Y'all give it up for Memphis Tigers, Tom, and then Memphis. Now they'll bring some fans.
So they did,
and they, y'all give it up for Blaze. Yeah, the place goes nuts.
Yeah, well,
okay,
it's
clearly
Homer.
won. Clearly won. So I'm like, all right, Blaze, and Blaze is doing his little dance, and he's in his little Halloween costume, which is
Blowing
funny.
fire.
Yeah, and he's a fire breather, and so so it's over, right? And we give it back, and Coach Trent Dilfer had walked down to that end because of that's where the football was going to be, and he even looked over and he was laughing because that was pretty good, and so I go up to Tom with Memphis, and he had brought it, and I said, "Hey man, thanks."
He's breathing hard.
And I said, "Hey man, good job, buddy." And he's like, "Man, that's crap." I'm like,
No,
huh?
he was really mad.
I think he was a little mad because
So
he felt.
you're
He
not
felt
talking about
like,
the mascot acting out. I'm mad.
Right.
He was actually inside of it mad.
Yeah, he was, and he said, "Well,
I thought I had it.
Yeah. I'm like, okay, man. Well, hey, we'll see you later. And he stomps off, like he's mad. Of course, he's overdoing it because all the Memphis fans felt like he won.
Yeah.
But Blaze clearly won. But hey, they were bringing it. Let me tell you something. I didn't know they could do the splits
With all that on.
Oh, you kidding?
Listen, they go to training.
Hey, but they had to be so hot.
Oh.
I asked them, and of course they can't reply. They're just acting like I'm like, how hot are y'all right now? And they're like blowing on their face, I'm like, man, I would be burning up.
You have to speak with their hands.
Hey, and it comes with some smell in there.
Oh, I bet.
Oh, got a little bump.
Well, I mean, I didn't smell it, but I know they do. Have you ever put on a mascot head?
Yes.
Huh?
I actually have.
Slobbering
Hey,
all
it'll
in
kick in there.
Yeah. That's true. A lot going on.
But anyway, so that was part of my day. I just thought y'all would love that because I had a touch of second hand.
I wish I'd see you about Blaze.
Stomping off. You give it up for Blaze. give it up for Skipper. That's okay, buddy. Hey, you did okay, man. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, the life we live.
I just wish they'd made you and let the host do it and let you get in there.
Right.
And
I break it down.
Yes.
That would have been perfect.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back. 866 We Be Big. We have a lot to go over, and we appreciate all of you tuning in as always. The main show starts next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The rights that they were given in the Constitution, that's y'all's play. Yeah. That's what y'all believe in. The folks who are conservative in this country, we're not the people who believe in kings. You're the tyrannical king people.
Yeah.
That's y'all's view of government.
Joy Reid from MSNBC offered the grave warning during a panel discussion, claiming that Trump aspires to be a mini North Korean leader, Kim Jong-un, or Russian President Vladimir Putin. That's what he wants to do.
That's ridiculous.
Look, you clearly don't know Trump very well because he would think they want to be him.
Exactly. You got it completely backwards.
Oh, you don't understand it. Even based on what you know, you don't understand.
Span.
He's a man with a Mayweather plan. He's a mighty James Span.
He has been part of the Rick and Bubba Show, a big part of our 25-year history this year. We've had a lot of great James Spann moments. But staying another segment with us today after giving you the 4th of July weekend forecast based on where you live.
But he also today we want to talk about his new book called Weathering Life. So, James, tell us, how did you end up doing the book? What's the story behind this?
Well, the deal is we've had so many historic weather events, say back in the 1920s and the 30s and the 40s, and we don't know that much about them. There's a little, information, but I wish that somebody that worked some of these historic events would have jotted down some notes, and that's what I'm trying to do. It's just make a written record of some of the historic weather events that I've worked over years. I'm old as dirt. I've been doing this 41 years, and a lot of history has come under my watch. And I have worked these weather events from a rather unique perspective, being a professional practitioner meteorologist in the middle of it. And I just wanted to get this stuff down. I'm not really a good writer, so half the deal, it's chronicling some of these huge weather events that I've worked in. This is some very deep history, and it's kind of like inside baseball, if you like weather. But the other thing, I see so many people that are discouraged today, and we've all had issues, and many of us have issues right now. A lot of people listening to this show are discouraged, and they're having hard times. And I came from a background, fellas, that was not the best. My dad abandoned me and my mom when I was 7, and this was a case where my father just walked out one night, and he never came back. My father never said goodbye, have a nice life, see you later. He never told me that he loved me. To this day, I don't know if he did. And he never paid a dime of child support. And I'm not a big family guy. It's just, and at that point, my family was me and my mama. Mm-hmm. I have no siblings. And we were broke. And we lived in a small town in rural South Alabama in the 60s. And that in itself is interesting, growing up in a small town in South Alabama in the 60s. That in itself is a story. But life got kind of hard. And we both had to work really hard. And in so many ways, some good things came out of this. And I tell people this all the time. I'm not good at anything I do, and I mean that. But let me tell you something, fellas. I will work harder than anybody else to accomplish a goal. And that work ethic came out of this challenging background. So I tell the story of what happened to me and accepting Christ when I was 12. And, of course, that was the biggest life-changing thing. And I think people that read that book will be encouraged. I want to be a Barnabas. There's too many, trolls and haters in the world today. If you don't believe that, just get on the Facebag feed that I have. It's just, it's troll-orama there. I don't want to be a troll. I want to encourage people because I see so many people that need a word of encouragement.
You mentioned Barnabas.
It's a gift.
Yeah, you mentioned Barnabas because it was interesting, as time goes on and if we continue the sanctification process, God will reveal to us things that we didn't even know. Maybe you've been a follower of Christ for, 20 years. You're going to learn something in Scripture if you're willing to, until you die. And I noticed, I always in my mind had Paul as the leader and Barnabas as somebody that he was trying to help, but it's the complete opposite. Barnabas is clear, was the mentor for the Apostle Paul, who was his encourager and kind of helped him get started. And had the other disciples accept him when they didn't want to accept him because of his past history of persecuting the church. And it was Barnabas that was the go-between saying, hey, he's one of us now, and I vouch for him. And then you see, of course, the role that Barnabas played in the early church and the example, as you said, of encouragement and sacrificial giving. But you mentioned this about your father.
To see Mark on the other side.
Yeah. And then Barnabas had to say, look, we'll work on him as well. So Barnabas was that guy you brought into conflict to try to help. But so I'm glad that you've taken that role, and you've certainly done that with your life. But I knew a little bit of the story of you as a boy, but something about this book, and some of us were reading it here yesterday at the studio, and when you paint that picture of you as the little boy and your mother dressing you up on
the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me.
It is 6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank y'all for being with us. 866 We Be Big is our number. Another hour, another day, another week, another national anthem. Here we go. is 8 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. A brand new hour underway. Much to do. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy have already given you a kickoff hour, and Eddie Van Adler now joins us as well. I said my boss is Mr. McGee. So we'll unpack another weekend for you. We have a lot to cover on the program today, as you can imagine. We haven't been together in a few days, so a lot happens, even if we're gone for 24 hours. So you add up a couple of days, and there's much to cover, and we will. We are missing one, and we need to get him here after we sing a little. Somebody say. Somebody say. And can you find at a second hand? Somebody say. Everybody together. He wouldn't wear much more. The silver tongue one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey!
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome into the little party we call Rick and Bubba. Now in session.
Here at the Holy Ghost. Holy Ghost. I said the Big Bang Theory. Big Bang Theory. Mission Temple Fireworks Stand. Yeah. Yeah.
You about it.
Bubba, ready for another one?
Yep, here we are.
Another hour, another day,
Here we are.
another week. We'll unpack it for you, and we'll get it out and ready to go. We should have a lot going on this week. We'll keep you updated. We'll look back over the past weekend where we had a few happenings, of course, stories and updates. And, Bubba, congratulations on you now being up for Speaker of the House. That is what an honor.
Wow,
Thank
Bubba.
you. What an honor.
Good luck, buddy.
Me and everybody else that can't be elected.
what an honor. So, it's...
Jim Jordan has not been able to get the vote, so he's out now.
Right.
And I saw where the Republican caucus has put together a list of about 10, 12, maybe 15 people to choose from. And our very own Gary Palmer's on that list.
Well...
Huh?
I heard he accepted, but nobody could hear him.
Well, let me tell you, they couldn't have a better parliamentarian than Gary Palmer.
No, let me tell you something. Gary Palmer he's a bastion of knowledge. He understands our country, our history, our Constitution. He's low energy, as he makes fun of himself too, and not. I
just think he's focused. Rick.
He doesn't exactly command the room, but I will tell you this: you put him.
He's got a gavel.
You put him in that role, he could get it done. He actually would be a fantastic choice.
Yes, he would. Yes, he would. And I hope he has some luck with it.
Right. Probably a little tough for the sound man, but other than that,
if you can get through the Republican caucus and the Freedom caucus, the sound man's a minor inconvenience.
Well, I will say this. Congratulations to the Democrats. I mean, this is playing right into their hands for the Republican Party to be divided into two small groups.
To self-destruct. Currently in a circular firing squad. And at this time, Rick, when Joe Biden is absolutely leading the Democrats down.
Oh my goodness!
It looks like a trash fire.
Yeah.
It's a dumpster fire.
Oh yes.
And he can't make a thought. He can't make a sentence. He's clearly too old to be doing the job.
Yep.
And in a time when the Republicans ought to be greasing the rail, so to speak, and moving into an election cycle that ought to be very positive for them, because we've seen the Democratic plan for the economy, and quite frankly, I prefer the one we had before it.
Yeah, that's correct.
They have decided to get in a circle, load their guns, and shoot each other.
Right.
Which is somewhat atypical and somewhat confusing to most of us who think that this is absolutely ridiculous.
Babylon B.
And we're not the only one.
Babylon B, to your point, weighs in over the weekend. Here's the headline for today. Republicans to spend weekend brainstorming on how to be even more of an embarrassment. That's from the Babylon B. So that's, and I mean, when you see, at one time the Babylon B would have had up something there about Biden.
I know.
To your point. So there you go. They did get a Biden one over the weekend, though. Leadership. Biden asked Hamas politely if they might consider perhaps letting hostages go if they feel like it.
You know, this thing of us offering more aid, I'm just dead against. I'm dead against. You know, when and it's been pointed out, and I know y'all have seen this, and I hate to just keep beating this drum. It's so obvious.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, Trump cut off money going into Palestine and Gaza, West Bank. He cut that money off. He moved our embassy to Jerusalem, which some people said would start World War III.
Yep.
He strengthened all these things up, entered into the Abraham Accords, trying to get Saudi Arabia in on the peace process. And we had as close to peace in the Middle East during the Trump time as we've ever had, by the way. And it wasn't by giving everybody money. Now, look at the alternative. We've unfrozen funds. We've done this. We're promising hundreds of millions of dollars here and there, and the situation gets worse. I think we have misread the situation for many years, that we think we buy friends in the world, and I don't think that's the case.
No, it goes back to what we've often said. The enemies on these kind of gestures, all they see them are, the way they see them is they just see them as weak. That's all it is.
Yeah.
They don't see it as polite. They don't see it as, mending bridges or building bridges and all that garbage.
Right.
They just see it as being weak. They go, they look pretty weak right now. Look pretty desperate. We'll be back 15 minutes past. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Another promise unfulfilled by your earthly father, and you sitting in that chair looking out that window for the father that never came. James, you crushed us, and I know that had to be difficult to relive, but I think it's important that you did.
Yeah, there was a lot of pain in my soul that's still there. It doesn't go away. Maybe it fades away, but bringing back some of those memories. But my father occasionally would promise to come by and pick me up after he left, and my mama would dress me up, and she'd sit me in a chair by the window, and I would look out waiting for his car, and he would never come, never come. And she did this multiple times. And I often, when I go through Greenville, I'm from Greenville, Alabama, which is a smaller town in Butler County between Montgomery and Mobile, which is a marvelous community. In fact, by the way, if you ever get a speeding ticket in Greenville, call me. My best friend from the Cub Scouts is the mayor, so you got no problem there.
James, I wish I'd have known that about 2 weeks ago. Go ahead.
But there was a lot of pain in writing that, but I think it's an important story because, fellas, look, I'm not alone. At the time, I thought I was the only kid without a father, but goodness gracious, I do children's ministry, and I see this so many times, the pain in these kids' eyes, and I can relate to that. And, through these experiences, we're shaped. And a lot of people listening to us are going through some really challenging times. So it molds you and develops you into who you are. But don't ever let anybody tell you it's not hard. It's brutally hard. So I kind of open up my soul to that. And then becoming a man at the age of 7. I was the man of the house at the age of 7.
Yep.
And I had to work and work and work and work. I got a little job at a radio station when I was in high school, and that kind of opened the door for this. I loved weather, and there were some encouragers that encouraged me, some men that filled the gap as a father figure in my life, and I write about those men. But again, some of the weather events, if you're a weather weenie, you'll love this book. It's inside baseball on events like April 27, 2011. That was a generational tornado outbreak that in my state killed 252 people. I think about that day every day, and I will until the day I die. And you'll learn more about what happened in that weather office and the things we were going through our mind. You can watch the video on YouTube, but you don't know what was going on, the real story inside of there. So all that's in the book.
James, that's amazing.
It is. So it's available now. James, can I ask you the one thing, and if you don't want to unpack that, that's fine, because I was just reading some excerpts from it. Did your mom ever tell you why your dad, was it because of the issues, and I won't give away some other parts of the book. He obviously had some issues. Is that what it was tied to? Did your mom ever say this is why your dad left, or was there just no explanation?
She really didn't talk a lot about it because, quite frankly, she didn't have all the answers. But he had an addiction problem, and he had some other issues. And in a way, maybe it's better than he left.
Understood.
There could have been some abuse. I don't know, but whatever it happened. And I did see him. I feel like I needed to find him. I was in my 30s, and I tracked him down. And I think a lot of people that go through something like this, they feel the need to do that when they're adults, because you want to know where you came from. And I had a chance to meet him one time 30 years after he left, and it wasn't a good experience. He had a condition called alcohol dementia, and it's almost like you're talking to a brick wall. But that was very healing for me.
Right, it was
and
for you.
I could say some things I needed to say to him.
Yeah. Understood. Yeah. Well, it's got so much. As you said, if you want to look, there's one thing to know the history of weather. It's another thing to know what it was like to be in the middle of it, doing the job you do. And then, of course, obviously, the testimony of your life. Many, many people will lean in. Just saw the latest figures for our home state, because I really feel a call to try to get involved in working these plans we've done for years with men's ministry because of the impact of this. But in our state right now, we are now at 50% of the children that are out there in just the state of Alabama do not have a father. 50%. We're now, it is just as likely for you to not have your father as to have him. The two groups are the same size. So that's
let me tell you, fellas, when I became a husband and a dad, I had to figure this stuff out on my own.
Yeah.
I and that's part of the deal. It's almost generational. So I'm very thankful I learned it on my own.
Well, and you talked about these men though that stepped in your church, and that's kind of the thing I'm talking about, that filled that role because they were helpful. Thanks a lot, James. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Gruff.
And thanks for doing this book, Weathering Life, available now at rickandbubba.com. Just hit show notes. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba show. Thank you for being with us. All right, so let's set the table for the week. Every week there's new happenings. All right, so a new Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. We told you about that on Friday, but it did come out over the weekend. Raymond Arroyo, our guest, best known for his part on Fox News, even though he does a lot of other things, like a New York Times best-selling author, and we talked to him about his new book. And he also is a singer. We talked about his Christmas tour coming up, how he ended up being a contributor on Fox, and his connection to even the show. So if you haven't seen Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, catch that. It is now available wherever you get podcasts this week. Charity Charge today, a brand new one. Venice's Foundation. This is the time of year that we, do a lot with Venice's Foundation for obvious reasons. This is a charity that Greg and his wife Lisa have adopted, and so has the show. And so today, when you eat at all the participating Buffalo Wild Wings, that would be only in Alabama. But in Alabama, Alabaster, Birmingham, Gardendale, Tuscaloosa, Hoover, downtown Birmingham on 4th Avenue South, Trussville, Pell City, Oxford, Chelsea, and now in Vestavia. All those 10% of food sales today will go to the Venetia's Foundation. So go out and participate. Also coming up this week, I got an opportunity to get out and represent the show a little bit. This weekend on the 29th of October,
I'm honored to have the opportunity to speak at the 10 o'clock service Sunday morning. I'll be preaching at Valley View Baptist Church in Leeds, Alabama, my home church, Valleydale, just like we did with the church that Speedy and his family attends. Look for churches that need some help and try to revitalize those churches and bring them back. We're doing that again now with Valley View Baptist Church. So a lot of us are going over and preaching as they're kind of going through our help. We're helping them alongside them to revitalize that church. So I'll be there. It's one service, 10 a.m. local time, Leeds, Alabama, the home of 104.7 WZZK, Valley View Baptist Church this Sunday morning. Then that Sunday night, we're kicking off the men's discipleship strategy with Tommy Lenore and everybody down at First Methodist in Clanton, Alabama. They're going to cook for you men. It's free. They would like to know you're coming. So if you can go to their Facebook page and register and let them know that you're coming, you can also find that link to that at themanchurch.com under events. So, Bubba, we were having a blast on Friday. We're looking back over the weekend now. And, you know, we got to see your son, Hunter Buss. He was up here. You know,
up here Friday.
And we see him, and it's all fun zone. And, you know, we're spinning, you know, wheel of canned meat and golden ticket seats. And, you know, we're almost getting in a circle and jumping, a jumping circle. And everybody seems to go out on a good note. And then all of a sudden the old Team Rick and Bubba group text started getting, hey, we got something going on.
Yeah, we had a busy Friday, a lot going on, and we had already gone down to the lake, and we're getting ready for a big weekend there, and I got a call from my son Hunter. He said, hey, I am in a lot of pain on my side. And I'm like, well, is this, like something you can manage, or do we need to head that way? And even as I was talking with him, it got worse and worse, and I realized that was going to be the case, and that we were going to have to come back and have something done. So Betty headed out immediately. We were in two different vehicles, and I stayed behind and tried to pack and get everything ready to go, and was, about 30 minutes, maybe an hour behind her. And we ended up, Hunter had to go to the emergency room, and our neighbor came to the rescue, who happens to be a doctor also, which is very handy. Thank you, Dr. Jason Junkin. And he carried him to the ER, and it turns out he's got a kidney stone.
Ouch.
And,
you can't.
Ouch.
I have never had that pleasure. I have had a gallbladder attack that I thought I was about to die. But it is extremely painful, and he was in a lot of pain. And they took care of him at Grandview again. I'd like to thank everybody there for doing such a great job. And Rick, one of the attending doctor, actually goes to church with you, Dr. Bobo.
Oh, yeah.
And he come back, and he had a kidney stone that was moving. It's a small one, which is good. But they said the bad news is the small one will go rolling down the pipe, just poking and sticking as it goes. So,
hey now,
I mean, you can't even have a kidney.
So we were in the emergency room till pretty late, and then we got home, and he's been trying to pass that stone over the weekend. Has not happened yet. The CAT scan and the doctor said it's down in his bladder now, so it's in the position that it's ready to come out, but you still got to get it to flush. And there's a gate right there. You got to get through that last gate. And
the gate.
So I know.
Yeah, but I know where the gate goes too. So the party's not over.
No. So it's he's still in some discomfort. It kind of comes and goes. Well, he's trying to work through it, and we hope we can get that passed today. He's going to work from home just so we don't, he's still on some pain meds and probably doesn't need to be out driving. So he's going to work from home today, and hopefully we can get through that. So need your prayers on that one, guys. Really, to get through that.
Well, yeah, let's get that through.
Move it on.
And you just hope, I don't know if y'all have any friends or people that you know where for some reason, it's just, sometimes it's just the cards you're dealt. This is a reoccurring thing for them. I mean, they're set up for kidney stones, and they get them periodically throughout their whole life. Golly, I hope he doesn't. I hope he's not that.
We've had a guy in our Sunday school class that have had, and gosh, they said yesterday the number, and I don't want to
I can't imagine.
misquote this, but it was something ridiculous.
Oh,
like
no.
that can't be real.
No, yeah.
But it's been so many. He's in a UAB study on them.
Right.
I mean, they're studying him.
No,
It's like 100.
I know people that,
It's
yeah,
unreal.
I don't know about that number, but I know people that have had several, and their life is kind of like people who have back trouble. Hey, I threw my back out today. They just don't know when the day comes up. Got another kidney stone.
Yeah.
Man, and you just hope you ain't in that group.
When it becomes routine.
So we're gonna go with this the way Greg's mic cover is. Are we all okay with that?
It won't stay.
Yeah, right. There you go.
Greg is he's rough on these mics.
It won't stay.
Right.
Says the man who is covered in food.
Right. How about I looked over at that one, Greg? Though I've seen it many times, a little off. That was probably his off.
In his defense, he is right. I have gotten frustrated with him on this too, and then I've sat in that seat, and the thing is just ridiculous.
Somebody just won't be snuggled.
No, it will.
Yeah, that top band is just too loose.
Yeah, it looks like the top band, like when underwear gets old.
Yeah.
and the band ain't no good. Yeah.
But they actually placed all that.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's too high up.
Yeah. So we hope he gets that. I mean, I don't.
Is it upside down?
It's one of those things where it's weird. I'm praying for Hunter Bussey to be in excruciating pain today, so he can get out of pain.
Yeah. It's
I mean, we can't sit here and pray that it not pass because then he's just gonna keep dealing with it.
Right. You gotta get through the gate, y'all.
One of the weirdest things that weirded me out was Hunter was in studio when Rock and Roll City did our song After the Wheel of Meat on Friday, and the whole song was Hunter Bussey, hope you have a great day.
That was the song.
That was the song.
Oh, he ad-libbed the
Rock
and Roll City.
And I was like, Hunter's in here. I'll sing a song to Hunter because we make it up like right then and there. We don't practice at all. It's kind of our thing.
So Rock and Roll City's song was Hunter Bussey, hope you have a great day.
And then we get these texts from Bubba. I'm like, well, I guess the song didn't work.
No. In fact, we needed a more bass drum in there to break that stone up.
Goodness.
Be more specific next time with the lyrics.
I guess so.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, we got Hunter Bussey in the studio with us, Greg, so we got to rock hard. Come here, Hunter. Come here. Hunter Bussey's in the studio today. What's up, buddy? Hope you have a good day. Hunter Bussey's in the studio today. What's up, buddy? I hope you have a good day. Let's go, Greg.
All right, so I know that there's something going on with the USA women's soccer team. I know that we have a pink-haired one that has been dropping F-bombs about the president.
Is it purple or pink?
You know, it's
purple.
It's
varies.
Some odd colors. It looks like a mix of purple.
I've been
and
calling
pink.
purple hair the whole time.
You know,
I've been
maybe
calling it wrong.
No, is it purple?
Maybe it's lavender.
To me, it look maybe it's kind of a lavender, almost a cotton candy looking.
Oh boy,
whatever it is.
Good as gold.
Yeah,
Let's call her cotton candy.
But
Good as gold.
There's a little perp in there.
But I found myself because of her vile language and her whole attitude about the current state of the country. While wearing USA, I found myself wanting them to lose.
Yeah,
is that awful?
Oh boy,
Well,
same
Rick,
way.
her teammates, have come to her aid and taken her side and backed her up, as you would expect teammates to do in the riff with Trump. But yesterday they won in the semifinals, I believe it was, against England 2-1, which is a blowout in soccer.
Oh yeah, I bet that was a minute.
But it seems like every time they take the field or the pitch or whatever they call it.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like there's controversy with this bunch.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So yesterday we have a young lady. Is it Alex Morgan? She scores a goal and she pimps it a little bit and acts like she's drinking tea because they're playing against
Took
England.
her a little sip.
And some people didn't like that. Now I think
Who didn't like it? The English?
Well, you're always going to have your haters on those kind of things.
I tell you who didn't like it, the goalie.
Yeah. Yeah. Look, there she is. Did you see her do it?
A little sip, Alex Morgan.
So, and like you said, there's some people who have kind of soured on them because of the fact they're anti the current president.
Mm-hmm.
It's funny. It's so funny. I was sitting at a red light the other day, and look over, and our favorite principal is next to me at the red light, and we roll the window down and start talking about it.
Well,
and it was the morning after he had texted you about go easy on soccer.
Well,
because he's our high school soccer coach.
Yeah, I have a disdain for soccer, but I've made an exception because I have great respect for our coach at our high school and how the way he lives his life out as a man of God. And I said, I'll make one exception. I will pull for Briarwood Lions soccer.
And his passion for
my only soccer exception.
His passion for it, Rick, fires me up. So, I find myself, pulling for that. Of course, I know a lot of the kids that play too. So, that's kind of the exception to the rule.
Right. If it was up to me, and he knows this, would I take his passion and point it elsewhere? I would. You know what I mean? But you know what? And he does point it in other places, not just there.
Look, great guy all the way around. But what was so funny about it too? We were talking about the red light, and I said, if you're on a sport that is not one of the big three, and I relate to that in tennis or anything else,
sure.
you really need to try to pull people to your sport and not be divisive, because you're being selfish when you do that. You're not helping the sport. You're not helping the team. You're talking about me and my opinion, because it's all that matters. And it's so funny. We were sitting at the red light talking about that.
That must be one long red light.
Yeah. No, it was. It was on 280. It was on 280. I aged while I was sitting there.
Let me tell you,
you can have that kind of in-depth conversation while sitting at a red light.
Well, let me tell you what's happened, and I bet Bubba was in the situation because I've been there.
Try getting out of Lowe's back on 280.
And you know this. You're all over it. Then I was
you better
right.
pack a lunch.
Well, you were right. Here's the thing. And I understand the problem. Any congested highway wherever you live, this highway gets so congested, they finally had to make a decision that for the good of the overall situation, some of y'all have been deemed unimportant.
Yep.
Meaning, if you're trying to get back into the flow of traffic, we care more about the flow than we do your access to getting back in the flow. So if you end up having to get back in the flow, we're going to sit you a while. I mean, there's certain
We're
red
gonna
lights.
let you back on once every hour.
Yeah, there's certain red lights to get the flow going. They've declared you are sacrificial. You are not allowed
to let you out, but it's going to be.
We're going to let you out, but I mean, you go ahead and have a conversation with the soccer coach because you got time.
It's become a favorite of the panhandlers because you're there so long.
Oh. 35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. I love things that are logical, that make all the sense in the world, which is why I'm having a tough go these days. But here's something to me that is just logical. I have an automobile. It no longer has warranty. Okay? Everybody, if you're in that situation, say, hey. So now that I don't have warranty, and look, the people that sell these warranty plans to these dealers, they've done their homework. They know about how long the car should run without any issue, and I don't fault them for that. I mean, that's just
the numbers game, baby.
That's just business. Every now and then you have a lemon, and they end up taking a hit. Yeah. But so you don't have warranty on the car, so you're driving it now. Is there anything that is a bigger hassle than you not having your automobile? I mean, what a hassle. So you don't have a warranty. So if all of a sudden here comes out, hey, well, look on my dashboard, I got a red light. There'll be no jumping ring for that. You won't be happy. And then you say, well, looks like I'm about to write a check. And nowadays with the modern cars, raise your hand if you don't have warranty or it wasn't covered. When was the last time you wrote a check for a repair on your automobile that was less than $1,500? That's pretty much. I mean, that's pretty much minimum.
Wheelhouse.
So anyway, if you will go get a Car Shield protection plan, and it's a covered repair, they will pay the ASE certified mechanic of your choice directly. You also get roadside assistance, coast to coast, 24/7. You get towing options, meaning you could have courtesy towing if you want to put that in your plan. Also, a rental car while yours is being repaired. So, see, you could be hassled or you could not be hassled. So let's go with not being hassled by going to carshield.com/Bubba right now. They start as low as $100 a month. There's plans for every budget. And we save you 20% with our code by going to carshield.com/Bubba. Carshield.com/Bubba. Now, if you want to talk to somebody, and you will eventually anyway, but if you call them, you do want to mention the code Bubba as well. Carshield.com/Bubba. Be prepared for the unexpected. You can also find their link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So, Bubba, based on our update, and I'm so sorry that Hunter Buss, even though he was told by Rock and Roll City to have a great day.
Well, he did not listen.
He did not
That was
listen.
actually the opposite.
He did not have a great day. He's now got a kidney stone that is working its way out.
Don't say working its way.
Yowza. So he's dealing with that. He's in a lot of pain. He's in pain meds. It was something unexpected. How did that affect you and Betty? Were supposed to go to a costume party dressed as a hunter, not Hunter, your son, a deer hunter, and Betty be the deer. How did that happen?
Well, it didn't happen. It didn't happen.
Down goes the party.
Yeah.
Did y'all put the costume on anyway?
No.
Good question, Greg. Fair question.
Fair.
We just didn't have a chance. I mean, we got the call, hey, I'm in pain, I can't take it, and we started swinging into action. So all that got scrapped, and yeah, we just never got back to that. So I hated to miss it. It looks like they had a good time, but we were more concerned with Hunter, and the need of the sick outweigh the needs of the partiers.
Sure.
I never heard it put that way.
I haven't either. Some people don't go by that, but I agree.
But I told Bubba in the break, as a parent, as just a human being, as a husband, as a whatever, sometimes what you're supposed to do is an easy decision, even though it's not that great.
Yeah.
It's not even a gray area. You go, well, of course we know what we do.
Yeah. Right.
It doesn't mean it's always a fun decision or the best decision, but it wasn't a hard decision.
Well, it's just you have to shift gears so quick.
Yeah.
When life demands that sometimes.
Sure.
So, I was worried it was an appendix.
Yeah, that was your first push out. Yeah.
Anytime you have to have surgery, it's more complicated.
Right.
And then you have to worry about it rupturing.
Correct.
And we've got a friend, and it's a client on the show that had one that ruptured, and he spent weeks in the hospital, still having trouble.
Oh, it's not good, no.
And just one of those things that takes a lot of time to get over, and can be very, very dangerous. So, anyway, we're glad that they could find it, and it's it's small, and hopefully we can get through this today.
Certainly,
we were hoping we'd be done with it by now.
I bet. he's first priority, but I do want to know, was the deer costume borrowed?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so y'all didn't purchase it,
right?
Okay.
Right.
Do you still have it?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, there's always
Halloween
night.
We'll probably get a look at the little doe here before it's over.
Get a look.
Oh, wow.
See, I know. Look, I know you were excited at the thought of it, and you couldn't even put a sentence together. I understand.
It's no Barney mask, but I mean.
Right. Well, it's yeah. I would say though, if an opportunity presents itself, the horns are optional. I'd make her maybe look more like a doe.
Yeah. I like that idea too.
Yeah. If you just attach the horns like you're saying, just
right
leave
now,
them
if
leave them off.
the horns are part of it, you can't do anything about it.
Yeah.
I don't know where you're going to go with that, but that's strictly between
Well,
you and your wife. That's none of our business.
You just tuck them down, I guess.
Or she could just identify as a doe, even though she looks like a buck.
Could be.
Yeah.
Could be one of those does with horns.
Yes.
Right.
Yes, it could.
Yeah, we hear about them every now and then.
People love to send us those. Matter of fact, we get a surprising number of emails
really
about that.
do.
Is that more prominent than I realized?
Maybe it is. I don't know.
So,
Big bag hunter's home.
right. Yeah, that's it. So
you're the hunter, the deer hunter, not the hunter, the son.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Getting confused.
In this particular update, you have to clarify that every time.
You do.
You do. So anyway, it will. It hopefully, I hate to say this to Hunter, this too shall pass.
They said it's going to sting for a minute, but you'll know. Because I keep going, do you think you passed it and you didn't know it? He said, no, they told me I'll know it.
No.
Did they give him?
No, he'll know it
the
because
little,
it'll be the first time that he goes number
cone.
one on his tiptoes.
No.
Yeah.
They got a way to catch that.
Yeah, he doesn't have the screen.
Yeah,
which, they said, if you have more, they'll probably do that and try to figure out where it's coming from. But there's no real. I mean, I don't have kidney stones. I have not had them. Knock on wood. Betty has not had them. Grandparents that count have not had them, and so I don't know. Just one of those things.
Well, it is not.
But you always want to look at your dietary situation and what you're doing, and this has been a good time to reset some of that for him too. So
right, yeah. Well, I mean, it's there's all kinds of course, that gets difficult too. I'm sure. I don't know. I've never gone down the road of, and I know nutritionists can say these things. Are not good if you're someone who is susceptible to kidney stones. These things are good, but we always know in this world,
then this time 2 years from now they'll come out and go, wait a minute.
Yeah, I know.
Wait just a minute.
Yeah, the medical expertise is for that moment in time.
Right, but hopefully it will not be an ongoing thing, and hopefully it is something that maybe adjustments in lifestyle can prevent in the future.
Yeah.
But then there's those people like we talked about, man. It's just part of their life. And
They just grow them.
I feel so bad for those people.
Yeah.
I mean, because do you ever become an old hat at it? I mean, here we go again.
Well, and the doctor told Hunter, he said, now that you've had this, there's certain, they give you some medicine, pain, and some things that help to, flush you out better. Said you need to keep it with you because you never know when it'll hit you. I mean, you could be out of town on vacation, you could have it, and the doctor had struggled with that too. He said, so he has to carry all that with him. Yeah.
Okay. So how good can Hunter stand on his tiptoes?
We'll find out
because he's gonna get to.
Yeah.
I hope he's got a little ballet in him.
Somebody help me.
Somebody. But this stuff he's dealing with right now, we've all been here. When it comes to pain, you do get to the point where you go, I don't know what I know I'm going to have a moment of excruciating pain, but I'm ready for it if I can get to the other side of it.
Yeah, it's like getting a shot.
Right, yeah.
Can I you don't mind getting a shot.
Can I just get to the other side of it?
Yeah, as soon as it's over, the day gets better.
Right. And
before this segment, I didn't have to use the restroom. Now I do.
Right.
Yeah.
Or do you?
Yeah, I feel like
Or do I?
No, not only do I need to, I for some reason there's a slight burn.
Yeah. I'm
afraid to.
I'm feeling a tingle for some reason. What is that?
It's like I'm doing. I'll wait another segment.
I think the all-time worst was when I was waiting to get a heart stent and we were on here talking about it.
Oh my God!
And I couldn't breathe. I know y'all couldn't. We all felt like an elephant was on our chest.
Yes.
We probably talked about that too much.
Nobody could breathe. Anytime someone
audience people were calling, I can't breathe. I'm in my car.
Look, I'm telling you, this thing of being a friend with Jordy Henson. Every time I wake up and I've been sleeping on my arm and it's half asleep, I think I have ALS.
Oh, I know.
It's. I don't know what that's all about. 15 minutes to the top of the hour. We'll come back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. I mean, we could take phone calls here right now. But if you do, the callers will convince us that every one of us is going to have a kidney stone.
Yeah.
So we'll come back. 15 minutes to the top. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. More Rick and Bubba right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I return all my calls there. If I get stuck on one, I start returning calls. Yeah, do something because if not, you'll go crazy.
I sketched a picture the other day.
But I think
of a pen. Had my easel out and my chalk.
That's so funny. But what Bubba is saying is you need to listen. No matter what you're trying to market, one thing that we can't do, and I know this has been said before, but it's truly the definition of insanity. If you say, well, there's certain things about our sport, and by God, it is the prestige and the whatever. Hey, nobody's watching it. Nobody likes it. We don't draw the kind of crowds. Helmsy talked about this when baseball was losing numbers, and then we're going to get mad about people that are trying to make it entertaining.
Yeah.
You have to do something to market a crowd. And if you say, well, the way we're doing it only draws this many people and we want to draw more, we'll go and look and say, well, there's certain things we might need to adjust on.
Yeah.
So she does the sipping tea. I mean, it's not the horrible thing about soccer. Nobody scores enough for this to ever be a problem.
Yeah, you don't get to see it, but maybe once or twice a match, and it's all day long. And,
yeah, that's right. It's so extravagant because you don't get to do it.
They got to change the offside rule.
I don't really have a problem.
It cost England yesterday, by the way.
With people, we're going to talk about that. I don't have a problem with people celebrating a little bit. I kind of think that's the American way anyway.
Yeah.
Give you a little tea. See, even and I hated they outlawed this in college football. Like when you make a play, if the other team has something they do, you give a little back to them because you're tired of hearing it. Gator chomp them or whatever you do. Act like you're ringing a bell or whatever. Everybody has got something they can do back at somebody.
Right.
I kind of hate they took that fun out of it.
One of my favorites, and it's exactly what you're talking about. Because I think there's things that you go, well, that looks thuggish versus, hey, we're just in a competitive situation. And I can still remember it to this day. And I think it was one of the Detman brothers, whichever one won the Heisman, and he was playing for BYU. And a guy from Hawaii picked it. and went the distance, and he got in the end zone.
And
he gave him the Heisman pose. I mean, if you just pick the Heisman Trophy winner and went the distance with it, you better do the Heisman when you get in the end zone.
Absolutely.
I'll take the flag, whatever. It's just some obscure bowl game anyway. That BYU
I may
usually plays.
stand in the end zone so long as the Heisman, my teammates have to get me and carry me to the sideline doing that. But
This
that's just
particular
part of
one
it.
here, when I saw the picture until I read under it, I thought she was walking like she was burning one.
Yeah. Yeah, I see what you're
did.
saying.
I really did. I thought,
I thought she was looking up.
You're like,
I thought she was looking to heaven, giving thanks, and I realized who I was watching. I knew that wasn't true.
Right.
And,
That's good.
They said the people of Colorado were offended, and they realized, oh, no, that's just a coffee cup.
Yeah, I did. I really did. If you just look at the picture until you read up under it, I thought, dubage.
I thought she was saying, "Sip on that, England."
Yeah.
have your cup.
How
of that.
about that tea?
Yeah.
That's exactly what she was doing.
What exactly?
Which I love.
What's the American doing? Is she smoking dope or she's doing tea?
Is that not what that looks like?
It does. If you freeze it right there.
But look how she's got her pinky.
She's got
up.
that
See,
pinky
that
up.
pinky is the
I don't know. I couldn't say it.
I'd like to see Alex Morgan doing more of that and less of purple hair.
Do you think?
So-
are you pulling against them because of purple hair?
I did yesterday. I watched the last 20 minutes of it, and I was a little frustrated. England got that goal taken away. Off
Yeah,
the
tell us about
offsides
that.
goal.
What happened?
Well, there
Purple
was a goal, and look, I don't know
Purple.
any rules, so I'm sitting there thinking, well, my goodness, we got us a ball game. It's 2-2.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, the VAR comes in. For those of you that don't know what a VAR is in soccer, it's a video assistant referee.
I didn't know what that was. Yeah.
And they overrule it, say the chick was offsides, and now it's 2-1 instead of 2-2.
Yeah, I thought.
So England
big-
scored the tying goal and had it taken away from them
Correct.
upon review.
And
that hurts.
the VAR, Bubba, the VAR got him, the video assistant referee.
It was just like when
You talking about VAR ball?
Globo Jim and when they beat Average Joe's and he went across the line on that last shot. It was
Right.
like that.
Just
And-
like that.
And again, they said
One
it
of
was
my
a mere
favorite movies
inches
from
how she was offsides or whatever. I don't know. It didn't look. It looked perfectly fine to me. I thought, hey, that's
we
a,
gotta
that's a
change it.
sharp
Well,
little
you're not
move
the VAR,
there.
pal.
The reason why we got to
But
change that
they
rule.
do
That's why we
say
have a
that- They
VAR.
do say that she was offsides. The right call was made, but I don't know anything about it.
Well, I've said it. Remember when I tried to watch my nephew play it, and I came back and said we got to change this offsides rule because there's no like pass down the field to a receiver running wide open. and what happens is if I'm a good defensive player, we all did this when we played the games within the rules. If I'm a good defensive player and I've got burned, what am I going to do? I'm going to start holding back and let that person get ahead of me where the referee says, "Oh, you're offsides. You're beyond the furthest defender."
Yep.
Right.
I mean, if I'm a good defensive player, I can get an offsides call, save us a goal.
So who does USA play for the championship?
I don't even know.
I don't know.
who
Got to be
plays. I think
Spain or
it's in your
somebody.
five things.
Got to be Spain. Or
Well,
somebody.
They may not know yet.
No, it's not.
Is it, do they know? Is the
think
other
so.
semifinal game
I
happened?
think so.
Brazil,
No.
Romania.
Romania.
Okay, to be determined. They don't
Well,
know
who's
yet.
playing for it?
Taiwan.
There got to be two teams playing.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So, Bubba, we think that it looks like the women's team, if you care about them, they will play the winner of the Netherlands and Sweden. It's hard to get mad at either one of those countries.
Yeah, I'm kind of pulling for Sweden in that because maybe ABBA will come out there and do a number. You know.
Show, thank you for being with us today as we roll through the first day of a brand new week. Thank you for being with us. Everybody say. All right, so also this weekend, college football was out and about. You know, we always enjoy that. I didn't get to see a lot of it. I had a really laid-back weekend. Greg, I saw that your appearance on Friday. We saw that Greg's Instagram continues to just flourish.
Did you see who come and saw me at the
I
remote?
did. I saw one of your puppies from our Year of a Rough Patch, RUFF. That one of the 8 puppies came to see you at your appearance on Friday. Also heard that once again you were on the pregame show for your son's team that he coaches. He's on the coaching staff there. That once again, as you and I have done the last several years, you outpicked the expert again in the pregame show, and there you with Elvis and Greg. But you're going to have to get Lisa. When Bubba and I did,
that was Elvis before.
Yeah, and now Elvis now.
And now Elvis.
You and I.
It's kind of like the real Elvis.
Of course, he's changed his name. His name's Lake now.
Okay.
Lake?
Well, let's make sure we get that right.
Okay.
So
but he's Elvis to me because we named him all as a singer.
Got it. When Bubba and I did a deal with what's now is HarperCollins, it was still Thomas Nelson then.
Yeah.
And we did a series of books. We didn't write any of the books. We were interviewed by Martha Bolton, and then she would try to put the books in our voice as best she could. Martha and Lisa need to talk.
Wait a minute. You don't think I did the post?
Because Lisa is.
There was no emojis.
Is putting your post up, but we all feel like that your Instagram is basically Lisa's.
Mm-hmm. Well,
and she takes pictures
we're
of
a
you
team.
and puts you on there. But Greg, you got the stuff underneath.
I'm
you got
getting there.
you got to have a right at least in your voice a little bit.
I know. I'm working on it.
Yeah.
Have you?
I'm being spoon-fed.
You think Greg wrote this?
We ain't got
I'm going to read it.
Now this one was actually me. Said there's no emojis.
I'm going to read this, and I want anybody to think that Greg wrote this. Okay. Here it is. Look who came to see me at Hendrick Hoover Automobile Friday.
Oh, yeah,
Elvis.
that doesn't sound like me.
Y'all may remember the stories about the grade 8. Well, Elvis was one of them, and I haven't seen him since we delivered him to his new family back in June. His name is Lake now, but he will always be Elvis to us.
Yeah,
Thanks, Clay, and is it Hassett?
Yeah.
For bringing him by. It was so good to see him. He's a big one. Does anybody think Greg wrote that?
What is funny? What is funny is Lisa tried by saying he's a vegan.
She panicked at the
no
end.
emoji.
She tried to throw something in at the end, and her first post she put emojis.
I had to talk her out of the emoji. She tried to do it again. I said, "But look, I'm just learning."
You're scared
Yeah,
of
she needs
typing,
to do a little
apparently.
better than that.
Yeah.
But yeah. I know.
So, Greg, we're just glad that however it has to be done for this audience to see you on social media and have a presence and see pictures of you doing stuff. Even if Lisa is doing it, that's better than it not being done at all.
I'm starting doing it, but like I said,
Greg, don't say things like that.
Elvis came to see me, and I thought it was maybe this will be a good.
You'll
post.
never get that sentence back.
I know.
What you just said.
I know. But
I'm gonna start doing. No, you're not.
No.
And that's okay. I don't have a problem with that. You know, it's fine. Adler,
I follow Lisa, and that's a Lisa Burgess post right there. That's Lisa all
Guys,
day long.
we've talked about. We can tell when she types for him in a text.
why don't y'all
to us.
concentrate on the fact that Elvis come to the
how would Greg
Hey,
write
guys,
it? If we were writing this so it was in Greg's voice, how would we write it?
Dog see me.
Dog. It would have been something like, I was over here, doing that thing I got to do about every other Friday.
You talking about making deals that others can't?
Over here, and I was eating some pizza, and
look who wandered up, old Elvis.
Here's one of them dogs we had, when I thought our life was never going to be the same again after all that stray dog came up and birthed a bunch of puppies in our garage. Here's one of them. That's how it would have been.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. That sounded like
it. Probably would have started off with, "Oh crap, who brought their dog?" Yeah, right. It's Elvis.
Hey, you may be right.
No, it's Elvis came by and saw me. Thank God we didn't keep him. It would have been something like that.
Listen, I was glad to see Elvis. I like to see. We get reports. From all the dogs. They keep in touch with Lisa.
Elvis came by to see me. I know it's a dog come by to see me, but based on some of the Nimrods I've met today, I'll take it.
Yeah. Well, man. It would have started out, what idiot brings his dog to a car lot?
That's not true.
Who calls her dog Lake?
That's not true.
Sorry.
Nice guy, got funny ears.
We're just trying to be
I'm just writing it out. I'll admit y'all are correct. I do need to get a little better on it.
You should type.
I just wish it was more than your type. It was more than your voice.
Well, here's what happens.
You think you look good in jeans?
I'm like, how you do this picture? And she'll say, here, let me do it for her. And then she'll go, go ahead. What do you want to say?
Right.
Yeah.
So I need to, I'll start.
Greg,
she's just
I
too
tried
sweet.
to do one at the Friday night picking, the game, guest picker.
Yeah.
Of course, you weren't there this year. I think me and you tied last year.
We did.
And maybe the year before. I think I've won or tied at least every year.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, I thought I was going to attempt to do one there.
Yeah.
And I just
didn't have Lisa, did you?
No, I need to figure it out.
Buddy, we can sit back down. Hey, we're going to go sit back down on the couch. And
Rick,
go
what's
over
funny is, Jerry Young and then Tim Melton and John Lunsford. Well, Tim Melton was at the Zone when we were there. Remember the Sports Czars?
Oh, yeah.
He told me, he goes, one of my favorite things was to hear y'all try to cover the NBA. He goes, because y'all had no idea what y'all were talking about.
No. And we'd make fun of ourselves.
Yeah. But I sat up in the booth for the whole broadcast. And we had a great time.
Well,
of course, I won the picking again.
You're right, yeah. Greg's greatest line ever to me about the WNBA, and it lives in infamy. It may even be on that other Twitter the guy has of famous Greg quotes. He's added one, by the way, from last week. Anyway, when he said the only thing less interesting than watching men play basketball is watching women play basketball.
Okay.
God, what a good line.
Yeah. Well,
how about
Greg,
it?
you said it.
Hey,
I don't think I said
Greg, yes, you did, and it was accurate. Okay. Greg, don't apologize for being truthful.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Guys, I actually found Greg initially posted this himself, and I think I found the post. Here's dog, post to Endegarm.
Endegarm? Y'all look at that. Endegarm.
That's really good.
You know, y'all are all over this. I can't argue it.
You can't.
It ain't my gift.
It's not your gift, Greg, but you know you're a gift to many.
Don't be scared to post it.
I am. I'm going to have to step up and start actually writing my own post.
Yeah.
You're a gift
You know,
to
and
many.
when she read it back to me, I think when y'all read it, y'all actually, I was just lying to myself and saying that sounds kind of like me. And then when y'all broke it down, I was like, well, that didn't sound like me at all.
Well, Greg, if a lot
I
of
thought
us,
no emoji would do it.
a lot of
but
us
I
out
need
there,
to do a little better.
A lot of us out there have seen many posts from your wife, and they're always, especially if she tries to go serious.
She does good at words.
They're very well written,
Oh,
and we can see her voice in this and hear it. And that's not you.
No.
I mean, there's lines in there you would have never said.
No.
And although she's trying to dumb it down,
Right.
she just doesn't have the ability to dumb it to my level.
Nobody
too
can,
sweet.
Greg.
She's too nice.
Yeah.
Did you just say she does good with words and such?
Yeah.
And such.
I don't know what that means.
That's a great.
Well,
right
like
there.
putting emojis with it and all that.
Right. Look, it's even with the team text group.
So I refuse to do
when something comes from you that's very thoughtful, we know that you didn't.
No,
didn't
sometimes
even
it is me.
No. When talking, I saw Greg chime in on Hunter's kidney stone. I thought, well, Lisa's got his phone forever.
No, that was me.
Hey, really
That
praying
was
for
me.
you. Hope things work out. Well, heck, that was Lisa.
That was me 100%. I started putting emoji of somebody like screaming.
You know, they have so many emojis now. It is kind of fun looking through them all
It
to see if you
is.
find one that fits the situation.
My favorite is the guy that's pregnant.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. That's a good emoji.
That's great.
Isn't that good?
Or you get
I'm gonna work
creative
on
and
it.
string 2 or 3 of them together.
Right, yeah.
I may try to send one out today.
Greg, why?
buddy.
It's so, Greg, you're acting like that we're upset about this. You're out there. People like it.
Listen, what's funny?
This is better
It
than
isn't
nothing.
just y'all. Every comment was that doesn't say Greg. Every hey, good one, Lisa. That was awesome.
But now,
Stuff like that.
but part of me thinking you got something now. Don't ever write it yourself.
Kind of a good. You're right.
No,
And now that's the joke.
that may become your thing.
I like that
Top of the
for
hour.
many reasons.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so let's talk a little bit. I mean, you hear us talking more and more about health here as we age, but this one affects, are you ready for this? 100 million of you. Okay, so you're like, what, 100 million? Yeah, 100 million Americans have fatty liver. 100 million, which is why Liver Health Formula, the supplement that we've been talking about, has already sold over 2 million bottles. You know why? Because they have something that 100 million people need. So why don't you go right now to getliverhelp.com/Bubba. I'm just going to tell you, I'm not trying to get on us, but we don't treat our liver very well. I mean, we don't. Americans, we throw everything at our livers: GMOs, cholesterol, alcohol, toxins, Tylenol, statins, cigarettes. All of the things I just listed can give us sluggish, fatty liver that makes us gain weight and feel tired all the time. So for decades, we've known that the liver's a biggie. 500 key functions daily the liver is responsible for. So you'd think you'd want to treat it with a little more priority. Liver Health Formula is an all-natural supplement. It's got 12 clinically proven botanicals that help recharge and protect your liver. Now, because you are watching this show or listening to this show, if you go to getliverhelp.com/Bubba, there is a free bonus gift for you, a free bottle of their blood sugar formula that can help you reduce your sugar cravings, because we can overdo the sugar too. So go to getliverhelp.com/Bubba and tell your liver that you're there to say thank you for all it does for you.
Even
Yeah, what are they going to do if they score against Sweden? They're going to act like they're eating Swiss cheese? Is that, I don't know. You know, since they were doing tea.
That's pretty
I mean, what is Sweden known for? I just said Swiss cheese. That's all I could think of.
I guess that's Swiss. That's Switzerland.
Yeah, that's
whatever.
Switzerland. Yeah, I don't even. What does Sweden do?
To me, that's the same country.
It is. I've always thought the same thing.
Where is ABBA from now? You got me worried. I was
almost made.
Not sure.
Aren't they Sweden?
They may. I
don't know.
They are.
Greg, I almost made a pocket knife joke.
I
realized. Wait a minute.
They're known
I'm
for
confusing them
chocolate.
again.
What
Sweden known for
what
chocolate?
if they all
Chocolate?
What if they all line up and sing an ABBA song? Wouldn't it be great?
Which one?
Take a chance.
Is that the one you want? Is that the one you want? I noticed you picked that out of them.
Waterloo.
Yeah, that might be more accurate if they're winning.
Look, guys, I don't care what the women's soccer team does. I mean,
What? Wait a minute. Time out. What?
They
You're
do
not
have a
watching
good
World Cup
cheese,
final?
Greg.
Good cheese. I like cheese.
They do have a good cheese.
Who don't like cheese? I like cheese.
I cut the cheese.
Careful.
Y'all acting like the Netherlands have no chance.
What are they known for?
Who cares?
What's the Netherlands? What are they known for?
Oh, you just asking a lot.
Is that the Danish? Is the
Where's
Dutch
your
in there
computer?
mixed in with them?
I can't. I get confused by all
That's
these.
Denmark.
Can you not look this up?
When
I know that, but where's all that?
When
When
you-
you your Google assistant?
Listen, when you take me into that Nordic world, and you know all of that,
I think that's where the Van Halen brothers are from.
you know, Adler's got a tie to that world.
Does he?
Oh yeah.
Well, this is a cheese matchup. They both will do some cheese.
Oh boy.
Well, cheese now.
So anyway.
Excuse me.
So
You
anyway.
like that Munster cheese? Where's it from? I like it.
Do you really?
How about they're
Yeah.
known for their tulips, their windmills?
They're big on hot dogs.
Windmills. I knew.
yeah.
it.
Have you
Their
seen
canals?
Have you seen the 30 for 30 yet about the eating contest, the champions?
No.
Have you seen that?
I haven't
real.
got to sit down and watch it.
It's
yet,
real.
but I know.
It really did happen.
Well, I got a really good joke I was going to say,
But
I
I'm
can't.
glad you didn't.
about
They got-
about what they're known for.
Greg,
Brown
happy-
Swedish.
Happy Independence Day.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got you. Just don't do it. So
How about did you know that brown cheese, even though
Brown cheese? I'm
everybody
not
think
into that.
that's what awesome foods from Norway. Technically, it's not a cheese at all. They say.
why are you over Norway?
Well, then it's not cheese.
ABBA is from
so good.
ABBA is from
Why
Sweden.
are you over in Norway?
Also, listen, I want y'all to listen to what all's happening.
Is Norway and the Netherlands the same thing?
No, it's not.
I was just searching, and that was a related link. I didn't know that.
What's considered Netherlands?
What's all that world? Where's the
Hey,
Netherlands?
they'll clog over there.
Greenland?
We got Norway. We got Sweden.
Norway, Sweden,
We got
Finland, all that's one. Then you got
like to clog.
Where is Norway?
Right there.
All right, where's the Netherlands?
Yep.
Up
Oh, it's not very big at all.
No, it's small.
I've been there. I've been to
How
Amsterdam.
about they have more bikes than people
Bubba, hit the
in
bell.
the Netherlands?
Well, I don't want to go there.
Sweden got some room.
No, he wears a bunch
What
of
if we all
bikes.
rode our bikes to work?
I
And then you
like
got
a
the,
bike,
you
but I
got the
don't wanna-
Baltic states there with, next to Russia that was part of the Soviet
They
Union.
like the licorice.
Look how tiny.
Oh, that's not a good product.
The Dutch like the
Lithuania and
licorice.
all those.
Really?
Yeah.
So the Dutch are in that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. The Dutch are there.
Oh yeah.
Sure.
Wooden shoes.
Yes, they're known for that. Greg.
But look,
There
just
you go.
given
don't
the
still do
chance.
wooden
Land of the dikes.
Listen, given the chance that ABBA might perform, I
Scared
have
me,
to go
Greg.
with Sweden.
Huh?
I have to go with Sweden over the Netherlands.
Is that who you're pulling for?
Yeah, I think so.
They clearly have the upper hand.
Just because of the ABBA factor.
Well, can you imagine though? You're putting on your uniform and you're trying to get angry. We need to be like playing at Ron or somebody.
But Rick, I don't think Ron plays.
They're enriching your
Wasn't there a
uranium.
lot of
Yeah.
between the U.S.
They're
and
back at home spinning up yellow cake.
wasn't there a lot of trash talking between the U.S. and England before the match? Isn't that one because something
I
about
have
the
no idea.
coach, the England, the English coach or something? I don't know.
What
I saw some stories in show prep a couple of days prior.
Well, what I would have done,
I think they were saying who had the worst haircut.
what I would have done, but they won't do it because they're not patriotic. I would have said after that goal, we just declared our independence from you again.
Yeah,
we leaving you again. We're going to leave the semis and leave you behind and go to the championship, 4th of July. God bless the USA. We're done. Here we go. 6 minutes past the hour. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here for another week. There's Bill Bubba Bussy.
Hey,
Hey,
there
Bubba.
he is. There he is.
Let's go. So we'll continue to update you from the weekend. One of the things that happened over the weekend, a lot of college football. Like I said, I didn't see a whole lot of it. I saw a little bit of the what was the early game that was a big game?
Ohio State, Penn State.
Oh yeah, Ohio State, Penn State.
Went about like we all predicted.
Yeah, I was wrong. I thought Penn State might do something.
Well, the problem is both teams, which the first time I'd seen either one of them play, both of them, their quarterback play's got to get better. I mean, their quarterback play's rough. I mean, they're missing people wide open, overthrowing people. Both of them are struggling for their quarterbacks to take over the team. And both defenses are good. That had a lot to do with it. But there were times when those quarterbacks had people wide open, they couldn't hit them. So they're gonna.
Hadn't seen any of that lately.
No, and then
well, that's what it looked like.
Right? Yeah,
that's honestly what it looked like.
It was ugly, wasn't it?
It was.
Yeah, it was really ugly.
I know what you're referencing. And that's exactly what it looked like.
Matter of fact, it looks like college football's hurting for good quarterback play. You know, if you're a good quarterback, you really stand out right now.
Yeah,
because the quarterbacks all look rough.
Bo Nick's having a good year.
Yeah, he is.
Good.
Yeah,
and I've also
how did he do in the?
They did good.
Yeah, they did good.
You know what's
and
so
I think
funny?
he set a record for the most starts by quarterback in a career.
But didn't Washington State get after them a little bit?
They
stretched out. Okay.
What's funny? This is when Oregon brings their old uniforms out. You know,
which I like.
The old, the yellow
like
and
the
green
Oakland
ones
A's.
with the O on the
Yeah,
side.
I like that uniform. I do. So anyway, so that happened. I know that Utah beat USC.
Yeah,
which we thought that might happen. And the Alabama-Tennessee game, I watched about
2 halves.
It was like 2 different games.
I watched not all of it. I guess I saw probably 2.5 quarters of it because, and I'll tell you in a minute. We headed over and did something on Saturday night, but it was interesting because I don't understand. I mean, these football coaches, they're paid gillions. Okay,
I mean
gillions.
Some of them $1 million a game now.
And I am a absolute good one. I'm talking about a good one. I mean, honestly, I think that I have.
You're borderline dandy.
Yeah, I have some traits that I can help you organize your program, help you maybe have more discipline with the players. But when it comes to X's and O's, I mean, I'm an idiot. But
you know more than you let on, Rick.
But watching some of the most stupid decisions, just as Bubba, men that sit outside and whittle outside the hardware store would say, asinine, is it Heupel? Is that his name?
Yeah, Josh Heupel. These going for it on 4th down.
Who's done a really good job up to this.
You're winning the game.
Yeah.
You're up by 3. You really have missed opportunities to close the door. There's no doubt about that. Your red zone and Alabama and Tennessee both in the red zone are not very good.
Should have been 21-0.
Right.
Really easy.
But you still are up by 3, okay? And you're trying to get to halftime, up by 3. And you have the ball at midfield, okay, or just in the third quarter. But anyway,
yeah, it was
third quarter. You're up by 3. You still kind of
They were up 20-7.
You're right, at halftime. You're right. Yeah. So you're still up by 3. And, Alabama, as you knew, they would do. They're getting it together, as they're going to do, because they're well coached. And they do have players. And I will tell you that right now, we may be watching as good a coaching job by Nick Saban this year as he's ever done. This is not a very good football team, and look where he has them. Yep. I mean, when I say not good compared to Alabama standards,
they're good.
They're still good, but this is not a great Alabama team, and he is finding ways for them to win. I mean, the whole staff, but he's overseeing it. Where they were week 1 and where they are now, you see this. This is good.
Building.
This is good coaching right now.
Yeah, it is.
And so you're at midfield. You're up by 3. Your defense is playing well, and Alabama's offense is having some glimmers, but they can turn the ball over. The quarterback has already turned the ball over once. You're getting to him. He's not a phenomenal quarterback, meaning he's just going to go down the field and slice and dice, meaning your defense versus their offense is an opportunity.
Yeah, it's a good matchup for you.
So don't make it easy on the Alabama offense by doing something stupid, like giving them half the field by trying to go for it on 4th down. And then if you're going to go for it on 4th down, at least call a play that has a chance. I mean, this going for it on 4th down all the time where these coaches, they're looking at their, the analytics and all that.
Yeah.
That's the latest thing.
Whoever sold y'all these analytics, I don't know if it's supposed to analyze a way to be stupid because this is just dumb football stuff. And, punt the ball, back them up deep.
Yeah, what if you put them out into in their own 10-yard line or something? You might cause some pressure, something crazy happen.
Yeah.
I mean, but Rick, here's the thing: I don't mind going for it. I don't mind playing aggressive. based on the situation.
Yeah, don't do it
when
just for
you're
the sake
up,
of doing
yeah,
it.
when you're up by 3 at midfield, no. That on the road, no. Now if you're up 20, 20-7 or something like that, or you're down 20-7,
Right.
maybe.
No.
If it's early in the game and you're trying to build momentum, I'd even look at that. Play aggressive. I don't have a problem with that. But in that situation, you're just giving them an opportunity to get back in the game.
I don't understand it. I really don't, because only thing can happen in this situation, to me, the odds, if you love analytics, of this being bad, because if you don't make it, you have given a gift. If you punt, your worst case scenario is an average offense is backed up in their own territory, and you have a good defense, and you're up by 3.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, that's just smart football, and making that decision is just dumb. I mean, I know we try to, I'm trying to win the game. Well, it doesn't look like it. I mean, to me, if you win the game, you still got to play smart. And I'm not saying it was just, I see this going on all over college football.
Oregon and Washington.
I'm sitting there going, what in the world? Yeah, Oregon, Washington.
And if you're going to make the call.
Ole Miss does it every week.
Oh, they've been doing it since, remember, against Bama that year when he was bragging about his analytics and he went for it twice at midfield
stupid.
and they got destroyed.
So stupid.
But, Rick, if you're going to do it, if you've got to do it, if it's burning in your soul, I got to go on 4th down. I much prefer some type of option where the quarterback can make a decision based on it. Once you lock in and say, look, we're going up the middle, and they snuff you, you got at least some kind of rollout where he has a RPO, some type of option ability so they can adjust to the situation, because you never know who's going to miss a block, who's going to make a great defensive play and get off a block. At least you can adjust to it.
Yeah, the only problem is the way some of these quarterbacks are playing, they have to make the right decision.
You got to do that. That's always.
And I don't know that but all these can make real good decisions right now. But after the game was over, but hey, give credit. I didn't see the rest of it when I left. Alabama had just gone up as I was driving to where we were going, and then they went ahead and shut the door. And like I say, that Alabama staff right now, if you're an Alabama fan, they're coaching their butts off right now. They really are. So anyway, but after the game was over,
a lot of average fans may think this is a bad year. We're not coaching good because we're not as good as we have been.
They're coaching their butts off right now. They got it. They got an offensive line that's suspect.
It's getting better.
They got a quarterback that's athletic but still learning. And they are coaching these guys up.
They get sacked all the time, and it's still overcome it.
Yeah,
I mean they get sacked a lot.
Yeah. So
and a lot of that's on the quarterback holding the ball.
Yeah. And it wouldn't surprise me at all if they beat LSU this week too.
Oh, yeah. In fact, they should.
Yeah. All right. So after the game was over, somebody decided to run on the field, and if you want to see the difference in running on the field in Alabama, you're about to see it. Here is
just watch Yellow Jacket. Okay. Yellow Jacket played some ball, and he is about to intercept, no pun intended, the streaker. He's really not a streaker. He's just a guy that ran.
If you're not
field.
naked, you're not a streaker.
Now, when is this? There's like nobody in the stadium.
Yeah.
He tackled him that hard, and they wouldn't even.
This looks like an hour after. What in the world?
Who does the streaker think he's impressed?
Look, they're mowing the grass. There's a lawnmower on the field.
This is. I didn't realize this. Oh. This idiot.
Yeah, that's what
gets decleated, not for the crowd. There's nobody there. The staff is there. The cleanup crew.
I tell you what,
he's got a buddy taking
the camera's
video.
there, and we appreciate it.
Boom! Boy, that's a good hit.
Look, he's out.
That is a great
He
hit.
is out.
That is a great
He
hit.
is out.
Look.
Greg Nick.
Oh, he's out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Boy, he got
now
hit.
he is shirtless.
Yeah, he got hit hard.
Yeah.
So that's good defense right there. What a great hit.
Guys,
Did you see how he brought his arms?
Yeah,
Did you see how he brought his arms through?
Yeah, if you want to know.
Now they're all yelling at him.
If you want to know where it is, about the 20-yard line's where it happened.
That's as good as it gets.
You see how he brought his arms through? He locked up. Oh,
I see why
hit.
he got knocked out. First thing he hit was the back of his head.
Yeah, don't run on the field naked.
I like how they're trying to pick him up.
Bright Denny.
I mean, why now is what I mean.
What is he doing?
Y'all, they're close to wrapping up and closing out the stadium. They're really close to it. And now you're going to do that?
I don't know who he was trying to impress.
That ended the buzz right there, didn't it?
It did. That was the end of it. We go phone calls next. All 10 lines are available. 866 We Be Big. You're up, America.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That's what I would have done.
Or maybe do a curtsy like you're, honoring the queen on your way out.
Oh, that wouldn't have been
look
bad.
at you.
Adios.
Mm-hmm.
We got Queens too, but they stay in New Orleans.
That's what it is. We could be celebration.
Just a little trash talk.
What if we became celebration consultants?
That would be good.
And people came to us on, hey, what's a new celebration? And we were consultants on what to do.
What if we sat down and your team could come in and they said, we'd like to trash talk our next opponent. If y'all got some consulting, yeah, absolutely. All right, tell us a little about your opponent.
But the
We
point
could travel the country and have seminars on it.
The point is, you saw where they had the rivalry with England, and they got fired up for that. But how do you get fired up for Sweden or the
Well, that's what I'm saying. They'd have to come say yes.
Who's mad at them? You know?
Take a chance.
Take a chance. Take a chance.
She could pretend. I saw Adler put this up. If we score, he could pretend to eat Swedish fish.
Yeah.
Swedish fish candy.
Hey, I don't know if people would
I
get
don't know
that.
what that
though.
is. I've never seen.
You've never seen? Put it up there, Adler. Again, if
Is
you got
it
time.
chocolate?
No, it's not chocolate. It's kind of like something in that world that you like, Bob.
Oh, really?
At a weird candy world.
Huh.
You've never seen Swedish fish?
Never.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So that's it. So polka dot it is. Bubba, what would you have voted for?
I was going with Skywalker.
I was too, not because I think it fits him the best.
Yeah.
I just like saying.
I do too.
I
Yeah.
do love Star
Yeah.
Wars, though.
Yeah.
I was gonna
Do
say.
you really?
Oh yeah, I do.
You
I have
didn't
an
talk
actual.
about
I have a replica
What about
lightsaber at my
Polka
house.
Skywalker then?
Now,
Well, let's not do that.
well, especially when you find out later he's your brother. But how about the
Goodness,
new
you are here all week.
How about knew a little more Star Wars than everybody thought I did? Didn't you? But so I was late to the Star Wars thing, so I was an adult when I actually saw it for the first time.
Oh boy!
But I noticed the new one coming out. It's called like the Rise of Skywalker.
The Rise of
or something
Skywalker.
like that.
It's the last movie in the trilogy of the newer movies that are made by Disney. So it's being directed by J.J. Abrams, who is the same guy who did The Force Awakens.
Doesn't he do Transformers too?
No, that's Michael Bay.
Okay.
J.J. Abrams did the Star Trek remakes. He did the first two Star Trek remakes. So this movie is going to finish off the saga of the whole Star Wars. So, and Disney said that they're going to take a break from Star Wars for a little bit, and they're going to release movies a year apart from one another. So
yeah, so
a whole year apart.
So I guess, Greg, I hate to do this. This means this is the end of the prequels.
No, this isn't the prequels. These are the sequels.
Spin-offs.
These
to prequels.
These are the movies that came out. See, the original movies came out in the from the 70s to the 80s, and these are after with Harrison Ford. The original.
Okay, so this one kept.
These are the side stories that are giving you the backstory to the story you already know.
No. Okay, so in the 80s, you had the original trilogy with Harrison Ford, Mark Hamill. That was episode 4, 5, 6. They later in the 2000s made the prequels, which
1,
they
2, 3.
told that.
Right.
These are episodes 7, 8, 9. These take place after the originals. So that's why you see Harrison Ford as Han Solo, Mark Hamill as Luke Skywalker.
Right.
And
I'm going to say something here that I'm going to regret because it's going to make me more confused. Because I think I'm okay except for the thing Bubba mentioned. Now, everybody listen to him for just a minute. When I was growing up and then didn't see these till I was an adult, because for some reason I wasn't interested in Star Wars as a kid, I watched episode 3, 4, and 5. Everybody with me? All right, hang on just a second. So then somebody decided they were going to give you 1, 2, and 3. And we didn't. That's when you got Jar Jar Binks and all that.
All
stuff.
that.
Hang on, stay. We don't get ahead of me. So then that gave us. Now we're now 1 through 6. All right.
In the books.
In the books. Okay.
But not in that order.
And then, to Bubba's point, if I'm not mistaken, they also then released some movie that wasn't that deal. That was just some sidebar of, hey, we tried to stop the Empire for getting this weapon, and that was a made up sidebar story.
No, you are that. So that movie is Star Wars. Star Wars Rogue One. It tells the story of how in the first Star Wars movie, or episode 4, how they got the Death Star plans.
Yeah. Okay.
It shows about that.
Now we call that the side.
So would we consider that movie to be number 7?
You would consider that to be 3.5.
I got a headache.
You got 3.5 in the very middle.
How do you fit Pokemon on top of all this? That's impossible.
So the movie that I just saw the promo for.
Thank you, Adler, for showing this. This helps.
Will now be number 9 and
That'll
end
be
it?
number 9. That will be to end the Skywalker saga.
Never say end. Since Disney has it will never end.
Understand. Okay.
So here you go. Here's a graphic. Yeah, there you go.
Do you agree with this graphic? You got any problem with this graphic we're seeing on YouTube right now?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
I'd like to point out that he's incredibly coachable, by the way. He has not said the entire time.
He'll make an adjustment.
Yes.
God, I love kids.
I do too. I do too.
Glad we didn't call him that.
It is 21 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. Rick and Bubba Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge today. For those of you in Sweet Home, Alabama, at participating Buffalo Wild Wings, it goes to Venice's Foundation. So go out and enjoy the delicious food at those participating locations today. 10% will go to that great organization. All right, phone calls to the real Greg Burgess on the phones. Lines are available for you at 866-WE-BE-BIG. All you got to do is dial it up and go. We'll start with Larry, also in Sweet Home, Alabama. Larry, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, Rick, Bubba, I got a question about 80s music. Rick, this is probably not going to be in your wheelhouse of the music. You're more of a hard rocker. Bubba, this is a Morris Day and the Time question. Can you help me out?
Come on.
In the song Jungle Love, he says Jesse and Jerome. Well, we know who Jerome is. Well, who is Jesse?
That is one of the other band members. Let's see. That's Jesse Johnson. And he went on to form Jesse Johnson's Review.
Well, I knew you would know the answer.
And he had two hits. One called "I Want Back My Girl," and I can't. Or God, what was it? I'm gonna look it up for you because they're two. I love both of those songs. Just hang on a second. I'm gonna tell you. Okay. But that is Jesse Johnson.
So Speedy would be y'all's Jerome because we know what he does, and Jesse would be like Helmsley. We don't know what he does. He's just there. So I didn't know that.
Yeah, there you go.
So,
that's
now,
it.
let me tell you what is funny about the time. They had an incredible amount of talent all in one little package. It was almost too much to stay together.
Yeah, like an all-star band.
Yep. He went on to form Jesse Johnson's Review. That was the name of it. And one of them, the song was called... Gosh, I might have to find it.
Let's go to Flip. Flip, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Good morning, Biggins. How are y'all today?
Good.
Thought I got him.
Can somebody explain to me why, when it's fourth and got 4th and 1 or 4th and less than 1, these quarterbacks are lining up in a shotgun instead of not underneath the center?
Yeah.
And they don't make it half the time?
Yeah, it's crazy to move the ball that far back.
Yeah.
But that's what they're comfortable with, and we've seen quarterbacks that operate out of the shotgun and try to go under center, and they don't handle that very well. So it's dicey either way.
Here's what I don't understand: why doesn't everybody run the Philadelphia Eagles thing?
Right.
Yeah. Why don't they all line up, get under center, everybody
push
and just push the quarterback forward?
Yeah.
Rick, those two hits by Jesse Johnson was "Be Your Man" and "I Want My Girl."
Yeah, you got one of them right. You had that one.
Look at you.
Let's go to Carrie.
Wanna be your man, baby.
Yeah, I don't. Flip, I don't know. I'm going to put the list on the list of things that I don't understand about football, modern college football today. I'm in the shotgun, and when I can now push with offensive linemen and tight ends and fullbacks, I don't know what I'm doing. The other is I don't know why we're wearing duplicate numbers. I even watched announcers this weekend and didn't know who was hurt because two people wear the same numbers. I don't understand that. It makes me lay awake at night. And then now the new thing, we got to stop with the shorts. Now we're turning football pants into shorts. See, no one ever knows how to balance these things. They wanted to let you expose your knees if you wanted to, if that was up to you, which I don't know why you'd want to do that other than run fast, but it's dangerous. But see, we can't stop there.
Yeah, they're wearing shorts.
I just don't want it above my knees. Now it's got to be on my thighs. Yeah. So now we're wearing shorts. So all this must be stopped.
Rick, I saw a kicker, and I can't remember what team he was on, and it looked like he had on brief underwear out there.
No,
I mean, that's all
100%.
it looked like. I was like, can you do that?
And you hear a lot about the quarterbacks in shotgun, and I get that. Hey, he's not under center a lot. What, the center and the quarterback can't go over for a 5-minute session and take 20 snaps at practice from under the center?
They're just I think they're uncomfortable
it takes
being
5
up
minutes
that
to go
close.
through that every day at practice.
I just think they're uncomfortable being up that close to the line and seeing those guys.
Oh,
as opposed to standing. What else would it be?
Well,
here's because I've seen so many of them that can't do it. They fumble every time they go under center.
Here's a weird concept. Maybe I'm losing my mind. You work on it at practice.
That's what
you do. Here's our shotgun package. Here's our under center package, and you work on both of them.
Y'all get on the side over there. And
you mean to tell me it's too much to ask for my quarterback that he can do both?
Come on.
I mean, is that just too big a reach?
It's ridiculous.
We continue. Let's go to Carrie in Birmingham.
Especially for the tush push.
Right. Which, by the way, let's not call it that.
That's the name of it.
Yeah, I know, but remember there was a lot of backlash on that. I think it's also the name of a nightclub in San Francisco.
No, it's the name of a dance.
Carrie in Birmingham. Carrie, go ahead.
It's just a rugby play, basically.
Hey, y'all. This is Carrie. I am driving from Panama City Beach to Birmingham. I'm moving back to Birmingham today. Roll Tide. And as small as they are, they hurt so much. But I just wanted to for y'all to imagine a porcupine going through the gate.
No, I don't want to. I do not want to. I do not want to. I literally uncontrollably just sat up in my chair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just squeezed some muscle. I don't know what you call it, but I squeezed it really hard.
Mike in Georgia.
Yikes.
Mike, go ahead.
Morning, fellas.
Hey, buddy.
As much as I hate that Hunter's going through what he's going through, but imagine what it would have been had he already made it to the hospital and Bubba and Betty was at their party, and they had to show up to the emergency room in their costume.
Yeah,
I know. And you know
don't want
what?
to wish that on anybody but Mike. We all were thinking it.
I thought that too. I thought, what if we're sitting here in the emergency room and I have a hunter gear on, hunting gear on, and Betty is looking like a deer.
Golly, so good. Doggone it.
And look, if it had been about 2 hours later, that's what it would have been.
It almost happened.
As a matter of fact, Betty was had begun the process to get ready. She had some other things she was doing, and all that had begun. So,
wow, Danielle, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Good morning. How are you?
Good, great, good.
My question is, why was not a flag thrown when
like us.
number 44 for Tennessee hit Roy Dale Williams? Or Pride from Hueytown.
Yeah, you're talking about the punch where he was trying to punch the ball out, but he just hit. It just looked like an assault. Yeah,
you talking about Roy D?
He punched him.
I can weigh in on that because everybody's against Bama. I mean, everybody cheats. All the referees cheat, and they want Bama to lose, but we overcome it anyway. A road tide.
I understand the punch out play, but when you miss. And it was a little late.
I was going to say, he's on the ground. It's a little late to try it.
That clearly should have been a flag.
Yeah.
Clearly should have been a flag because he just punched him in the head. I mean, that's all it was. It was just a head punch. I mean, you just can't punch people in the head laying on the ground.
No,
I mean, no matter what your intention was.
Yeah.
Hey, it's Roy D. from Hueytown. A road tide and go Gophers.
Yeah, that was one of the glaring misses of the game for sure.
Yeah, there's been a lot of glaring misses. I think it may be time. I'm here, and our dad said it. I'm out here, and I've got a guy with a part-time job, and he can cost me my full-time job. Maybe we should get into full-time officials. Up the salary.
They would probably agree to that.
Yeah, let's drop all the part-time stuff.
And how about everything should be reviewable? If a guy's sitting up in the top watching it, he goes, "The guy just punched him. Throw a flag."
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Especially since our history with it.
True.
So,
so many reasons.
You're right.
It actually releases on my birthday too, which
Really?
is close to it. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Will you go?
All right.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna be real careful here.
Uh-oh.
It's obviously that you like the Pokemon stuff and the Star Wars. We've established that.
Wow, boy, we're off in a
Your
deep
name
hole here.
your name is Polkadon, and all you have to answer to this is just yes or no. I'm not going to expand on it because Greg and Bubba will know why when I say it, because I think we have enough going. Are you interested in the superhero stuff at all?
Yes.
The Marvel DC thing?
Oh yeah. Yes.
All right, that's all I'm going to say.
Yes.
I need to take you
It was just
to
a
the
gift.
side, and we need to watch Smokey and the Bandit.
Oh, that's one of my dad's favorite movies. My dad.
We got to break this cycle.
My dad said that should have won an Oscar.
Oh, it's the greatest movie ever.
Oh yeah, that's why my dad loves you, Greg. That's why
There's nothing wrong with it. We just need to break it up a little bit. You're getting a little too deep in this weird stuff.
All right.
Hey, it's all good.
How about Raising Arizona? You ever seen that?
No, I've never seen that.
That's another good one.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubs, welcome back, buddy.
Hey, glad to be back. Hope everybody had a great 4th of July weekend, all that stuff. Some people were off the whole week.
Yep.
Some of us a day or two.
Sure.
Some people worked right through it, but I think they probably got around the barbecue grill at some point in time.
Yep, yeah, it was a lot going on. I was I was thinking to myself with our new friend from France that's here, and I thought about this. I said, obviously, you made the decision you wanted to come to the United States of America, and you could have ended up anywhere.
Oh, I know.
I said, but by the grace of God, you're in Alabama. Mm-hmm. So I said, you're learning what's still good about America down this way. Imagine if he'd landed like in L.A. or something like that.
Oh,
can you imagine?
Well, one, he'd have an earthquake.
Well, that's true, and he would have an awful garbage problem and rats and disease and rolling blackouts. But other than that, it'd be great.
So it will be interesting for me to for all of us to see how Gabriel, what his perception of the U.S. is and what it will be before he leaves.
Well, and he's learning it. He's learning. It's a big old country.
Yeah,
and so it's a different America wherever you land. I'm just thankful we landed down south.
Yep.
And let me tell you one thing, that little fella took to a cat head biscuit. I bet.
I bet.
Well,
who wouldn't?
Yeah. What's funny is, it's just like us. I mean, he certainly knows English better than we know French, by far.
Well, he probably knows English better than we know English.
We know English, and so he can pretty much, if everybody talks at a good pace,
right,
his understanding of English is almost perfect.
Right.
Now, of course, you can always understand it better than you can speak it when you're learning a new language, but he can speak it pretty well. But
we got Google Translate if all else fails.
But what's funny is when you're speaking another language, it sounds sometimes so robotic, which is funny.
Right.
Because like he got that cat head biscuit for the first time, and we were all just waiting, and he tore into it. And I said, "What do you think about that?" He looked. I said, "Do you like that?" He says, "Yes." Yes. Look at that face.
Oh, look at it.
You think he's not glad to be in Alabama right there? Gosh, he could have had an English muffin if he'd have been in the wrong place.
Stuck with a croissant.
Yeah. So, he knew he'd found something. He keeps ordering them, too. He knows he's found something then. And
they're widely available.
Yep. He's already had his ribs. He's had his barbecue. And I asked him if Bastille Day was as big a celebration as what he saw. He said, no, not this big.
35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We are back. Thank you for being with us today. A brand new Rick and Bubba University, the podcast is out. Raymond Arroyo, our guest. Catch it wherever you get podcasts. Well, over the weekend, a couple things. I do have a bone to pick with the staff. We'll do that next. But so one of the things that Sherry and I, my wife Sherry, and I did this weekend, we went to see the new couple, the Mr. and Mrs. Young Broderick Burgess. They were back for their honeymoon.
Well, the newlyweds.
Went over to the newlyweds townhouse, which Camtastic is trying to get that all set up and put her mark on there. And so we went by to see them, have dinner with them, and I noticed when I opened up the refrigerator to get out a water, I noticed HelloFresh in the refrigerator.
Hello, Fresh.
And I said, Camtastic, did you buy it? She goes, this is the greatest thing ever. And she said, what? And so she got all the recipe cards out for me and showed me the meals that she'd ordered. She said, this is the simplest way to meal plan. And talk about how inexpensive it was and how, use the HelloFresh.com/Bubba to get 50% off. And I said, well, you know what? You are just, I didn't think you could get any better. But right now, if you are not using HelloFresh.com/Bubba, there is a better way to meal plan, a better way to grocery shop. And in the fall, there's so many great flavors. Now, she said she almost got the apple cider cake with caramel sauce, but she said we're trying to do a little better. But that's out there. Young Broderick was fired up watching football with the barbecue pulled pork nachos. That's one. But there's all kinds of cool things the chefs have come up with. Fall perfect recipes to enjoy. All the ingredients. And she showed me the little bag. And, of course, I knew this, too. And she said, look, here's all my stuff to make the meal. Here's my recipe card. We looked at those, and you can keep the recipe cards and keep doing them on your own if you want to. But go to HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Use the code Bubba right now. Pick out all your meals. You can even pick out snacks and, a quick breakfast, whatever. They've got it all. And then you just prepare the meals, and right now we get you 50% off. It's cheaper than grocery shopping. It's a lot less expensive than carry out or DoorDash and Uber Eats and all that. Use the code Bubba.
Get America's #1 meal kit by going to HelloFresh.com/Bubba, 50% off, and they'll ship it right to your door. Also, the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Okay, so who here on the staff do I need to see about why I spent part of my weekend watching Virgin River? Who do I need to see about that?
It ain't me. I'm out.
Who do I need to see about that?
Bubba's
Who,
out of the
who's,
game.
who's,
That should be your brother.
Who did this?
And I may have had a little bit to do with it, but I think Greg is the main one.
You did draft
this?
slightly.
I did draft slightly,
Because
although
what
I
was
have
it?
not watched it
This
all.
is like binging Hallmark movies. What are we?
That's exactly what it
What
is.
are we doing?
Hey,
I mean,
did you get caught up in it?
Well, no, I don't.
Yeah, why'd you get caught up in it?
I'm a little concerned about Jack. but look, I mean, it's.
Did you go back to season 1?
Why won't he talk to somebody about what his issues?
I know, Rick.
but no. What I'm saying is this.
What about Preacher? What are we gonna do with him?
I don't know
See?
what.
he's in
I
it.
think I'm watching the first season because.
Yeah, there's like 4. But
Oh,
you need
no.
to get caught up, Rick.
He
'cause
would know.
The next one comes out around Christmas.
No. I got 4 of these. Yeah. 4 already done.
I stopped after 2.
Virgin River.
I think it's 4, right? 3 or 4. And then
Wait a minute. This not
one they split the last one, so it's going to pick back up right.
Listen
at
to his
Christmas.
passion behind it.
But I know. Is this
But now
you?
you
Did
tell you
Lisa
one
do
worse
this?
is the other one we like.
Who?
Yeah, but he's not watching that. Don't bring me into
Who
that.
do I need to see about
Summer
this?
Lisa
Lisa started it.
Is it you?
William Gregory Burgess is who you need
It
to
seems
see.
like we were talking about an event. I know I was the Silence of the Lambs instead of watching the ball game that time, but I threw out Virgin River one time. I missed something. I said I was watching Virgin River.
Right. And the good news is, well, from what I can gather, it's like a Hallmark thing. It's
Hallmark City.
It's clean. I mean, they have some, even if a situation starts.
And I wish I lived there.
Even if a situation starts that you think is going down, a road, they just cut away. Like, I don't know why they don't do that all the time.
I know.
But of course, I tell you what I did get called on is anytime there looks like some people are going to spend some time together and they don't show anything, it cuts away. I was told that if I make the joke about the name of the river again, every time somebody, I said, I'll tell you one thing, she's going to get kicked out of Virgin River. And Sherry said, should I expect this the entire series?
She's trying to get through it.
And I said, yes, I will do that every time.
So you're just starting season 1,
I guess.
or did you jump in?
No, it started off with some woman whose husband's died is trying to start a new life in the middle of nowhere, and for some reason, Otter's mad at her.
Yeah, because they hired her without him
From
knowing.
Animal House.
Yeah, you're the one.
Did he give a great speech?
He didn't.
Now,
need
he
no
plays
help.
a retired doctor in every series.
He does.
Well,
I've
that's
seen him in a different one too.
Yeah, I saw the other one.
The
I haven't
Heart
seen
of
it.
something.
Are we ever going to work through this? Is he going to be done with being mad about it?
He does. He gets.
Yes.
He gets over
Hey.
Yes.
Well, you
I
know
am not
that.
going to sit here and let you talk bad about the United States of America.
Yeah.
I'm just not going to do it.
I actually showed Sherry that.
That is one of the greatest speeches ever.
He was also the vice president in the West Wing. A lot of people don't know that.
I didn't know that.
Oh.
But this is where Sherry and I are 6 years apart, and for the most part, it never comes into play because once you get 59 and 53, I mean,
it's no big
but every now and then, like I said, that's that guy that was Otter in Animal House. She goes, huh?
Oh yeah.
And I said, well, you don't know about the great speech? And she goes, no, I don't know what you're talking about. And I said, what? And of course, we had to be caught up.
It's
I mean,
one-
but
it's one of the great speeches, I think, in American history. I put it right up there with Reagan at the wall.
Well, here's the problem.
Tear
I
down
got.
this wall,
Here's
Mr.
why it's hard
Gorbachev.
to look at. Tell me what yeah. Tell me what I need to do here, because here's where I am, and all of us have been.
Don't
there.
look over here.
And all of us have been there.
Well, you get him on a podcast.
So here's the thing,
Matheson.
and I'm mad at I guess Greg and somewhat you, because I heard you talking
it's
about
me
it
too. But he pulled me in.
Yeah, and for some reason I think Adler's got some kind of underlying something here. Yeah. But here's the problem. I tried to do what I call the end around. As I said, well, you go watch it, baby. If you want to go watch that, that's fine. And then I think, well, I'm going to go out and do whatever I want to do.
Mm-hmm.
But then the card gets put on the table. No, I want us to watch it together. I want you to come down there and watch it with me. And I'm like, I want you. I'm gonna put on my jammies and get out my blanket and we can let's watch it together.
That does sound about right.
And I'm like, oh my, and I'm like, so now I'm in. So I guess I got to make the best of it.
Listen, because you got enough storyline, like you got the behind, Watch That Wood Company. They're a little shady.
No, I noticed that.
You got that. So
Sherry,
you got the lovey-dovey stuff, but then you got the doctor and the people. I mean, it's corny and stupid.
This is
it's
based,
Hallmark.
It
is
is
Hallmark.
I can't believe I'm even telling you this. It's based off that book series, Robin Carr, that all the
How do
women
you know
love.
that?
All the women
How do
love
you know
this
that?
book series, and that's what this is based off.
Up to that moment, I was going to. My disdain was totally on Greg.
The reason I'm bringing that up is I think that may have why it came into Sherry's world. Is she may have been reading that series. I don't know.
Now, Rick,
maybe not.
Well, see,
but we have those books laying around, and one day I was like, "Wait a minute, that's the
Okay.
same series as that."
Oh, but now we'll see how you do on this one, and then we may let you in on Sweet Magnolias.
No, Greg, what are y'all doing to me?
Hey,
Have
next
we-
thing you know, you're going to be sending out thoughtful Instagram posts.
Yeah, see, that's kind of why my Instagram got better.
But what
I
I've noticed,
can't wait for Greg's online Christmas card.
It's gonna be a good one.
we've gone back because Sherry has been getting up with me all year, and we're reading through the Bible, so she's been getting up on my time, which means she goes to sleep real quick. Well, we had a time where I thought that honestly, like all of us, I said, "Baby, I think we're getting to the point you may be suffering from sleep deprivation."
Yeah.
and so.
Go ahead and take a nap, Sherry.
So,
it's all right.
so she started sleeping later for a few days, and she would read, and I'd read, and then we'd talk about it later. Well, she started today back on this because she said we need to be reading it together. Well, and we also had a message this week at church where it really is true. They did a survey which is incredible, and they found that and it's why we tell people when they call here all the time, marriages that when they were interviewed that they put down that they prayed together on a regular basis every day, read scripture together every day, those people divorced at a rate of 0.000, I think, 6. It was less than 1%. Wow. And so, and the ones that didn't were about 50%, hit or miss. So, anyway, so she was like, I know what we're doing is fine, but I need to be getting back up with you. So we did today, but we went back, and when we took a break from that just a little bit, which means she was sleeping more than I was on Friday. So that's when she started on me, was Friday night on this Virgin River thing. I went to sleep so hard. I was so out so fast. And so she'll go ahead and keep watching them, because Sherry has no problem at all if there's something we're watching together for her watching it as much as she wants to, even if I'm not there. She has no commitment to not getting ahead of me. But in this case, I don't care because I don't care about this show. So I have noticed, though, I can miss multiple episodes.
Oh, yeah.
And then sit back down. And I look around. I said, "Has nothing happened?"
You're right.
And she goes, "No, things have been happening." And I'm like, I know everything that's going on. I've missed like 4 episodes. And she goes,
You're right.
I said, "This thing must move slow."
It does.
Yeah, they do.
So anyway, now I'm watching Virgin River, and I'm furious about it.
And you're blaming me for it.
Now, is she going to wait on you to pick back up, or do you think she'll carry on?
No, I just pick up where she is.
No, I'm just talking about like
you
like,
really can, Rick. Us,
she be
we can
watching
just
when you're
walk
not
back
at home? Could you, like when you're not at home at all? Could she start watching?
Oh, of course, it wouldn't affect me at all. No, I don't care about that at all.
Now, Rick, the summer I turned pretty, I'm blaming on him. He brought that in.
This summer I turned pretty.
Wow.
That's all him.
Oh my gosh.
15
15 minutes to the top of the hour. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up.
I'm giving red cards to all of y'all.
Now, she can watch all she wants to, and I'll sit down when I can. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
But they have a pretty good march. They run the troops through, and that's what fired Trump up to do his big celebration.
He said our fireworks
which
show.
was quite a blowout, by the way.
Yeah, I took him to Thunder on the Mountain, and he'd never seen anything like it before. He's like, well, that's a lot of fireworks right there.
Did you tell him we do it twice a year?
Yeah.
That and New
Well, I
Year's.
told him in Alabama, when we do a fireworks show, you don't even know when the grand finale is.
No.
It's a grand finale from the time we start to the time we end.
That's so true.
I mean,
Rick,
we won't fire a single.
No. I want to compliment too. Even our amateur fireworks shows have really ramped up.
Oh yeah.
We went and saw one. I guess it was Friday night. It was the night after the 4th, and they fired commercial grade fireworks for 30 minutes straight. The sky never went dim after it started.
Well, like I said, we don't fire a single.
No.
It's
And the computer stuff to fire that stuff must be readily available now. I mean, everybody seems like they've got it.
Oh yeah. It's incredible. So it was. Like I said, he's had two spoonfuls of America. Adler, if you have the post from yesterday or last night, the very last picture You know how sometimes, Coach, he came into the United States when we were going hard.
Right.
I mean, he didn't come in here and kind of ease his way in.
Yeah.
And so keep going to the end.
There it is. I'm done. Sound asleep.
There's a little Frenchie on his way home. We just ran him right into the ground. You forget about that old 7 hours ahead, don't you?
Oh boy.
But he's pretty much adjusted now, though.
Okay, good.
All right, so 16 minutes past. So we'll talk to Frenchie today too. Bubba, I know you've got quite the update that we just got from you in the last 24 hours.
Yeah, that's been fun.
You almost landed safely, didn't you?
I know. And then we had the big blowout in D.C.
Yep.
Trump's history lesson, and quite a display there in Washington. I liked it.
We'll be right back.
Awesome.
Rick and Bubba.
And get caught up a little bit. So we've got some other updates coming up. I know the president had the big 4th of July celebration that was celebrated by many. And, of course, it caused CNN and MSNBC and all those people to openly weep. So we'll get into that today,
Rick,
too.
Did you see any of it?
No, I didn't. I didn't see any of it.
I'm going to tell you when, and I thought Trump did, we'll break it down later, but I thought Trump did a good job. For he sometimes gets off his plan.
Yeah.
And best I could tell, he stayed on it. But when that B-2 bomber and the 2 Raptors flying off its wings banked behind him, and you could see it coming, and the crowd starts screaming, and it flies right over the top of the Washington Monument, that was pretty good. And the Blue Angels did a thing too where they all split and went different directions. Right when they came over, I tell you, it was a pretty sharp deal.
And we wish it wasn't raining, but it was still so cool.
Oh yeah, it was just a constant stream of pretty impressive aircraft. And all this thing was made out about the tanks and all that. You would have thought we were going to roll 400 tanks down Pennsylvania Avenue. There was only 2. There was like a tank and an armored personnel carrier on each side of the stage.
I think
that's the Blue Angels coming over, Rick, and they did another pass. They did that, and then they come over and did their split where they go, and I'm telling you, it was really, really cool.
Well, I guess I go back to this, and I'm going by what you guys say, and I certainly trust your assessment of it. But I don't understand, regardless of party, and I would say this, Democrat or Republican, if the sitting president on the celebration of our country's declaration of us being independent and beginning to fight a revolutionary war to achieve independence and to separate ourselves from the tyranny of an overreaching king. If a president for either party wants to take that time, set politics aside, and all that have told me they saw it, including you guys, said there was nothing political about it, and we want to remind all the citizens of the history of our country and remind them that the Declaration of Independence is worthless without your ability to win your independence and without your ability to keep your independence. I don't understand. I think our country could use a history lesson at its current state, and can, regardless of party. This didn't feel. It felt like the country was actually celebrating what the day actually stood for.
Well, we're in such a highly political side. I can't even say the word. Politicized environment right at the moment. Anything that you do is going to be criticized. If they had not had any celebration, it would have been criticized.
Right.
It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is the number. We thank you for being with us. So Now, I want all of you to know anytime there is a free moment in the weekend or in the day where Sherry and I have nothing to do, I'm now invited to join her in watching another episode of Virgin River.
That's right,
so I'll be getting someone back for that. So
you got plenty of seasons.
Watch, be looking over your shoulder. Things that you need to know going on this week. I have the honor to be down in Clanton. Hey, I talked to Tommy and the Lenores. They said you should come down here, do some kind of man church coming up on Sunday night, something like that. Are you coming down there? Yeah, I'm well, I swear I gave my life to Jesus in Clanton. Yeah, I remember that when you fought the pastor in Louisiana over that. I do remember that, Gary. I'll never forget it. So anyway, that is going on. First Methodist, Clanton, Alabama, Sunday night. They're kicking off the men's discipleship strategy. So not only can you be there for the service, we'll have a great time. They got food for you, and you can plug into one of our curriculum. Or if you're from another church, you can come find out about the system, and we can help plug you in as well. I also have the new 31-day devotional Transformed there as an individual resource. So all that is coming up Sunday night. Sunday morning on the 29th, I'll be in Leeds, Alabama at Valley View Church, 10 a.m. service, and I'll be preaching there on Sunday morning. So that's all coming up this weekend. You can find all that at rickandbubba.com under events, Burgess Ministries under events, and themanchurch.com under events. So, Bubba, this past weekend, a couple of things going on. I still am not. I kept hearing people talking about that the ground war in Gaza could start at any moment.
Well, we've been hearing that for
as of
2-3
right now.
weeks,
It's still
how long? 2 weeks.
Still, I don't see anything going on. We do have cut 4. We did bring up last hour, but we didn't unpack it, that Jim Jordan has now decided he didn't want to be considered.
Yeah, well, his vote count's going down. As a matter of fact, Akeem Jeffries got very close to being elected speaker, only missed by a few votes last time. So that would be very strange to have a Democrat as the speaker. But, the Republicans have fumbled this about as bad as they can. And so now we're going to have they've got together and they've got a short list. I don't know, about 10 or 12 people. And we mentioned that Representative Gary Palmer's on it, who you hear on the show here quite a bit.
Be a good one. So here is Hakeem Jeffries. Now don't forget, this is the narrative right now. This is what he had to say about Jim Jordan on the moment that Bubba just described. So here we go.
Jeffries, are you confident that you would have all of your people here this weekend to continue to block Mr. Jordan, that you have enough votes, every single roll call vote this weekend?
We recognize that Jim Jordan is a clear and present danger to the American people. And we are going to be here for as long as it takes to end this national nightmare.
Have you heard from any moderate Republicans who would be willing to partner with you on a speaker candidate?
It's a question you should ask them.
Leader Jeffries, at this point, would you ever vote for Patrick McHenry on the floor?
I've said repeatedly that there are many Republicans on the other side of the aisle who we believe are good Americans, good patriots, good men and women. Patrick McHenry is one of them. There are others.
So I don't even know who that is. But anyway,
he was the guy that took over temporarily.
Okay.
If I'm thinking right, the guy with the bow tie, right? And they were talking about letting him be basically a speaker pro tem type setup where he wouldn't have the full authority of being Speaker of the House, but would be a caretaker speaker until first of the year. And several of the representatives, and I do agree with them on this, that's not what the Constitution calls for. That's not the position, and they need to elect a speaker and be done with it.
Right. So that went on. Now, when you hear clear and present danger,
well, that shows you how lunacy and how crazy he is, and all the more reason the Republicans need to get their act together.
They do, because remember when you think about a strong central government that will be tyrannical and will send their agencies after you if you oppose them. Keep in mind that many times all throughout world history that wanted to do away with your freedoms and people's freedoms to turn it into a tyrannical dictatorship, all of them always pretended they were the answer to the problem when they actually were the problem.
Right.
And of course, they're all protecting democracy by taking away your rights.
Every single time. Remember, Hamas told the people of Gaza that we'll have elections until, of course, they took over the government. Now that was the end of the elections.
Once they got the majority, they didn't feel like elections were all that cool.
Now, if you're worried about how unstable the world is right now, 1C, Adler, 1C. If you're worried about this, I want you to know, and then we'll show you 1A. Kamala Harris, our vice president, wants you to know that Joe Biden is all over this. So there's nothing to be concerned about. So here we go.
I think our President Joe Biden is uniquely qualified and skilled to do the work that must be done by American leadership, to stand with our friend Israel and to speak to the importance of the protection of civilians and to speak about the importance of recognizing that Israelis and Palestinians all deserve to live in a safe environment and to be able to exercise self-determination.
All right, then.
Wow.
Sounded so convincing.
So she's done with him.
Yeah. Now, of course, you're going to have to get to the beach to talk to him.
Yeah. Well, we have that.
I mean,
1A.
she was so she couldn't even hide it.
Now keep in mind, if you want to see the president on the job right now, think about the world and think about any Republican president doing the same thing. Take a look at what Joe Biden's doing right now. Yeah. Here he is at the beach.
Unreal.
And he's
uniquely qualified.
Yeah. Do you realize the state of the world right now? And that is
without Jill there, he probably walks right in the water.
Rick, to what you're talking about, we have American citizens that are still being held hostage, and he's just walking the beach. The one him laying flat in his little beach chair. I mean, he is out. You talking about taking a nap? We've all had that beach nap.
Oh,
you know, in the shade.
You get up and don't even know where you are.
He is out of it. Yeah. And that picture, knowing what we got going on, is please look at that.
Look right there. That's
Is this happen like now?
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah. There's this past weekend.
Skies out, thighs out, I guess, is Joe Biden's little thing.
This guy gets such a pass on everything.
Couldn't come up with motto just then?
That is there.
Yeah, motto was hard to get.
I was reaching for slogan the other day.
Have you ever noticed
slogan.
at the beach how much he looks like Jimmy Buffett?
He really does.
Yeah.
He really does. But
I had a good one.
I know,
too, Greg.
I know what you're going to say because I thought it, and none of us are going to say it.
That's restraint, Greg.
Just let it go.
Yeah.
Can you imagine if this was a Republican president, would everybody be saying?
Rick, it would be like piranha around him right now.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Give a speech, it would have been criticized. If you have a blowout party like this, it would have been, and it was. We were watching it, and then we all agreed we've got to flip over to CNN to see them cry about it. And they had 5 or 6 panelists on there, and every one of them was ripping it to shreds. Finally, one of them cracked just a little bit, and he said, well, it was pretty cool to see those planes coming over. And then he went back to how bad it was.
Well, here's the other thing that's beautiful about it, just like we've said 1,000 times on the kneeling of the flag, and we certainly can agree or disagree, but the most wonderful thing about what these founders and those who have continued to pay the lease on the Declaration of Independence and our freedom, it hasn't stopped, and it will continue to go on. And because I put out what we've talked about a lot, that it was on the 4th of July, and thanks to all who have continue to pay the lease on the freedom that we all enjoy. And somebody said, well, how much does something like that cost? Trying to be a smart aleck, and I put back hundreds of thousands of lives.
But it never ends. Right. It never ends. You have to continually. It's a lease. That's the thing. You don't buy it.
But I go back to this. Here's the most beautiful thing about what was celebrated on the 4th of July and what was achieved is those who look at this celebration and want to reject it, not participate in it, not watch it, not be part of it, and even criticize it. Your ability to do that is exactly what was being celebrated right there.
Mm-hmm. Look at that picture.
Because in this country, the king doesn't say you come to my celebration or get beheaded and you better look a certain way or my soldiers are going to haul you off. You're allowed to say, I don't even like the 4th of July. I don't want to be part of it. I don't even want to act like it's happening. I don't want to like this president. I don't want to be part of the celebration. I want to criticize what he said. I want to criticize what was done. I want to give my opinion on how I think it ought to be done. That's exactly what was being celebrated. So be thankful you can do that.
Yep, That's right.
And you certainly have the right to do it.
Yep.
And people have a right not to like it.
Yeah, but we knew,
and you can pay a price for your ability to express yourself. I mean, your freedom to express yourself.
We knew we were going to
as far
have
as
all
I'm talking about, you know, consequences.
We knew we were going to have all these flyovers as he was, you know, talking about the different branches. But I'm going to tell you, when they banked that B-2 bomber and the 2 Raptors off the wing in the distance, and you know that they're making that turn to come over and the crowd starts yelling, I mean, it just, boy, the old skin starts piling up on the back of your neck.
Yeah,
You're like,
absolutely.
ooh, awesome.
Absolutely.
And I've seen the B-2 live 2 or 3 times. And I tell you, it is something. If we got audio with that, can we hear the roar of that baby coming out?
Let's see here.
You can hear a little bit of it. Yeah, that's good. But I mean, really, if the founding fathers,
You realize the capabilities of that plane too?
Oh yeah,
it can carry 28 nuclear warheads.
I have a conversation that I had over the weekend. I'm not sure I should say it on the air, but I'll take the break and see what you guys think. But anyway, so
You know how
based
much
on
damage one plane can do.
based on what you just said. But again, I think if our founding fathers could sit down with somebody who was angry about this, okay, and so tell me what the deal is. Well, I'm very angry about the president. I don't think they should have done this and da-da-da-da-da. You know what I think those founders would have said? Isn't it great that you can do that?
Mm-hmm.
Because until we declared independence, King George would have come and found you and would have beheaded you.
Mm-hmm.
So I think
or locked you up and not told you why, kind of like Abraham Lincoln did. But anyway, that's a whole nother
But
topic.
I literally think that a smile would come across their face and go, "Man, that's awesome." So you're able to do that. Isn't that great?
Right.
So Bubba, we're all winding down, getting ready to come back to work today, and then we started hearing from you.
Well, Rick, we had an active weekend with all the positive things that were going on and all the fun and getting out and visiting and spending a little time on the water and hearing some great bands perform and fireworks shows. And I kind of lost track of what day and exactly when this started, but I started getting warnings on my phone from LifeLock, you know, and they're an advertiser here on the show.
Boy.
And we've talked about the great job they've done before. I started getting the warnings. Hey, are you trying to open an account here?
Bubba,
are you trying to do that?
No, not again.
So we immediately let them know that was not us, and we've locked everything down, and we'll work through that later this week. And you know, I thought, well, that's bad enough that somebody's trying to do this here on the 4th of July.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you'd like to cane those people. You really would.
How un-American.
Yeah,
the way they're behaving is so un-American. We should punish them in an un-American way, and that is with caning.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I would love to cane an identity thief. I really would.
And then, Rick, it just seemed like it started a chain reaction.
Why
of
is
things
that?
Going
Why is
downhill.
that? Why are things like that happening?
We got a call from our house that the water was off, and I thought, well, that's odd, and I went and checked, and the bill had been paid, and you know, every now and then one slips.
You start there.
Every now and then one slips through the cracks.
You start there.
And you start trying to work it out and figure out what's going on. You call neighbors. Hey, ours is fine, so it must be at my place. And so, you know, that's kind of a handle when you're not there, and you know, you got somebody trying to take care of pets and everything. And you know, I don't know if you've seen, but you know, ice makers and things like that don't work well when they don't have water. They think there's water, but there's not. And you know, it's trying to cut on, come in.
And it was only 94 to 96 degrees.
Yeah,
heat index 104.
And then we found out that our internet had gone down, and it just appeared that we were having all kind of system problems everywhere. You know, just all at once, but not all related to each other. So when I came in yesterday, I found out that we did have a water problem. We had an
7 minutes past the hour. John Broderick, if you're listening, that's how it's done, son. All right, so we start the hour. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. As we move forward, we're thankful you are here. We've unpacked a lot already. We've unpacked a lot. So you can go back and catch that on the Daily Archives. They're available on our YouTube channel if you'd like to watch it. They're also available audio only on our podcast channel. Best of our video-wise on Blaze TV for subscribers. And then if you're a podcast person, you get an hour kind of nutshell there on the audio as well. Welcome back. There he is, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us on the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, you and I have done it. It's happened to us. We won't be very specific, but, you know, this isn't a pride thing, the wrong kind of pride. I think it's almost the right kind of pride, which means self-worth. You know,
well, you need some of that.
Self-worth.
Yeah.
Not the arrogant kind of pride, but just I think I'm of some value, and I want to at least acknowledge my value. And one of those things you and I have said before, we have looked around and said, I think that possibly I don't belong with this group of people.
Yeah.
I know you've looked around in here before and thought that. But, you know, like, I shouldn't be pulling for this team. I'm better than this.
Right.
Stuff like that.
I'm hanging out with a group that I feel good about, but we've kind of lost our way.
Yeah.
Bill Maher is experiencing this, and he is like, you know, I tell you what he's doing, and he is right. He says that he believes that he's a pure liberal. And he says, what we're doing right now is not liberalism because we don't allow everybody to express themselves. We are the antithesis of liberalism. And he said the party has lost its way and basically turned into a bunch of tyrants that say you have to believe what we believe.
Right.
And he goes, that's not liberal. That's not liberalism. And so he takes on a speech. And what's great is when the Dennis Millers of the world and the Bill Mahers of the world finally wake up, they're very gifted at really cutting you to the core on how stupid something is.
Mm-hmm.
And so Bill Maher has had enough of what's going on, and he's about to give every parent out there a bit of advice, and that advice is do not send your kids to college. Yep. Here he goes.
And finally, Newell, as an Ivy League graduate who knows the value of a liberal education, I have one piece of advice for the youth of America. Don't go to college. And if you absolutely have to go, don't go to an elite college, because as recent events have shown, it just makes you stupid. There are few, if any, positives to come out of what happened in Israel, but one of them is opening America's eyes to how higher education has become indoctrination into a stew of bad ideas, among them the simplistic notion that the world is a binary place where everyone is either an oppressor or oppressed. In the case of Israel, oppressors being babies and bubbas. The same students who will tell you that words are violence and silence is violence were very supportive when Hamas terrorists went on a rape and murder rampage worthy of the Vikings. They knew where to point the fingers at the murdered, and then it was off to ethics class. Now, I recognize that a certain amount of foolishness is expected of college kids, but mixing Jägermeister and tomato juice isn't the same as siding with terrorists. 34 student groups at Harvard signed a letter that said the apartheid regime is the only one to blame, proving they don't know what constitutes apartheid. They don't know much of anything, actually. But it doesn't deter them from having an opinion. They've convinced themselves Israel is the most repressive regime in history because they have no knowledge of history or even a desire to know it. And actual history doesn't come up in their intersectionality of politics and genderqueer identities class. Now, to be fair, at least 5 of the student groups have rescinded what they signed, saying they didn't read the letter closely. And they promised not to make that mistake again after they graduate and start running the world. But I actually believe them that they didn't read the letter closely. I think they scanned it, said it was blaming Israel, and went back to surfing TikTok. Because college life today is a day spa combined with a North Korean re-education camp. It's a daycare center with a meal plan, except the toddlers can fire the adults. The fact that college presidents, who usually love to speak out about anything, couldn't find their voice to condemn the worst attacks since the Holocaust says a lot about who really controls colleges and why, if ignorance is a disease, Harvard Yard is the Wuhan wet market. Not that colleges didn't always have professors with radical beliefs. I know. I used to sell them weed. But the reason why despising Israel became pretty much a requirement of the American left is colleges, elite colleges, the mouth of the river from which this and all manner of radical left, illiberal, yes, illiberal, nonsense flows. Supporting all black, that is, segregated dorms, segregated graduation ceremonies, and orientation programs, which occur on hundreds of campuses, is illiberal. So is the racism against Asian applicants and chasing speakers off of campus. When the First Amendment watchdog group Foundation for Individual Rights and Expression began ranking colleges based on their commitment to free speech and inquiry, Harvard came in dead last. There's only one set of acceptable opinions on campus, and it's policed hard.
So there it is. That's Bill Maher.
Yeah.
That's not.
I mean, you wouldn't have that sounds like a speech Rush Limbaugh would have given.
Yeah, and he goes on. If you were going to watch the whole thing, it's out there. But he gets into a little bit of language, so we didn't play that. But he goes on to give more examples. But you got the heart of his speech. What we're doing now is this indoctrination. It isn't liberalism. It isn't conservatism. It's sick. It's uninformed, not well read, no real understanding of, like he said, these phrases they throw around. They don't understand world history, and as he said, they don't care to. They scan something saying it looks like it's anti-Israel and went back to TikTok. I mean, all of that is just irresponsible, and it's really not a good education. You're not preparing yourself for the real world, I'll tell you this. But they don't mind that because they've been indoctrinated into believing the fake world is the real world when it isn't, which is why they failed.
And, you know, we had to go through this not too long ago with my daughter, and she would call me concerned about things that were happening in her classroom, which is not in Washington State, by the way. It was Auburn University.
Right.
And I told her, I said, look, we have a saying in the corporate world, feed the beast. Give them what they want to hear, get your grade, get out of there. You can debate them later.
Right, yeah. And it's everywhere, even in so-called Christian colleges.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
Those are dangerous, too. We'll be back. Phone calls are next. Whatever you want to talk about, 866-WE-BE-BIG. Speedy takes the phones. We'll find out what you have on your mind today. You're bringing up the topics. You're making the comments. You may be responding to things you've already heard. But we'll do that when the Rick and Bubba Show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Okay.
Internet problem, and it appeared that we had taken some type of surge or lightning strike at the house. And very lucky though, it did minimal damage, but still very aggravating to work through. And I'm still finding things that are not working, so it takes a little time to work through that. So I had an internet switch that was smoked. And I had several breakers that were tripped, but in different places. It didn't appear to follow any pattern. And I've surge protect, and I've got everything, as protected well as I can. Probably lucky it was not a lot worse. Had several GFI plugs that were tripped. I've got one that still I can't reset, so I guess it's fried.
Gone.
I even tripped, the breaker on it.
Baby,
to try
she's
to
gone.
reset it.
She's gone.
But she did her job, I guess, and we'll have to replace that.
She'll be remembered well. She died doing her job.
But I've still, I've got some outside lights that are not responding, and I've got, this and that, and I've got here and there, and a plug here, there. So I'm still kind of working through all that. But we have. So
you have no identity, no water,
and no identity, no water. We appear to have a major water interruption. And if you go down to the street and cut the water on, it just spins, at wide open, fast as it can go. And there's no water in the house, and we can't find where the water's going.
Oh, my goodness.
Uh-oh.
It's, it's going down in the ground somewhere.
Welcome home, Big Papa.
Yeah. So we called another one of our great sponsors here, Seagull.
Stegall.
And
I could see the pause in a minute when you were searching.
Well, no, I was thinking about the pipes.
You talking about one call does it all?
Yeah, Stegall.
Right.
And we sing the song.
No, you were thinking about their location down by the beach. That one is called Seagull.
Right.
I thought you had Steven Seagal.
Like, what's he doing?
What's he doing? He do that?
What if you called him, you looking Steven Seagal, and showed up and said, "My God, we're going to get to the bottom of this"?
I can do
now, is it Casey Ryback when he shows up?
Yeah, of course he is.
So those guys come out and they do a great job, and they're looking and trying to do the initial assessment to it, and they can't find the leak because it's not showing itself. And they said, we got to call in the leak detector.
Oh no!
So it's kind of like in those movies where the bad guys call in the cleaners, to clean up the mess.
Oh yeah.
So and again, remember these people are coming out on Sunday to help you out. So and I really appreciate that. So the leak detector arrives, and he does his thing, and he's a lot of technical stuff there, and he pressurizes the line with nitrogen, or tries to. Of course, it won't pressurize because there's a big hole somewhere.
Sure.
And he's out in the yard with his listening device, trying to get all that. I'm going to tell you his name. He's a funny, great guy.
Trying to decide where they're going to dig a really big hole.
Yeah,
right. Where they start. Where the backhoe's going to park.
Yeah. First the leak detector, now the backhoe.
But and this whole time, don't forget alerts just going off on Bubba's phone for another credit card attempt.
Of all things. But let me tell you, that lightning strike was something, Bubba. It even affected your credit card.
And then the leak detector said, "Can you cut a light on now?" Never mind.
And they kept calling him. They kept calling him the leak detector, and I thought, well, that's just what they call him. But no, that's actually his name, the leak detector. Right?
That's his job.
Jeff Matz.
Attaboy, Jeff. Hey, Jeff.
And Jeff used to listen to the show in Nashville when he lived
All right,
up there.
thanks, buddy. Before they ran us out of town on the rail like Bubba's water.
Yeah, it was fun. So he had his listening devices on. He had his headphones, and he had a microphone on the end of a pipe, and he's going through and he marks the yard, and he's sticking his pipe in the ground listening for water, and then he puts nitrogen through the line, and he's listening for that. Boy, we ran through a tank pretty quick.
I bet you did.
Because it's wide open.
Sure.
And he found where he thinks is a spot. So they'll be back today to start repairing that. And I told Doug, I said, bring back holes. I don't care. Fix this. This has got to go.
Bubba made a great point. Anytime your water's out, you never forget how much you use water.
Oh, I know.
You
don't think you use it a lot.
But you use water all the time.
You sure do. And you really think how far civilization came before we had indoor plumbing. Where you had water you just cut on. You used to have to go to the well and get it, and that was
dump in a big old tub.
Yeah.
Heat it.
That's one reason I think people back then wasn't quite so crazy like they are now, because they didn't have time.
You're right.
It takes a lot. It took a lot of time. Just
21 minutes past the hour. Phone Troll time. First one of the week. Here we go. Now, Phone Troll a little different than a normal phone segment because constraints, borders are blessings. At 30 seconds, the buzzer will sound, and that keeps that line moving so more people can get in. We have 10 lines, so it's a bigger sample. Speedy's ready. Some of you are lined up and ready to go, but I do see some lines are available, so you can move now. There's no meaningless shout-out. There's no shameless plug. No baby predictions. What this is about is I got a question. I got a comment. I'm bringing something to the table. We do ask you, because we believe that we can go back in this society and we can reestablish the gift of being able to cull oneself.
Can we?
I believe. So, and you want to say, if I was listening to the show or I was watching the show and I heard my call, would I be entertained? Would I be informed? Or would I have to be honest and say, I probably would find myself annoying? So I, we can do this. We're ready to go. Let's get started. Gordon is in the Panhandle of Florida. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. Gordon, go right ahead. 30 seconds. How are you?
Yeah. Hey, boys, I just wanted to get your opinion of what's going on in this country and around the world. But basically, in this country, do you think that the voters will come out in droves, or do you think it's suppressing the voters?
I think that we will see a good turnout, but you have to understand, Gordon, which I think is probably what's driving you nuts. It's shocking to me how people seem to just lament over the state of things, and then the vote shows up and nobody goes and votes. I know there comes a point where you think, well, my vote doesn't matter, and it's all stolen and corrupt now, but we can't have that kind of attitude.
Well, we do know this, Rick, like in the last presidential election, the people who did not vote could have easily swayed this election either way.
And there you go.
Yeah.
And it's that way every time.
But I would expect with the state of things, Gordon, there'd be a big voter turnout, but I would not, sadly, be surprised if there wasn't.
I still think you will see it turn out about 48% to 45%, and the 5 or 6% in the middle will make the decision because not everybody will vote.
Taylor in Starkville, Mississippi, Man Church Conference coming to Starkville March 8th and 9th. Taylor, welcome. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Hey, buddy.
Good morning.
Hey, Rick. I was reading your diet plan on the website. I'm proud of you. You're looking good.
Thank you.
I was wondering if we could get Bubba to type his diet out, because I think if I read that one, I'd have a better job following that one out.
Yeah, it's a lot easier.
Right. Well, honestly, I thought what I laid out is not that difficult. I mean, there's no such thing as it doesn't exist that discipline and self-control. I mean, there's no that has to be part of it. Yeah. And I wouldn't even call what I'm doing a diet, because a diet means it's going to end, and then, like I've done in the past, go right back to what I was doing before. This is the way I live now, and it works, and this is something that you can do for the rest of your life. If you're, let's say some of this stuff and I've done them, so this is not me. I've tried them. Okay, so you're giving me some stuff to put under my tongue. You're giving me some thing I got to take to whatever. Am I going to just take that the rest of my life? I mean, because I haven't shown the ability that when you take me off this stuff to just change the way I live. So I had to come up with something that I said I can live this way the rest of my life. Because if you don't, it's not going to work. You're just going to be yo-yoing. And I've yo-yoed. Trust me, I've yo-yoed for a long, long time. We continue. Let's go to Steve in Indiana. Steve, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey. Greg, a man of wisdom on this show. This is not a prediction. I'm having a grandson, my first, in November. I need wisdom from the man of wisdom on the show, what I need to be a good grandpa. I'll hang up and listen to you.
Greg, how do you be a good papa?
Well, it may not be considered good. I just let them have anything they want and do whatever they want to do. And then I send them home and let the parents straighten them out.
Yep,
that's what I do. Now, that may not be a good one, but I'm just being honest. I'd be a hypocrite if I said anything different.
Meridian 97.9, Daniel standing by. Daniel, welcome.
Hey, how you doing today?
I'm good, Daniel. How you doing?
I'm doing well. Avid listener every morning, man.
Thank you.
I was calling on the subject of these migrants coming into this country in New York and Chicago and San Diego. They're just releasing them out on the streets and just leaving these poor people to fend for themselves. And then they expect the American public not to have a bad reaction to it. You know.
Well,
well,
these are the cities, and it's kind of a strange concept. Human beings love ideas that don't impact them. But when we have to see the results of our stupid decisions, a lot of times we'll stop making stupid decisions. And I think what you're seeing, these cities are understanding maybe better, and you see their response to it. They may turn around and go, well, what else are we supposed to do? You know what we say? Yeah. That's the reason why you can't just have people flowing in here unchecked, unvetted, and expect that they're going to be able to find what they need.
Well, I think what you had was a situation where you had Republicans in leadership saying, we've got to shut this down. We can't have just anybody wandering in the country. Well, the politics of that was, I think the demos on the other side said, hey, look, we can make them look bad. We can make them look like mean people. So let's all give speeches. Let's come up with a term. You know how they love terms, sanctuary city.
They love it.
And we're going to invite people. We're going to act like we're the Statue of Liberty. Give me your tired. We're just going to really put a modern spin to it. And they put out a dog whistle of virtue signaling, they call it, Rick, where they said, we'll take you, we love you, we're a sanctuary, come here. And then people started showing up, and they were like, uh-oh, what do we do now? We didn't really mean it. We were just trying to get the higher moral ground in the soundbite world. And now they're here. Now, guess what? We've got homelessness everywhere because they were not carried and brought into the system because too many of them showed up at one time.
Yeah.
And it's still happening today.
So they're seeing why people oppose it, and they're also realizing, oh, this is how it really looks.
Yeah, but what do you do now? You've got so many people in here
now.
And their goal, we know really their political goal was to make Texas a blue state, or at least turn it purple. And I don't know that that's happening yet.
Jim in Southern Indiana. Jim, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Yeah, I just wanted to toss out a topic of discussion about our esteemed Attorney General Merrick Garland. If you look at him on the whole, just give an estimate between grade school, high school, college, law school, and quite possibly his professional career, how many times has he been stuffed inside of his own locker?
No doubt about that. And this is his time to get everybody back. I'm important.
I'll tell you a guy who did a good job at that
That's
job.
good.
And a lot of the Trump folks are not going to like it either, Jeff Sessions. He did a good job. He went in there and he was not political. Now, Trump wanted him to be. He wanted him to be in his corner. But he would not get into the politics of it, and it eventually got him fired from the job.
Bubba at rickandbubba.com.
Well, I'm just telling you.
No, I know. But you ever tried to reason?
That's why you can't have an attorney general appointed by a political party.
Have you ever tried to reason with someone in the Trump trance?
Well, it's just as bad outside of that, like what you got with Merrick Garland, he might as well be, a political fundraiser.
Yep, we'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You're right.
You're right.
Get the water. Not mention warm it up.
Oh no.
Yeah. So you take a bath.
Right.
Yeah.
They were different people.
I think you're on to this. I think that we have so little to do now because things are so easily done.
It's too convenient.
There's too much free time, and when we have too much free time, that's when the crazy people have time to be crazy.
So if you had to go,
you keep
out,
running to get water, you ain't got time to do anything crazy.
Yeah, if you didn't have a car and you had to go walk or ride a horse to get water and bring it back and find wood and start a fire to heat it so you could take a bath and all that, you don't go out and gripe about things, protest. You ain't got time. You're tired.
Right.
And no wonder you went to bed when the sun went down.
You're exhausted.
Yeah, you give out.
Right. No, I totally. So that was your welcome home.
Yeah.
So where in the yard are they going to have to dig, you think? Is it like right in front of the
Yeah, it's
in the
pretty
middle?
much in the front. Yeah.
It's right there in the front.
You don't care at this point.
No. Move the whole hill.
Can I tell you something?
Let's get to the bottom.
Can I tell you something? When you've come home from the lake and you're staying in a hotel where you instead of your house, you don't care where they do.
No.
Oh well, see, I
dig the whole yard.
You mentioned that, Rick. I had to go get a hotel room so I could have a backup.
So
but,
you can bathe.
Yeah. Well, I still I didn't today, but I had a good one before I left yesterday.
Yeah,
so but we'll have to pick that up again today at some point.
Yeah, sure.
Rusty.
Yeah, but I can go and get water somewhere else, but pets and things, they still require you to take care of them. So.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba University, Big Love is in the house, taking your phone calls right now. Also, we have Diesel Dixon.
Thank all of you for the wonderful opportunity to do so.
Bubba, say hello to Gabriel Marti.
Gabriel, I already met Gabriel.
Yeah, Gabriel. Yeah, it's funny. I feel like almost like there was no way to ease Gabriel into the United States of America. There was just no way to do it. I mean, he arrived here the day before Independence Day. What can we do? And so he is here. And Bubba, you met Gabriel at the restaurant last night?
Well, he was. I saw him and Brooks at my office.
That's right. Better known as Mount Fuji.
Right.
Yeah. Every time I come out, you just miss Bubba. He just here. You miss Bubba. He the moment go here. So anyway,
I went by there. They had water.
Yes, they had water. God love you.
Plenty of water.
By the way, God love your little return home.
I mean, good night.
You know something I'm excited about? Somewhere, and I feel so bad for Mrs. Kelly. Mrs. Kelly was my English teacher in high school who once told me, listening to this show and our abuse of the English language made her want to take her car and drive it into a tree.
Right.
And she said, please do not tell anyone that you learned English from me. Well, I got news for Mrs. Kelly today. Not only do I have a radio show, but I am actually teaching a young man from France proper English.
Oh, boy.
Thank you for that.
Rick, maybe leave proper off.
Gabriel, we think your English may be better than ours.
Yeah. So welcome to the United States. Have you had fun so far?
Yes.
Enjoyed it? What has been your favorite food?
French food.
Yeah, which one?
French food.
You still like French
Yes.
food when we went to the French restaurant?
Yes.
Yes.
And Japanese food.
So you love the Japanese at
Yes.
Mount Fuji?
Yes.
And you saw Bubba?
Yes.
Yeah. How did you like the biscuit?
It was very good. Yes.
Yes. And
have you made him some spiral dogs, Rick?
I haven't. That's still to come.
Come on, Rick.
Yeah. I actually did grill you a steak. You had on the grill the steak.
Yes, with sauce.
Yes, yeah, with that was he was asking me if it was a wet sauce or dry. Remember, it was a rub. Can you say rub? Rub. Yeah, you put a rub on it.
Gabriel, you're very brave. You're a very brave young man to come this far.
Yeah. So
yes,
have
oui.
Yeah,
oui.
And you are 17.
Yes.
And so what? How long have you wanted to come to the United States?
How long?
Have you desired to come? Want to come?
During the last year.
Yeah, last year
Yes.
started, and so when you landed in America, has this been what you thought?
No. People are very friendly.
Mm-hmm.
In France, we don't talk to unknown person.
Yeah.
We're back. It is 35 minutes past the hour. You got the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us today. As we unpack another one, I do want to hit you with buyraycon.com/Bubba. Have you done this? It's time. It's time right now to go to buyraycon.com/Bubba. 20% off site-wide plus free shipping. See what the hype is all about. buyraycon.com/Bubba. This is your time to get these earbuds that everybody is raving about. Optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit. Love it. About half the price of the other premium audio brands. Love it. 32 hours of total battery life. Love it. 78,000 5-star reviews. A lot of those are Rick and Bubba fans. And the 30-day, you got to be happy with it guaranteed. So check them out right now. 20% off site-wide plus free shipping by going to buyraycon.com/Bubba. And you'll be listening to the Rick and Bubba Show live or the archives just like you like it. And they have the noise isolation option if you want, just be listening and not have the noise around you, or awareness mode if you need to be aware of what's going on around you. They're the perfect earbuds for about half the price of the others, and we're getting you another 20% off. Bubba, you mentioned it out of the medical field. You look at 27,000 over 65s. We're talking about Alzheimer's, that a drug is showing some promise. I'm trying to figure out, reading it, because you brought it up, could cut the risk of Alzheimer's, and I'm looking at that, the risk
So I got to underline that. So that may not mean that I already have it, and this is going to help me. But am I supposed to just start taking, like I do, a multivitamin Viagra? Because I mean, it's
I thank you for reading that story and pitching it to me, Rick.
Yes,
I appreciate that.
yes, sure.
Take it away, Bubba.
But you remember we interviewed was it Jordan Vaughn?
Yeah,
and it was also the guy who used to be an orthopedic surgeon.
Yes,
and they've said throughout medical history, we've had drugs that were designed for this, and we discovered, wait a minute, it also really helps with this. I mean, this has been
a lot of times it ended up helping with this, the second thing, more than what it originally was.
In this particular case, yes. Now you're looking at a third.
Thank you, Greg.
We've already had the second.
Yep.
Well,
thank you, Bub.
But here's what it says:
it stops you from rolling off the bed at night.
That's funny.
All right.
But now for that you only take half a pill.
Right.
Okay.
But anyway,
that's old Mickey Dean joke. I want to give him props.
So anyway, researchers say that the little blue pill blocks an enzyme that has been found in the brain of those who suffer with Alzheimer's disease. Okay, and it says that also helps boost blood supply, which we all know, meaning that it may also treat dementia. As it improves brain health. So
all of these brain issues when we get older, Rick, have to do with not getting enough blood to the actual cells.
Correct.
Hardening of the arteries. It's like what? That's a real thing.
Yes, it is. But on the subject we're on.
But think about it, and it was explained to me because we've been through this with our family too. You know how I can't say anything.
Yeah,
now.
just look down.
You know how when you have a garden hose outside.
Oh no!
And it's been left in the sun. It's been left in the sun, and it gets
stiff. Let's just say that
brittle.
Okay,
that's how the capillaries in your brain and your blood vessels get.
I want you to know
they won't pass the blood through properly.
I want you to know right now there's only 2 mics open. That's yours and mine.
Thank you.
Okay.
And this particular drug relaxes that and helps blood flow, which should help your brain function. Now, I don't know how much of that you can take, Rick, and I don't know what kind of, I guess over time it may lose its effect. I don't know, like a lot of drugs.
Well, they said they were trying to do a lot of the testing. They said the men kept getting up and leaving. They were distracted. So I don't know, but
everything cleared up.
Right.
They were thinking again, but what were they thinking
that's
about?
That's the
problem. That's the side effect.
Oh, I will tell you, I think this drug has caused all kinds of problems in retirement community and assisted living.
Oh, yeah.
Because I think God had designed this to wind down. But maybe it could be used for this. And I don't know what
did we have this conversation one time, because I had thought this even prior to this story that might help, or to use a centrifuge, one of those things that pins you against the wall and slings you, that might help stimulate blood flow.
What's wrong with you?
Talking about the spindle top?
Yeah. Well, anything to get blood into your brain.
Right. Well, this one's going to put blood to the brain and other parts of the body, and so that's where
it'll help blood pressure too. It dips down after that.
Bubba, just when you get where you're clear thinking again, now of course you can't think. I mean, it's like because I got to tell you something. The older I get, the more focused I am. All right. So anyway, I get a lot more done. But but anyway, this
I've
is
said enough already.
Right. You have. Well, I told you the time that I was at the doctor and he was talking about me having low T, and he said, "Do you want me to get your testosterone cranked back up?" I said, "I kind of like where I am." I said, "My life really is running pretty smooth."
I need to get mine checked.
Yeah, I didn't want to say anything.
Well, no, I'm just saying we all, Greg and we've talked about it for years. We just won't do it, will we?
Also, another here is out of British. A British woman has reduced her water bill by showering less. The problem is she stinks to high heaven.
Well, I'd rather pitch in, help her with the bill.
Greg's trying this. He said
showering once a week.
Yep.
Let me ask you this:
and barely wash my clothes.
Water's not that expensive.
It's not that expensive.
I don't know where she lives what it costs, but that
Is it true that
she
said
said
she's had her the same detergent or something for
like
a year and a half?
One box, and if she's still in one box, she's used it for a year.
Yeah, she says she washes her clothes barely, and only showers once a week. So her clothes are nasty.
It's a
and she
combo of two
and she
funks.
stinks. And she stinks.
Did I say something?
No. It's just we're 12.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Golly, y'all serious?
Yeah. So
I don't know if you've noticed some of the modern washing machines. They're just barely putting water in it.
Oh,
anyway,
it's terrible.
so.
Well, as far as bathing yourself, jump in and jump out. You're not using a lot of water. You're just trying. You just want to stink and make people deal with you and act like you're doing something sharp.
Well, Rick, I will tell you, my dad, who was just an incredible Christian man and good example, served the country in WW2, the big one.
Yes.
He had patience and care for a lot of people. One thing he could not tolerate was you smelling bad.
I know.
That's where it is.
Greg,
Now, listen, you know how everybody has those lines?
Oh, yeah.
And
I'm with him.
In questioning that line in the sand one time, I was told there's lakes and rivers everywhere.
Yeah.
Go get in it.
Everybody
that's
can.
true. You can try.
And this probably comes back from, them growing up on the farm and having to, many times bathe in a creek.
And in the war,
pond
imagine.
And I imagine they did even worse than that in the war. So, they no patience for BO.
Yeah.
None.
Well, that story we've told, I shut down eating one morning when I was at a breakfast bar and the gang come walking up, smelled like a bunch of onions. I just took my plate and set it down. Said, "Hey, I can't eat it."
Well, Greg, you also are the
people
one
that are bumping know they're bumping.
Yeah.
We've asked that question,
Yeah.
and it's one that really baffles me.
Well, you
Do
can
they
go-
smell it, or are they just used to
And
it?
it isn't like you look and go, these people been out working outside. No, they had their Sunday best on, and they still smelled like an onion.
Thank you for cleaning.
Listen,
that up.
recently.
Was it like a Vidalia
Vidalia.
onion,
It was
or
more-
was it like
it
a
was a
yard
Vidalia.
onion?
It was a Vidalia, like real, kind of.
Yeah, I got you. I know what you're talking. I know exactly what you're talking about.
I don't want to say that. Recently,
I tried to give you more time.
I helped an international student.
Oh, they'll bomb.
at Jack.
They will.
That's
They
not
will.
what I'm doing. That's not even what I'm talking
How long
about,
did that take?
Greg.
I wouldn't even second.
No,
was
it
it?
wasn't.
That's
I didn't
not
get
even what I
one
was
second
talking
That's the one
about.
they did.
The person I was helping did not stink. That's not what I'm talking about.
They will bump though.
What I'm talking about is I helped them in go through the process of going to court because they didn't know what the court system looked like. So I helped them out, and there was a bunch of people in there, and I promise you would not have been able to handle it because 60% of the people in there, and that may be a low number, stunk to high heaven.
See, I can't.
It was awful.
But see,
and I thought, how do you not know sitting next to me that you're bumping this
How do
bad?
you lay down at night?
Like exactly.
But
Like
back-
how, and it was probably like 12, 1 o'clock, and they looked like wasn't working. Obviously,
Well, it goes back.
I think there needs to be a study on BO and lawlessness.
Right, I agree. But it
yeah.
goes back to Bodie
Hand
Bussey.
in hand.
Okay, God rest his soul.
Greg, my player didn't stink.
Anybody,
Oh, I thought that's where you were.
anybody can overcome stinking. You don't have to be wealthy
Right.
to not stink.
Right.
So stinking is a choice because it can be avoided.
It's a don't care.
It's a don't care. And of course, Greg was the one. I think your dad and Greg would have gotten along beautifully when Greg said that there are people that can stink so bad it makes you mad.
Oh yeah,
And I think
makes
that's
you
what your dad
physically
would-
want to assault them.
Well, Greg, I mean, but it does upset you because you're thinking we can do better than this.
Yeah.
We can do better than this.
When people can smell you like 10 feet from you, that's bad.
And I don't think they care. They don't care.
And I do think
Nose blind.
Yeah, I think you can get nose blind.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you know how you feel. You feel
Right.
grimy.
Yeah.
I took a shower this morning. Y'all can stop looking at me like that.
It took you years to get on board.
Well, I was in my 20s.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
But I told him
Well, now
that
there's parts of this country you get that too.
yeah, if you went to New York, it'd be like France. Yeah, but I was trying to tell him that there are different regions of the country, and you're in the region.
It's the best region.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. We pride ourselves on being friendly.
Yeah. Yeah, we're very friendly and hospitable.
Except on fall Saturdays.
Right. Well, and I tried. If you'd have seen his face when I tried to teach you about American football and Auburn.
And Roll Tide.
Yes, right. Yeah. And what was the other? War Eagle.
Roll Tide.
War Eagle.
Roll Eagle.
War Eagle. Eagle.
Yes, in the stadium.
Yes, the stadium. And he saw the eagle flying around the stadium. He saw the Crimson Tide's stadium. He could not believe. And when I told him that this was college American football, not even professional, just college. And so he's
And you learned how to say, hey, y'all.
Hey, y'all.
Say, very good.
Yeah.
That's almost perfect.
Yeah.
And you've learned to use your H, the.
That.
The.
The.
Right. Very good. Because he said they don't have the H sound. And that's the reason why, when someone's doing a.
So how do you say it's hot?
Yes, he said. So how do you say in French that it is hot?
C'est chaud. Il fait chaud.
Say it again.
Il fait chaud.
Official.
Mm-hmm.
It's official.
Yeah.
What do you say?
I thought he said take fish oil.
Yeah. Take fish oil.
I think it's official. It's hot.
But the so did the and I want him to tell you about our conversation about Louisiana. He got very confused about that.
Oh yeah,
of trying to talk.
Oh
to him.
yeah.
Because he see you had the boudin.
Yes.
The boudin sausage.
Well, yes.
Yeah,
that's good.
Boudin.
Yeah, boudin. Is that how you say it? Boudin.
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 Oui.
Oui.
Yeah, and how would you say? Because every word I would think it was just an English word. I can't think of words that aren't just English words. So what is the? I know you say bonjour, but what would be a more casual hello?
Salut. Salut.
Salut.
Salut.
Salut. Salut.
Salut.
It's got a T on the end of it.
Yeah. Is it like salute? But will you say salut?
Yeah.
Okay. So now another thing.
Salut.
Another thing that Gabriel absolutely loves is fishing. He loves to fish.
Fly fishing.
Fly fishing. He does fly fishing, and he goes into the
Mountain.
in the mountains. Mountain.
Mountain.
Please let Miss Kelly be listening. Mountain.
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 Very good. Yeah. And did you say though that Brooks speaks too fast?
Yes.
Yeah.
And he say always like.
Yeah, he says like too much. Yeah. We're trying to break him with that.
Pick that up.
Are we talking fast or slow?
No, it's not good.
Huh?
No.
Okay. I've always wondered, what do we sound like?
Right. Did you enjoy the fireworks?
Yes. It was awesome.
It was awesome.
Awesome.
Awesome. That's right.
Now, what part of France are you from?
Do you know Burgundy?
Oh, I don't, but I can look it up.
Can I tell you what it's near? This is going to blow your mind. You know how things, come from a region.
Right.
This is what you're going to, you know where it's near?
What?
Dijon.
Oh yeah, well we know that.
We know Dijon.
Yeah.
Great mustard.
So it's in the mustard, Dijon mustard.
Is that not real?
We make wine.
Yes.
I thought I said vine sausage.
Yeah. Well, we're Baptists, so we can't get into that. But but the bottom line is, if you look at the country of France, he's dead center, right in the middle, right in the middle. So, and he said everyone in France gets 5 weeks on vacation.
Yes. Yeah. It depends of what
occupation.
Yes.
What job?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. What job? Yes.
So not everybody.
No.
But and your dad is a lawyer.
Yes.
Yes.
And he has 5 weeks of holidays.
Kind of like Rick and Bubba. We're very French when it comes to time off.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, we're glad that you are here. I know our women's soccer team. Now, if you're just trying to if you're one of these people and you're trying to market soccer to Americans like us that have always been repulsed by it and have tried to watch it and were raised by men that claimed it was an attempt to, from the inside out, turn America into a socialist, communist country.
We're back 9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is the number. So we got some Joey Biden stuff today. I know we all slept well, America, last night, knowing that he's at the realm. And I'll tell you one thing, if anything needs to be decided at the beach, he's got that covered. Wow. But we're going to continue to roll down this road. Everybody, wait a minute, where'd he go? Where did he go? Where'd he go? Where'd he go? Where'd he go? Anybody know? That's Basement Joe.
So here's what I don't know, okay? Why he keeps telling us things that aren't true that are easily checked. And Adler will go to the 3A and the 3B. So this ongoing thing, and let's do B first, I think. B first, we'll actually do them in reverse order since we're going to go back in time. You know, he continues to say things not that long ago, 2019. He's going to tell us again he never discussed with his son or his brother or anyone else anything having to do with their businesses. Totally a lie. And he's going to tell us about a wall. All things that now he pretends he never said. So here, first, let's go to 2019. Here is President Joe Biden.
First of all, I have never discussed with my son or my brother or anyone else anything having to do with their businesses, period. And what I will do is the same thing we did in our administration. There will be an absolute wall between personal and private and the government. There wasn't any hint of scandal at all when we were there, and I'll impose the same kind of strict rules. That's why I never talk with my son or my brother or anyone else, even distant family, about their business interests, period.
So this
Did
wall.
anybody really believe that was true?
Yeah, no. This wall is about as good as the wall that when he on the border. It's no good. And so here,
all you can do is put it in a blind trust and then not deal with it.
Well,
but to say you wouldn't discuss it with your business partners or at least know what's going on, it's just I don't see how any president can say that.
Well, and now here's the problem. 3A. We now have a check and a photo of a check from James Biden on the same exact day that AmeriCorps wired $200,000 to James, and you see that Joe Biden has got it right there. Look,
yep,
there it is. Wow. So yes, you do discuss things with your brother, and yes, you do discuss things with your son, and you need to quit saying you don't, because we all know that you do. And I go back to this. I just don't know that
because if a $200,000 check showed up to me from one of y'all, I would ask, "Hey, what's going on?"
Well, sure you
right.
Would. You probably would, Bubba. I would think so.
Hey, what's that for?
Yeah. So also this 1B on the world order, because again we're glad that he's there. China has deployed 6 warships, including a guided missile destroyer toward Israel. As everything there escalates. There goes all the Chinese ships. We've got ships there. You know, if you're someone that's maybe got something riding on World War III, you're sitting pretty good right now.
Mm-hmm.
Everything's the table is certainly being set, isn't it?
It's you know, I don't think it's World War III, but there's certainly a lot of dry timber out there, and a lot of people are flicking cigarettes right now. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. So,
I think the U.S. ought to tell China how valuable are those ships to you. You don't want to lose them, do you?
Yeah.
I'd put them back over in the Red Sea and leave them there.
Yeah. Well, that's probably not going to happen. Plus, first of all, how are you going to get Biden to even put that sentence together? You just said?
That's true.
Right.
Yeah,
I mean,
got to get the sand.
Can
out
you
of his
imagine
shoes.
him trying to shake his finger at somebody and wear them out? Can you even imagine that? Also, let's go to 1D.
Let me say this on China before you leave there.
Okay.
While that is concerning, the thing that would be more concerning to me is that China is rapidly increasing its nuclear arsenal and is expected to double the number of nuclear warheads from more than 500 currently to over 1,000 by 2013, which is exceeding earlier projections according to the Pentagon's annual report on China's military growth.
Yeah, that's probably a bigger concern, don't you think?
I would think so.
Democrat, here's Representative Omar. Keep in mind, this person serves in our government and was voted in by fellow Americans. This is her talking about the conflict going on in Israel. Here we go.
Israel has dropped more bombs in the last 10 days than we dropped in a whole year in Afghanistan. Where is your humanity? Where is your outreach? Where is your care for people?
Any mention of Hamas there at all?
No, none. And let me remind you too, there, Congresswoman, that none would have been dropped if you hadn't have started an attack and grabbed hostages.
This is like
there weren't any bombs flying. Friday 2 weeks ago?
Right.
But after your attack by Hamas, that's when Israel had to defend itself, and it ain't over yet.
No, and if you don't understand that Israel has the resolve and have shown that throughout world history, then you're just stupid to attack them.
You know, I
mean,
really.
If you don't understand the resolve they've had, they've shown that since 1948.
Yeah, it's embarrassing that we have people serving in Congress with this. The people need to be represented, and I got that. But some of this is just ridiculous.
But that's like a mama of some idiot that walked into a
convenience store.
A convenience store, took out a lead pipe and hit this really large guy right in the head, and also hit his kid. And then that guy came and beat him to a pulp and left him lying in the parking lot bleeding. And the mom was crying about, why does nobody care about my son?
Yeah, exactly. All you had to do was mind your own business.
Right.
Yeah. Well,
and you picked a fight, and now you got one.
A reporter at that press conference asked, "Does Israel not have a right to defend themselves?"
They're not going to talk about that. They won't even answer that question.
What does she think they should have done after they were attacked?
Thank you.
No, she would say they deserved it. They deserved it.
And they can't retaliate.
Right.
This is a photo that's released by the IDF. They can track where these missiles in Gaza are coming from. One of the missile launch sites is directly next to a kindergarten.
Yeah,
well, sure it is.
And this is the play.
Right.
We store munitions underneath hospitals. We don't have military bases. We have military bases underneath civilian buildings. That's how they operate.
Yeah. What I would do is if Omar cares about the Palestinian people, she should actually be supporting Israel and the allies if they get involved, removing Hamas for the damage they've done to the people of the Palestinians.
Because tell me if I'm wrong.
For examples like
in
that.
the Gaza Strip, they have had more self-control over their own government over the past 8 to 10 years than they've ever had since that was established.
Yeah.
Israel pulled out. Let it say self-rule, take care of it yourself.
And then they vote in Hamas as their government. And then they wanted to get Hamas out, and they can't because Hamas won't have elections anymore.
And now Hamas is blocking people from leaving.
Because
so that's
hostages,
why Israel hadn't started the ground war yet, because we still have hostages and civilians that Hamas won't let out. That's part of their play.
I would argue that the Israelis care more about the Palestinians than Hamas does.
For sure.
The way they're treating them, the way they're acting.
Top of the hour. If you leave us, have a good day. Don't forget the archives for any part of the Rick and Bubba show that you don't get on your normal schedule every day. But if you're still with us, we'll do a top of the hour break, and Lord willing, we'll be back. We'll get more of your phone calls in next hour, more stories as we walk through the first show of the week.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
My father believed a communist plot to embed our country with soccer. And then we had that weird run. I heard a best of show, one of the shows. It might have been, it wasn't Friday, I don't think, or maybe it was when we were gone on vacation, but I heard it being played when Bubba and I had children they came after. When our kids were small.
Oh, yeah.
And, they do. Well, they're not old enough to play anything else. Let them play soccer. And then we had that weird moment where soccer wasn't just a new choice, that another option, it became the preferred option. And if your kids didn't play soccer, you were somehow less evolved. That American football especially was so archaic and dangerous and outdated. And if you really love your children and you really want to be in the, come into the present, more civilized time, you would embrace soccer. And to embrace soccer is to be fully evolved into a better human. And it was kind of weird. All the cartoons started going to soccer. All the kids' books were soccer. Baseball, basketball, football. It was just classless. And I can't imagine what would happen if we had a sporting team representing our country win a championship, a world championship, and they were all screaming what they were screaming about President Trump, say about President Obama. You know what? If they had done that to President Obama, it would be a dilemma, because everybody who's extremely far left, to not like soccer is to go against the party. But because every good socialist loves it. But if you were to, they would have demanded that soccer be eradicated from the universe.
Oh yeah, we would have protest on the Capitol building today to do away with this evil sport.
So far, and like I say, let me clarify. So far, the president, I think, is handling this correctly by congratulating the team, no matter what they're saying about him, and saying that their country is proud of them. and giving them, saying they were great and exciting play to watch, and he just congratulated them, and that's all he said so far. I hope that he'll stay in that vein because it makes them look worse, but I'm not sure.
You know, he loves a winner, Rick.
Yeah,
and,
I'm not sure that's where my investment would be. If they keep on.
Rick, he's still on the high from the big flyovers over the weekend.
Yeah,
you know,
right.
so
Greg hit it a minute ago, and you're right. At some point, he's going to say that purple hair, who started all this, that or cotton candy hair, whatever color that is, he's going to declare that she's an overrated player.
Yeah.
You know,
that's probably the best player.
That's coming.
Right. Even though I think she had 6 goals and 3 assists.
Yeah.
But,
she got the golden boot and the golden ball.
Yes. But so, well, no, you're right. You're right. I was just saying that that will make it
odd.
That'll make it even funnier. Well, not so much in this case, but I mean that would be odd if President will now come out and say she's overrated. But that would be classic for him to do that.
But you wonder why, because she's the one that she kneeled during the anthem, and then they passed a rule where you had to stand.
How
She
about
said
this?
She wouldn't sing it.
I will give soccer this. They passed a rule you can't do that.
Well, they did,
and good for them.
You have to give them credit
But if I'm so embarrassed, I guess, of my country for that, why would I want to represent them and play and bring them championships?
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? If you want to, you can kneel and not sing, but give your sport up if you really want to make a statement.
Yeah, if this country is so repulsive to you, why have you got it across your jersey?
Yeah, and you're bringing glory to it by winning championships and being a big part of it. Like I say, kneeling and not singing is, big deal. But if you really want to make a statement, refuse to play for them.
But then it goes back to this, though. It's one
End
thing.
your career.
It's one thing for you to use the freedom that this country provides you to say, not a fan of the current president, don't like him, don't want to meet him. Okay. But when you start screaming out something that's so vulgar we can't even play it on the show, you're using a word that is. There's very few people I would say that would say, oh, no, that word's not offensive. It doesn't bother me at all. I know some people act like it's not repulsive, but when you're screaming that, in the stadium, and then while, your TV coverage in America is trying to give you props and celebrate your victory.
Yeah, give you coverage.
And you're representing your country, and then there's one thing being disrespectful to the anthem when you play for the Chicago Bears.
Yeah.
But when you play for America, it's different.
And the things you were saying, it's not the way to win the Americans over to soccer, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, they won the championship, but I don't know if they won the PR.
Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba, thanks for being with us as we start a brand new hour. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Adler. All here as we move forward. Buffalo Wild Wings and the Rick and Bubba Show. The charity charge today, Venice's Foundation benefits Alabama participating Buffalo Wild Wings locations. Eat there today. 10% goes to Venice's Foundation. Thanks in advance. Also, our brand new Rick and Bubba University, the podcast out. Raymond Arroyo from Fox News and New York Times bestselling author, singer, He's multi-talented. We chat with Raymond if you haven't caught that yet. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us. It's the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
So every day, a lot of you like the behind-the-scenes stuff. Bubba and I, we get here to the office. The kickoff hour is underway. By the way, we need to say congratulations. Bubba's alarm clock worked. Had a bad streak going there. Had to get out from under that. Did you figure out what was wrong?
Rick, I wish I could tell you what it was.
Oh, no.
But we updated everything. We cut everything off, cut it back on, the programs, Jimmy Jam, all that stuff. Set a backup today and had a third backup, and it went off as planned.
Oh, so you didn't find out what was wrong, really?
No, not really.
If you put the backups up, it'll be right back.
You know, I'm still concerned because I got several emails last week of people saying, hey, the same thing happened to me. So I don't know if they had some kind of something squirrely going on in their world or not. I don't know why that many people would have an alarm go crazy at the same time. But
I got a message from Gary, Gary the Bulldozer Man, of course. Hey, tell Bubba I got roosters if he needs them.
I got roosters. You know what? I don't have to. I have owls.
No.
We've got it. I went out the other morning. There were 3 of them. There's 2 in trees close by, and then 1 down the street. And they were having a hooting good time. Let me tell you, it was just constant.
Did you say a hooting good time?
Yes.
That's good. I like that. All right, so Adler's got something for us.
And then the one way down the street here. What are they talking about?
What's the echo? So, Bubba, this has got you written all over. I haven't heard it, just so you know, but this sounds very Bubba-like. Dance club song with Trump's voice in it.
Oh, I love stuff.
Yeah, that
like
sounds right. It's right up your alley. And you're saying this could be maybe used as a more current Trump update music?
Yeah, I don't even think this is new, but I like it, and I'm like, Bubba's gonna love this. Let's hear it.
Why would you also put our COVID update?
Because he talks about the China virus in it.
Yeah.
So it's Trump's voice, and
is
this AI or is this actually?
This is real.
Is this where the DJ is just, dancing hard in her room?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
So this has been going around. It's pretty.
I saw Bubba dialing in, and I think in the break we'll watch Bubba search for it and play it some more.
That's good.
I think that's how that's going to go.
I like that AI one we had with Trump in it. That was good. That went on the top of the downloads. That was pretty good stuff.
Yeah.
Virus.
Also, we have an alleged thief. Clever. Now, I don't know why he went to this trouble, because now you can just walk in the store, grab what you want, and leave. Oh, wait a minute. He's white. You can't.
Can't do it.
Okay. Yeah. Alleged thief found a clever way to hide from authorities in Portland. He went into the store, got up in the window, and posed as a mannequin.
Oh, that's good. I wonder how long.
And then once he stood there froze and motionless, pretending to be the mannequin in the storefront, they said then when they got ready to shut her down, he just went on a spree in there stealing stuff and got in the store by pretending to be a mannequin.
Oh, you can't beat that.
How long can y'all stand still and not move?
They said
I couldn't do it too long.
They said he stole a new outfit and also ate food in there like crazy. So,
wow.
Yeah.
My nose would start itching.
They said he left there and then ran across the field in Tuscaloosa.
That's funny. That's funny.
Virus.
So, yeah.
China virus.
If there's one thing I could never do is be a mannequin, because I can't be still.
No, I can't.
I
What
struggle.
about them weirdos that paint themselves like a human statue and stand there and let people get their picture made with them?
Yes.
They got mental problems.
Yeah, they really do. I have struggled. Have you ever seen the videos of them doing that? Then they'll like push people and stuff. People will go nuts.
Oh, no.
But I struggled. I have been struggling sitting still since kindergarten. It just never works for me.
I can see that. I could see that.
Yeah, I just
Get back on your mat, Rick.
I know. Oh gosh, you think
the
I
mat?
red on one side, blue on the other?
Yes.
I could not.
I don't think
stay-
I ever slept.
I couldn't stay on that mat. Never slept in it because I don't do naps. I can't nap, so I could not nap as a kid. I struggle napping because the way that I have to. There's just too many people. I mean,
What
there's a
about-
lot going on.
You remember the kids in your class that would fall asleep and the teacher had to drag their mat to wake them up?
Yes.
They were like in a deep sleep. I was just always over staring.
Yeah, I do remember sitting in the class before and uncontrollably need to put my head down.
You know that I do.
Yeah.
Did you when they called official nap time?
Yeah.
In kindergarten.
Yeah.
No.
Bubba, did you ever put your head down? I mean, the desk might not be able to hold it, but I mean,
Oh yes,
right.
absolutely.
Yeah.
I put
You talking
it
about like
down-
that?
I
Yeah.
put it down sometimes when it wasn't supposed to be down
Right,
at school.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
You wake
trouble.
up in a pool of drool.
Yeah. Everybody pointing.
when you see people, I'm not talking about online because I don't know how that works, but when you hear about people that have finally been freed of the horrifying educational system of sitting in a classroom and having to learn and do things and do projects, and they go back to college, it's like I can't believe they're doing it.
You know what's waiting
to
on
me.
you.
To me, that'd be like a prisoner of war going back into prison. I mean, it would be like,
Pretty hard.
I'm so glad not to have to be in school. It's one of the greatest things about being an adult.
It's pretty good.
You know, it was just
yeah. I'm reading more on this guy.
Yeah.
All right. So you have. I was thinking he was in the store. He was just outside the glass of the store, but acted like he was a mannequin to what Rick was saying. So when the mall closed, then he went on a rampage inside the mall, not just the store. So that helped me a little bit. So it was
wow.
So see, he's just outside the glass, but he stood there.
Okay.
So he looks like a mannequin,
which is why he ate. He went to the food court.
Right.
and
He
all
went
that.
to the food court.
Okay.
He went to the little,
Wow.
like the little kiosks and little jewelry, I should say, kiosk,
Yeah.
and started stealing jewelry and stuff. So
Yeah.
that's why.
What did he steal?
I can't say
Well,
that.
he
Jewelry.
Okay.
He could just stand out there and not be a mannequin and do that.
Greg.
Well, no, it's like for security, they probably just out of their peripheral, they're not really
Right.
looking. It looks like a mannequin, and he's just standing. I guess he could hide under something too, Greg, to your point,
Well,
but he
he's
didn't.
just standing there. I mean,
Buddy.
there's not a mannequin outside normally, right?
No, there's one just to his right. There's a mannequin in the window.
Well, how'd he get in?
He did.
Greg.
He got
He
out.
never went in the mall.
No,
was
he's
in the
outside.
mall.
He's in the mall. He's outside that.
He just
store.
pretended to be a mannequin,
store.
so when they shut the mall down, he just stayed in there.
Oh, I
Yeah.
got you. Yeah. Okay, I thought it was like out front of the mall.
Any chance you stand still that long? No chance.
No chance.
No.
Any chance? That,
None.
any chance if we went back to college, we would actually do better because we can handle a classroom better.
Yes,
I went-
100%.
I
I
stopped
saw
and
that with
went
Highlands
back.
College.
Yeah, I
You know,
wondered about that.
I stopped and went back like 3 or 4 times. So
Rick, if I went back, showing up day one would be better
Right.
than what I
Well,
did.
Here's
those
the
2
thing, Rick.
semesters.
If you go back, here's what I. If you go back, you're
But
going
you think
back
about going
because
back?
you made the decision.
Right.
We don't
Right.
have that choice
Good
when
point.
we're young.
it's different
so-
when you're paying the bill.
Absolutely, it's
It's
different when
a
you're paying the
totally
bill.
different outlook.
So you're going back, Rick?
No,
Get your
but I'm
master's?
just saying that I have found that I can study better than I could study when I was
And we
younger.
get to pick. If you go back, you're
Of course,
picking
being sober, a big part of that.
what you actually want to study.
Right.
And these
Yeah.
kids today don't. They're just thrown in the
Right.
the whole system, and they're forced to learn everything.
No, you're right, because honestly, if you look back at my academic career, which I wouldn't advise anyone to do,
Yeah.
you will see that I really did well in things I was interested in.
100%.
Where I went
That's
downhill
why I think
was-
the school system, the way it's set up now, is completely wrong.
I agree.
Y'all know. Y'all know.
Do your grades ever get off of all those computers? I mean, like your credit score, you
Well, I
get
hope
every
so.
7 years it bumps off. Do we get that with our grades?
That's
too,
a
you
great
know?
question.
I can
don't
tell
know.
you no.
Okay.
It's still there.
You know how people have that
That's a shame.
nightmare
Promise you.
of like, oh no, I showed up to class and I didn't prepare. I'm not
All
ready
the
for it.
time. All the time.
I cared so little about school. I've never had that dream.
Wow. How about that? Because I've had it a bunch. That's funny.
I actually lived that dream in class throughout my entire academic career.
Right.
I don't know that I ever showed up for a test prepared. Yeah, which goes back to the great statement that Sherry made for me. You know, Rick, any test you don't prepare for is hard.
Right.
I guess that's true. I don't remember
Makes it
being
more
prepared for a
difficult.
test ever. Never.
You don't know that feeling.
No, all the grades I made were just raw. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The folks.
But the H sound is a struggle for the French because they don't have it. That's Z Rick and Bubba show. The Rick and Bubba show. That. That's how I'm teaching you.
I bet that's a good tool there.
Yeah,
Like
and
do
he
you
makes
make
him scary.
do you make that face?
You already seen him. He's
scaring him half to death.
That face
Look at it. He's got it. That. See, he's saying it perfect in there right now.
He asked me if I was.
He's got it.
But the face that comes with that.
By Jove, he's got it.
Well, Ricky wants you to stop. That's why he's doing it. You're scaring him. You're scaring him.
All right. So everybody else tried to get him to say it, and he couldn't say it. And when I did that, when I started doing that, he got it. Visuals work. I learned visually.
A little confused American tied to it.
I learned visually. I learned visually, do you?
Yes, I do, Rick. Makes a world of difference.
He says it perfect. Come here.
He asked me if I was really a triathlete, and I told him I was.
Did you really?
You can lie to people if they don't know your language.
Makes it easier.
But I mean, I just want him to hear how perfect he says it. So, say right here, Bubba, it's not when you're a coach, isn't the end result the key?
I mean, that's it. That's all that really matters.
All right, so Gabriel, say that.
That.
That's perfect.
Got it.
And how did you learn that?
That.
This is perfect.
All right, so now say rude Tourette's.
No, say the. Guys, what else y'all need?
Tell you what, Rick, you've done good.
Say bip.
You've got to get him to do us a drop in French.
Oh yeah, you'll have to do
And German.
Yeah. So
give us some German.
Yeah. Can you speak some German? Say hello. How are you?
Hallo, wie geht es dir?
Okay.
But he even says it in a French way. It sounds nice. It does. You know, it's rolls. It's just smooth.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Can you say? See, Rick and Bubba's show, but show would be in French. What part would be in French? What would we have him say? Like,
Just say
you're listening.
You're listening to the Rick and Bubba show.
Okay, so in French, say you're listening to the Rick and Bubba show.
Vous écoutez le spectacle Rick and Bubba.
Perfect. That's what we need.
I think he said the spectacular Rick and Bubba. Did I hear that?
Did you say spectacular?
No. Spectacle.
Say spending their time together.
Spectacle.
Their journey.
Their journey.
The show.
The show spectacle.
I'm telling you what, we're gonna have a great time.
Have you taught them how to say you can't have nothing?
Oh, yeah, we haven't.
Okay.
All right. You have to learn this phrase in English. You can't have nothing. You can't have nothing.
In French?
No, in English.
You can't have nothing.
Say.
I kind of want to hear it in French, by the way.
Say, hey, you can't have nothing.
Hey, you can't have nothing.
Very good. Very good. All right, so now say that in French.
Bonjour, salut. Tu ne peux pas avoir rien.
Okay. All right. Now
So I guess y'all don't have nothing.
He's like, I don't even know how to make that. All right, now in German.
It doesn't make any sense.
Hallo. You can nicht. You can nicht.
Just make something.
Whatever nothing is, zero, like none.
Yeah. I don't know.
I'll become a translator now.
Yeah.
Haben.
Tough. That's hard.
Okay.
Hard in German.
I don't.
He's hung in
I don't
neutral.
understand the sentence.
Here's what.
Here's
what it means.
And it's going to be hard for us to.
What it means.
I can't wait
What
to
it
hear
means is that I don't have anything. That's what it means.
Not really. But
You can't have anything. I'm unable to have something.
The sentence is I can't have anything.
Correct.
I understood nothing.
Yeah, it's different. Yeah, that's a slang.
that's tough.
I mean, hey, you can't have nothing.
Nothing or anything.
Well, nothing in English. In English, nothing. In French and German, anything.
You du kann nicht das haben.
Yeah, very good.
Rick, I think he's throwing too much at it.
Now, I like for him to talk like Gary and his accent.
Now
in
the
English.
thing, you gotta say nothing. You gotta.
We're back 22 minutes now past the hour, and you can reach us at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll get phone calls coming up bottom of the hour. Bubba, your old friend Bernie. Have you seen Bernie today?
What's Bernie done now, Rick?
Your old friend Bernie. He has funneled $75,000 more of his campaign coffers to his wife and also his stepson's nonprofit.
Uh-huh.
So those of you that wanted to get Bernie Sanders...
You mean the great socialist?
Well, that's actually socialism at work. He took money from people and gave it to people he wanted to have. He redistributed people's wealth.
Yep.
So he took 75. So those of you, if that's your money and you wanted Bernie to run the free world, he gave that to his wife and stepson's nonprofit. And they have discovered that. So the senator's campaign went to the Sanders Institute. I bet that's a dilly. I bet that's as clean as a whistle, don't you think?
Yeah.
And these are from the Federal Election Commission filings. The cash follows the $200,000 that the committee sent to the nonprofit earlier this year. The institute was established by Sanders' wife, Jane, and his stepson 6 years ago as Bubba, get ready for this. I know it's one of your favorite phrases, a think tank. You talk about being able to be gray and no one know what you're doing. So we gave money to your institute. What do y'all do? We're a think tank.
Rick, you just don't understand what a think tank is all about. Because you don't think. For us thinkers, this is just perfect.
Adler's rolling video of him behind you, and it looks like he's talking.
Trying to sync it up. Just give me a moment. See, I'm working on it.
It does.
And the people who doubt me just don't know what they're talking about.
That's right. Yeah, I've seen what the left comes up with. It doesn't appear they do much thinking, or maybe they're really more diabolical. So maybe that does require some planning. So know that Bernie has funneled more money to this institute that his wife and stepson run.
I tell you, if you want a good education in accounting, watch Bernie Sanders and the Biden family.
Absolutely,
they can show you how to move it around. Throw in a side order of our former Secretary of State, now the czar of the global warming. He's in charge of John Kerry.
Oh,
he can show you how to do it too.
Yeah.
Well, pass laws to tax big yachts in your state, and then move your yacht 100 yards over the state line.
Right.
I mean, that's how they do it.
Really, it seems, I'm not saying these were their influences, but it does seem odd that Black Lives Matter, that they would have such white influences, because it looks like they've learned to operate their nonprofit the way all of these white liberals run theirs.
Yep.
Dirty. You remember the faker who claimed she was battling cancer and documented it on TikTok and then pocketed the GoFundMe donations?
This is Greg's favorite.
Yeah, Greg, you're gonna be so sad. She broke down in tears.
Oh boy!
As she was ordered to pay the $39,000 in restitution, but she will avoid jail, and she says, "I did it to get my family together." So we just don't understand. This was something she needed to do to get her family.
Now,
together.
how does that? You got to explain.
Well,
that.
Greg, her sickness brought her family together.
This is more. But that was the reason she did it.
Right. I will say this.
Another scamorama.
You got a screw loose.
When you look at what Mary Lou Retton was able to raise for her medical, $40,000 is not a lot of money for someone who's faking cancer.
Right. I mean, and Mary Lou Retton's a national treasure.
That's right.
But look, this is the thing. I don't know. When you fake cancer,
oh my goodness!
I mean, aren't you just asking for the universe to give you cancer?
You would think.
I mean, whatever your belief system is, I'll put it that way. Okay.
The effort it has to take to pull this off,
it's exhausting,
and it happens a lot.
Look, there's quicker, easier ways to rip somebody off.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? I mean.
400 people sent in donations.
Get you one of them peekaboo pages. You make a lot of money with them.
And there's Mr. Bussey.
Well, I'm just telling you.
Right.
If we're going to get in the gutter, do that.
The scam unraveled.
You do that to be a fake cancer person.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
Her scam unraveled when medical professionals started spotting discrepancies in her story online. She
hung around too long.
Let me tell you what. This was a bad day for her. The police subpoenaed her medical records, and when they put the subpoena on her, you know what's the funny thing about subpoenas? Remember that from Absence of Malice?
Yeah.
So they wanted her medical records, and
Look like you're sick.
Bubba, guess what? No medical facility anywhere in the area had anything showing that she had cancer.
You get up every
I don't know
day
why they don't have me
and
down.
you got to live that lie, and you got to pay attention. Come on.
She said a lot of people may have speculated why I did this and how somebody who looked like they had everything together could have such a mess. I did this for I didn't do this for money or greed. I didn't do this for attention. I did this as an attempt to get my family back together. While sobbing.
Well, why did you collect the 37,000? You could have done that.
39,000.
Yeah. This graphics is 37, but here's the thing.
And it refreshed.
I mean, this girl could do a lot of other things to. I mean, $37,000. That's not a lot of money.
Not
to throw your life away.
Right.
I mean, you're forever going to be known as a girl with fake cancer.
All right, let's talk
and spend jail time. I mean,
all right, let's talk about the world we live in now. Okay,
Right.
and I'm not exaggerating.
I mean, this ain't 370,000.
And
or
guys
it ain't
realize
3
this,
million.
this
you know?
happens a lot.
In this same story, all right, everybody see it right there? 37,000. In this story, it doesn't have one but two numbers. Headline 39,000. Opening line of the story 40,000. And we're supposed to come on this show and try to figure out stories.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sitting here right now, and I'm holding a story that's giving you three different numbers.
Is that what the GoFundMe took from? I mean, like the total amount was 40 maybe, and they took
TikToker who maybe scanned nearly $40,000 to earn the sympathy. Then the headline says ordered to pay $39,000 in restitution and also a fine that was like $1,700 or $1,300.
Okay.
So I guess people are saying, how can we make the headline work? There's a lot of money in here. Let's keep throwing this in and that in. But I know it doesn't matter because that's not that big a deal in the story. But it is frustrating.
It is
when you're trying to do these stories that the reporters themselves can't agree on what happened.
Mm-hmm. Do you know? I mean, think about down the road what her life's going to be like. Okay. So you get over all this. You get over your legal problems. You pay your fees, your fines, your probations, and you start dating somebody later on. You come up front and go, yeah, I was a girl with fake cancer, or you don't tell them and they find it online, and then say you get married. Do you ever believe them when they say they lost the check?
I know.
Or credibility, they don't feel good.
Credibility takes a hit here.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Change it to nothing.
Right, you're
Just
right.
let him say the local
Yeah.
dog.
All right, are you ready?
Say nothing.
In English only. In English.
Yeah.
Hey.
Hey.
No, say it like that.
Hey. Hey.
Hey.
You can't
You can't
have nothing.
have nothing.
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 He speaks better than Gary.
Like nut.
Like
in.
a nut. Like a nut. Nothing.
Nothing.
Hey, you can't have nothing.
Hey, you can't have nothing.
Right.
You get it. All right, here's another one. Then.
say I then.
Oh, y'all, you can't even spell that.
Can you repeat?
No, that's
I
Height.
then.
Dien.
I then.
I dien.
Then say you seen Ern?
Can you repeat?
You seen Ern?
You seen Ern?
You seen Ern?
That's good.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so the guys are telling Bubba and me in the kitchen that we're going to not believe what we're about to see out of
Yes, a Norwegian woman,
woman
has an unusual skill running and jumping like a horse.
Yeah.
What?
This is something that that was brought to our attention, I guess, late last week or over the weekend. It's in show notes. And we watched it in the kickoff hour.
It's unbelievable.
And Adler's got a kind of a weird tie-in to this.
Well, doesn't he have a weird tie-in to everything?
So on radio, I apologize. You're going to hear us.
Now you two haven't seen it.
No,
Rick and Bubba, you two have not seen this.
it.
Okay,
I
I
You're
can't
going
wait to see your reaction.
You're going to see a woman
pretty
that looks
impressive.
like
Any for this?
It's got like just music with it, but it looks like she's doing.
I guess, kind of a fast bear crawl for those of you that can't visualize, but she's galloping like a horse.
You said that she runs around like a horse on all fours?
Yes.
She can jump obstacles, too, like the steeplechase.
Yeah.
What?
She even jumped a picnic table.
Well, let's have a look.
And we're going to start with her walking
On
down
all
a little
fours.
trail. Yes.
That's nothing. Y'all ain't seen anything.
No, she's warming
Should
up.
we be watching this?
Yeah. Now, here she comes. She's running.
That's her?
Yes, watch.
That looks like a horse.
That's a person?
Rick.
That's not true.
Rick.
That's a person?
Stay with it.
Rick, different gallop.
Oh, my God. What are we doing?
Rick, now, this could go bad.
No, easy.
She doesn't have lower back trouble.
That's not true. This is some kind of camera game. This isn't real.
Look at her jumping.
Y'all, no, this is not real. It can't be. this is. How do you
And that's in jeans.
How do you end up like this?
Rick, she chose to. That's why she. I want to see some video of her standing up. No way she can stand straight.
And that shows her jumping over things. Her gait is amazing. The way her stride, the way she's able to do that.
Shouldn't she have shoes on her hands?
Look,
That's
look,
for
y'all.
real. You're
Did y'all
right.
Look at that.
Here's what I want to know:
She's just jumping over things.
Is she doing this on purpose, or is there a challenge?
No. She's not like raised by wolves or anything.
Well, that's what
Hey, it looks like it.
Yeah, I have to ask.
Oh, you're right, Rick.
When she was
Rick,
young,
put it this way, we think maybe not.
when she was
Is
like
this the
4,
only way she can gallop?
No.
right,
When she was like
slow
4
motion.
years old,
Where's the one when she's really galloping?
Bubba.
Rick.
What are we
I want to see the one
watching?
on the beach where she's just flying.
Oh,
she
yeah. I
gets
think, is
up.
that coming up?
Her arms
Here
must be like
comes. Here
steel.
comes the beach right here.
All right, here
Look,
we go.
Look, Bubba,
Here it is.
Bubba.
Rick, look at that gate right there.
I can't believe
she's
what
bringing
I'm
her
seeing.
feet all the way back up in front of her chest.
I can't believe what
underneath
I'm
her.
seeing.
Look at her
It's
just
her-
jogging.
I was trying to, when she's doing that, is her leg and arm moving together?
Look
at the
right
same
here.
This
time?
is the one that gets me.
She's
This
got
is the one that
That's
gets
a
me.
horse. That's
It's opposite, isn't it?
When I saw
that
her
how
coming
dog-
from
Look
a
at that.
distance,
That's Rick, and that's a whole different one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a gallop there.
When I saw her coming from a distance, I thought it was an animal.
I did
got
too.
some strong
I was
Like a pony
concerned with
coming
that
down the
one.
road,
I
didn't
was
it?
real concerned about that video.
The poor dog, he's so confused, he didn't know what to do.
No.
But do you know that there's people that run around like this?
No.
That's kind of their thing.
Is this like these people walk around with like I want to
mascot
know.
suits? We have one of them on our staff.
I want footage of this woman walking normal.
All right, so when
She's
she was
gotta have
4,
terrible
she
posture.
loved dogs,
It's gotta
so she
hurt her
started
back.
running like a dog, and
Oh,
then as she got older, she started running like a horse.
Where's his music at?
Here comes Henry. Oh, no. Hey, Henry.
Guys, I was just catching the show on YouTube, and hello, lady. Y'all know how close is Norwegia?
It's a pretty good gallop.
Cause I gotta go.
To my knees. I can't start another day without him, brother. Oh, there is no other waking on their blubber. Gonna be a big star. Fat will get you very far.
Here we go. 35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big. We'll get phone calls for the hours done, maybe in the final segment of this hour. MyPillow.com/Bubba. This American company is all about saving us money while giving us great products. It is a win-win. We love them. They've been with us for so many years. Their products are fantastic, and the kind of savings we're talking about right now. The new My Towels, it's a 6-piece set, all types of colors, 50% off at just $29.98. The all new My Pillow is there's still great savings on it. I can't see it here because of the way the thing printed out, but trust me, they're great. I think they're like 50% off right now. The sheets are as low as $24.98. King and Queen, yeah, I was right. The My Pillows are 50% off. That's the 2.0. That's the new one. And I know I don't like to bring up Christmas too early, even though Sherry told me this weekend there's a study that has come out that people who put up their Christmas decorations early
these are usually pretty happy, well-adjusted people.
Oh wow!
That they love Christmas so much that they just. I will say this though: in your neighborhood, if your neighbor looks more enthusiastic about decorating for Halloween than Christmas, watch those people.
Yeah, I've seen some.
But anyway, yeah, I have too. Christmas products are there, and there's order early products. I mean, like you need maybe a tree skirt. Maybe some knitted hats, some stockings, that kind of stuff. 25 to 35% off. So a lot going on at mypillow.com/Bubba, mypillow.com/Bubba, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Couple of updates. Deion Sanders is giving his players the week off. Did you say, Bubba?
Yeah, they're getting the week off, have an open week. They will prepare for UCLA when they come back. I believe so they're playing. And but Deion's told them don't be late. Said if you're late coming back, your locker will be cleaned out.
So I'm gonna give y'all some freedom. This is kind of this was always the way that I parented too. You can have freedom as long as you show me you can handle it. Now this is when everybody lived under my authority,
right?
And as you can prove you can handle freedom, you'll get more of it. When you prove you can't handle freedom, then it'll tighten.
Got to go back the other way.
It'll tighten up.
Yep.
So that's kind of what he's doing, and then this ongoing. By the way, what is the Colorado situation? I know they blew the game against Stanford. What are they?
Were they open this past weekend? Is that when they were? I didn't hear any. Usually they get a lot of coverage.
Yeah. So what are they? 5-3, something like that.
Not sure.
Are we that far along in the season yet?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Anyway, so I don't know. I mean, they're doing what he's doing there is definitely showing that he was a good hire, no matter how the state they were in versus where they are now. But again, they still got work to do. This Taylor Swift thing. I know that some of you out there, the minute I bring it up, you're already getting nauseous.
Right.
But this deal with her and the Chiefs and this Travis Kelce thing, it's now getting out of hand. I mean, it's now like she's part of the Kelce family now, right? I mean, is this?
Boy, she went from 0 to 100.
I mean, it's of course, Greg. If you'll check her record,
Come in a little hot.
She's a zero.
Travis is going
burn out quick.
She's a 0 to 100 kind of gal. And so now, we've got the
Of course, there's his brother. Everybody was
and that's everybody's telling her to get out of the.
Because he's
what now?
Oh yeah,
what are y'all talking
about? Mahomes' brother
he'd been accused of sexual assault at one time.
Oh, you mean Mahomes' brother?
Yeah, her fans are saying that she need to get out of that box. She don't need to be around him.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's him right behind her.
Yeah,
that's funny.
So.
Her and they're doing their little handshakes. Look like a couple of players after a big play.
Yeah,
right. I know that's your favorite thing.
I love that.
Greg,
talking about ring around the roses.
Yeah,
I love that.
I talked about this earlier too. How you like the fact that football players are starting to wear shorts?
Oh, that's nice.
Are we going to do anything
How
about
you like
that?
I mean, as if duplicate numbers wasn't enough.
Oh, I know. I said that earlier too.
I remember them. They used to call a
your knees now. Now we got up on our thighs.
Yeah, and you look ridiculous.
I mean, it looks like you got sliding pants on out there playing football.
I know, and it really looks good on big giant linemen.
Oh my
That's
gosh.
what it really looks
How
like.
stupid.
Receivers.
I've noticed that if something's trendy, that human beings don't even care if they look stupid.
I know.
Just because it's trendy doesn't mean it's not stupid.
I know.
Yeah, look at me. I'm out here in a pair of shorts. That looks stupid. Hey, I got a duplicate number on. That's stupid.
Yeah.
It looks like somebody's written on my face with a Sharpie. That looks stupid.
Yeah. I'm going to do a choreographed hand slap every time I just make a routine play.
Right.
I'm not the game winner.
No.
Routine play. I stand up and act like I just won the game.
Yeah.
Well, we
got 3 more quarters left.
I heard you in the kickoff hour. When it looks the dumbest is when you make a big deal about it, and the very next play, the other team just takes over and beats you.
Florida State.
Yeah.
Duke, they were posing for pictures because they had a turnover for a touchdown. They kick it off. Florida State runs it all the way back.
Maybe
I went by their bench going, take a picture of that.
Maybe you should play all the way to the end.
Yeah.
And then celebrate on the field after you win the game.
Yeah. Or if you make a play that puts it out of reach.
Right. Well, guys, I'm telling you, our whole society, and you see it in sports, our whole society has started to celebrate the mediocre and the routine.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I
made a tackle.
There was a time when you had to do something extraordinary.
Yes.
For people to applaud and give you accolades, and it's like now. I mean, mediocrity is so celebrated. I don't even get excited anymore when someone texts me, so you got to hear this.
Oh, I know.
Hey, you got to hear this. I'm thinking, wow, I'm about to hear one of the greatest speeches of all time. And after I listen to it, I go, I mean, it was okay. It didn't. I don't think it's going to be
like Patton.
It wasn't. It wasn't the Gettysburg Address. I mean,
I love the cornerback that celebrates and he thinks he's done something, but it's just because the receiver dropped the ball.
Yes.
It wasn't his defense. He's like, no.
I know. And
like,
then they show the replay.
He dropped it. He was wide open.
I saw that.
What are you celebrating?
I saw that a lot.
Worst.
I saw that a lot this weekend.
And when it comes to Colorado, they're 4-3.
Yeah.
They were off last week, not this week. They have UCLA Saturday night.
Okay.
Yeah, so they're
UCLA
coming back
beat
now.
somebody. Oh, beat Stanford really bad.
Coach Prime told his squad this week that they need to steal a game back. They know they lost one at Stanford. They were supposed to win. The Colorado has a shot at redemption when they enter a sold-out Rose Bowl this coming weekend to play UCLA. And they've slipped to number 9 in the power rankings for the Pac-12. But that's better than dead last.
He wasn't very happy. He gave a big speech about, I got to find out who. He said he's got a bunch of guys that like football and he needs them to love it.
Mm-hmm.
True.
And we all give that speech and whatever we're doing, but he's not very happy.
No.
Well, and you know what? He's the kind of coach, if he, especially if he's got a season to look at your resume, if he decides that you can't play there, then you'll be gone.
Have y'all heard the thoughts that but he's not going to do this, but a couple more years and he's done, that this is all about Shador? Have y'all heard those comments?
It's basically the rumor that this is the ultimate daddy ball.
Yes. I keep hearing this, and I keep hearing it from people that are catching me off guard that have this theory.
And
really?
the fact that his son is padding his numbers by taking sacks that's hurting the team when he should throw the ball away so he won't get incompletes. On the numbers. Now, some people are saying, I'm not saying that. I don't believe that so far, but I hear that.
I've heard people we've actually had on this show that we really respect and that are saying things like this, and I'm like, really? Never thought it.
No. No, I mean, Dion has talked about how he holds the ball too long, but I don't think it's
No, I'm just talking about in general, the only reason he's doing this at all is because of his son.
Well, now, I'll tell you this. It was funny when they were, I don't know what game they were in, but he put it out on his social media. It's been a little bit, but both of his sons are with him, looks like in a box or something, and they're watching the game, and they both say, hey, we're out after this year. And he looked, he said, oh, no, y'all aren't. And they went, yeah, probably so. And it's like he's in disbelief. No, you're not. And they're just having a good time together, father son. You know, kind of thing.
He would have the Stanford loss is even more odd when you look at the fact they're 2-5 and they are dead last in the Pac-12.
And you're up by 29.
Yeah, that's when the season's over. They're going to look back at that game.
That was the one you can't let those get away.
Wow!
When you're turning the program, you can't let those get away.
Yeah, they're predicting Stanford will finish 2-10 now.
UCLA hammered them.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, because really,
this past weekend,
when the season started, we were like, if they could just make it to a bowl, that would be unbelievable, you know. And now they're two wins away from doing that.
Yeah, and that would be considered successful. It really was. And I heard that this has gone so well for everywhere they play, for every stadium they play in, for everything at Colorado. The offensive coordinator is going to be named, and it may not be true. Next year will be Taylor Swift. So it'll be Dion and Taylor Swift.
Oh, that's going to be something.
Your phone calls are next. 866-WE-BE-BIG.
Rick and Bubba.
Well, in the break, the guys were saying that they've talked about this woman who gallops like a horse.
Yeah.
And
How about that?
they said that Adler said that at one time in his life that he wanted to be a dog
just for a day
as a kid.
Yeah.
And he lived as a dog for one day,
including on all fours,
including his mom feeding him out of a
bowl,
a dog bowl.
Yeah,
that's what he told us.
And he got in trouble for TTing on the rug.
She took a newspaper out and wore him out.
And here he comes. Here he comes.
Now, you brought this up. We didn't.
Yeah.
So this
you re-brought it up.
Well,
okay? You re-brought it up.
That did happen.
You thought to yourself,
Did you really do that?
kick off hour, a little more freedom here.
It's real.
You did this?
I did. I'm not proud of it. I don't think it's cool now. I thought it was cool then. Thought it was pretty stinking cool back then.
So
not now.
Let's go back and set the stage.
Yeah, tell me
here.
exactly what
you
happened.
went to your mom and said what?
Thought you were a senior in high school.
I was a sophomore, Greg. Get it right. I was probably 5 or 6 years old.
Okay.
And I spent the day as a dog.
Tell us what you said to your mom.
I want to be a dog
for a day. And your mom didn't say, "Don't ever bring that up again."
That's dumb. Go outside and play.
And I asked for my food right next to the cat. We had a cat named Purr.
Wait a minute, you left that part out.
And so
it's getting better.
I just hung out with Purr all day. And
I bet Purr thought you'd lost your mind.
And
so
my mom,
you ate off the floor.
My mom she was just like, all right, this stupid kid wants to eat off the floor. I'll let him. You know.
Did you pee on trees?
Yeah, I hate to go back to what I said earlier. I could understand this if you were like Brady, kid number 4.
Right.
You're
Yeah.
only kid number 2.
Yeah.
I mean, it's shocking that she was so overwhelmed already.
Yeah.
To just give in to your
Just
kid's
kinda
request to be a
explains,
dog.
remember when she screamed, just go outside and be like other kids?
Yeah.
She blames herself.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's
I
drink
think she
beer like
does.
other boys,
Be
right?
normal.
She blames herself.
So he was hanging out with Purr.
That was her
Yeah.
crying out, "I'm sorry, Chris."
Yeah.
Huh? So
you ate out of a dog bowl
all day?
I spent a lot of time on all fours as a child, and I'm not proud of that. I'm not saying it was cool or anything like that, but like, you know, around the house, I would run around like a horse or like a lion or a cheetah. I probably more envisioned myself as more like a cheetah, like a cat, you know, like a big cat animal.
A
Killing
lion.
antelopes.
So
Yeah,
did eat
like
out of the bowl on all
How much time up to say?
Was that hard to do?
Other than going up and down steps
Right.
when you're a kid.
For the time from the time that you were aware of your being,
right?
I mean, I'm now moving, I'm mobile, to the say 10. How much of that time did you spend on all fours?
I would say 25% of it.
Oh my gosh!
Serious? I used to run laps around my house, inside the house, until my older brother shut one of the hallway doors on me, and I didn't know it. And you can't really see it's good because your head is down.
Oh, that was
so I
good.
smashed into it at full speed, and he kind of took the wind out of my,
Yeah, well, he
out of my
couldn't believe
sails.
how
after
well
Was that the end of all fours?
Yeah, it was a weird time, guys. We don't have to talk about it though if we don't want to.
Have you ever talked about this until now?
I haven't talked. No, this doesn't come up. No, it doesn't come up a lot.
So your wife didn't know about this.
It kind of explains why he's going for the Teen Wolf look now.
It does.
That's it.
And his posture.
Yeah, it
Maybe that's-
explains
maybe
a lot,
that may have
guys.
caused that.
Wow.
Oh,
Yeah.
You spent too much time on all fours.
Yeah.
And I understand your mom. Your mom was like, "Look, he's not bothering me."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What would you
put
do?
a bowl on the ground? That's another place setting I don't have to put out.
Let Purr worry about it.
So I mean, because I don't want you to leave anything out. You know how I am. I mean, I want to be there.
Yeah.
Was it just? I mean, like so.
It was weird. Yeah, Speedy.
No,
to
but I
answer
mean,
your
like
question.
in the shower, would you stand up?
Yes. Yeah.
No, that's a good.
That
question.
is a valid
You know,
question.
Yes, I would stand
Restroom?
up all
And how
the
did
time.
you use the
You go
bathroom?
outside.
It was more just like when I was sometimes running from
Pee-pee
one
pad?
place to another. Sometimes running from one place to another.
Right.
I would.
Would
maybe-
you stand at the door so you could go
Sometimes it
outside?
was on twos. Sometimes it was at twos. Sometimes it was on fours.
Did you
know?
go in and out the cat door?
It's as long as I could. Yeah.
Did you use the bathroom in the yard and then spin out with your feet? You know?
Yeah. Did you sniff?
Yeah.
Did you sniff around?
Yeah, I sniffed around. I mean,
Did you
gotta
really?
sniff
Did you
around.
sniff around?
I mean, I wanted to be a lot of things growing up, guys. I wanted to be a monkey for a while. I wanted to be a stunt man. We all have dreams that we give up on.
Me too, stunt
Okay,
man.
all dreams die. Okay.
Did you
And
chase
all
Purr?
of mine have died. Okay. I want y'all to know that.
You've ended up here. How did you chase Purr?
Yes. Yeah. Purr did not like me, and I found out like.
Did you ever tree Purr?
You know those. Yes. Yeah. Spent a lot of time treeing Purr.
You know, a lot of dogs eat cat.
All right, let's go. Michael Helms. Coach is on the phones. They're available. You can reach us. Phone troll. Let's go. What's on your mind? Comments, questions, bringing information to the table at the end of 30 seconds. Your time on the program is done. The next person gets a shot. No meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs, no baby predictions. None of that. The buzzer is our friend because boundaries are a blessing. Things that you need to be aware of. Rick and Bubba Buffalo Wild Wings Charity Charge is underway today. Now, this only includes participating locations in Alabama, but if you are hitting one of those locations today, Benesa's Foundation. Greg and Lisa, of course, have been great activists and ambassadors for that wonderful organization, and you can get another check for them today just by eating delicious Buffalo Wild Wings. Has there ever been an easier way to go about it?
Eat some chicken.
All right, so here we go. 866-WE-BE-BIG lines are available.
if you want to join us, just fire up right now. We'll get started. Gardendale, Alabama, 1047 WZZK. Craig standing by. Craig, go ahead.
If y'all remember a couple years ago when they had the token ESPN announcer calling the game and he was so excited to be there, if you listen to Fox News, the reporter coming out of Israel sounds just like him, and it has affected the way I hear my news now. Thank you.
He sounds like that guy. I don't.
Can I ask a question too?
Is that the one that looks funny in the helmet?
I don't know. Trey?
Maybe. The Iowa Minnesota game, controversial call.
Yeah.
I did not see the highlights. I don't know what happened.
Minnesota
to it.
was punting to Iowa, and the punt returner. It was kind of a short kick, and he was telling his guys, "Hey, clear the way,"
Right.
and they took that as he was calling a fair catch, and he said he wasn't. So then he gets it and returns it back for a touchdown. They said no.
Yeah, he scoops it after, but he's swinging his arm, but it's like right here, and he's pointing and he's doing
Like-
that.
like
and
clear
they said it
the
was
way.
a fair catch after he scored.
I didn't know about the thing
Here it
I
is
saw.
there.
All right,
Well, I didn't see the first part. I missed it.
all right, watch him. Now they claim that don't like a fair.
That's
catch.
not a fair catch.
No, and he catches it on the bounce and then takes it all the way to the house.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, is he not out of bounds?
He's out of bounds.
Other than running out of bounds a foot.
They didn't even mention that. Are we looking at
I don't
it
know.
wrong?
We have to go back and look at because sometimes
It's
the
clearly-
sidelines are painted different. Was that out of bounds?
Okay.
I don't know.
Well, he was way
They
out.
never mentioned that.
No.
I mean, they were all making a big deal about it.
But he's clearly just pointing to the team
yeah.
where the ball is.
Yeah.
Look, he's telling that's not a fair catch.
No, that's not.
Let's see what we
But
got
he's
here.
he's way out of bounds.
Yeah, it looks like
No,
that.
that's not that.
Yeah,
out of
yeah,
bounds.
he's
That's
still
not
in
that.
bounds.
See,
He's
that-
in bounds.
Oh,
yeah,
I
those
see.
are the
Okay.
hashes.
Yeah, boy, that's confusing over there to have that.
Mm-hmm.
So
But
really,
anyway, they took it away from him.
Yeah.
they got robbed. To Georgia, George is standing by. George in Georgia. How about that? It's a little redundant, isn't it? George,
No.
George, go ahead.
Georgia the jungle.
Hey guys, I just want to know if you heard about the study they're doing on COVID and white-tailed deer.
Heard about
They
what?
found out that
What are they doing? I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
What the study is doing? Okay, I couldn't understand.
yeah, COVID and white-tailed deer. They found out they rank up right among humans as transmitting and getting the COVID.
Well, we had
The
that
COVID.
story. You talking about
yeah.
like it going into the meat? Is that what he's saying? Because we debunked that last year.
It sounds
don't
like
know
he's
what he's
saying they're
saying.
just getting it. I mean, I guess that explains. I've got some pictures right now where the deer have masks on.
Yeah. I've got one with
I
its-
didn't know what that was about.
And Rick, that may explain the one I got. Its hoof is up over its mouth. Like
Is
it's
it
called.
really?
Right.
That's so good.
That also explains why I noticed on some of those, where you can see where deer have got trails.
Yeah.
It says get your vaccine.
Yeah.
No, I have heard something about that, but I honestly don't care about it. I mean, I don't live in fear that the white-tailed deer is going to give me COVID. I mean, now because we debunked the meat thing, that didn't do that. If 866 We Be Big lines are available if you want to join us. Frank in Pell City. Frankie, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Good morning, man.
Hey, buddy.
I'm thinking when you're introducing everybody, Rick, when you're coming back from a break, now that Adler has the sweet van, it should be Eddie Van Adler.
What about Eddie Sweet Van Adler?
Eddie Sweet Van Adler.
Oh yeah, Adler Sweet Van, Sweet Van Adler.
Bring Adler on up.
Yep, not a bad idea.
Then I could do like donuts in the parking lot. You guys watch.
Yeah.
Cheer me on.
With your arm out the window.
Adler, you're so cool.
Till you accidentally hit one of them.
Greg, did you hear him screaming out, Adler, you're so cool?
Throw that in there.
Let's go to Sheila out of WLAY land, Florence, Alabama. Go right ahead.
Hey guys, first time caller.
Thank
Love the
you.
show.
Thank you, Monkey Grass to you.
Absolutely. I enjoy you every morning on the way to work.
Thank you.
Well, I've got a question. I've been told that civics and government studies have been taken out of high schools. Is that true?
Based on some of the grown-ups now, I think that it has been.
You're right. The way people are acting, it appears it's been taken out. I don't know if that's officially happened or not. No, I don't know.
Greg, any word from Chandler on that? Our sister's a teacher. I haven't heard them mention that.
I don't think so. They ain't got it yet.
Not that I know of, right, guys? I mean,
not that we're aware of.
right, guys. If that has happened,
Right, guys.
But I'm with you, Bubba. When I look at how little our current society knows, I tend to think it has been removed.
Well, I don't know what we're spending our time on because I don't see anything else moving forward, like science or anything else.
You might have heard Bill Maher allude to what we might be doing.
What we're learning.
Bubba, just when you were not sure how you felt about the Middle East conflict, Greta Thunberg has posted "Stand with Gaza."
Well, I wouldn't expect anything less, Rick.
Yeah, I'm sure she's educated herself on the whole situation.
She's been so dead on her other topics.
Right,
I don't know why I would think that it would be anything else than this.
Does anybody care about this kid? I mean, it's like every time we get around this kid, somebody wants to hand her a sign, and it doesn't look like that she's in charge of her own affairs.
She's being arrested and drug off in a protest, or she's out lecturing somebody or something. Does this girl ever go to school?
I don't know.
That video of her horrible dancing, remember that? That was kind of spooky.
Nate in Oklahoma. Nate, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, guys. Love my time on the show a few weeks ago. Appreciate that.
It's good to meet you. Glad you were here.
Hey, yeah. I think that deer with COVID thing's accurate because I was hunting this weekend and a buck ran by me and he was being chased by Travis Kelce with a syringe.
By the way, I finally saw that actual commercial finished.
Yeah, isn't that good?
Isn't that something? It's like
I'm gonna give it to swab.
That's right, trying to swab the deer.
Tell you what, you want to make an enemy of a deer, stick something up its nose like that.
Well, I've seen worse.
Yeah,
but look, but the
look, it didn't like it.
That is funny. How would you like to be assigned go test white-tailed deer for COVID?
That'd be a tough day.
Or COVID.
COVID.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it can be emphasized either way.
It can.
Yeah, COVID or COVID. It's kind of like the various pronunciations of Kamala Harris. I think
advertisement.
I think on this show, Kamala Harris's name has been said a record 11 different ways.
Oh yeah.
Well, I think we all got dialed in.
I'm talking about the callers. I'm talking about the callers.
I'm talking about us.
Yeah, we fumble it a little bit, but the callers have come up with some versions that are.
Yeah.
I mean, thank y'all for being with us. If you're leaving us today, enjoy the day. Don't forget the charity charge if you're in Sweet Home, Alabama, and you're near a participating location. Catch the new Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. It's out now, and have a great day.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Gonna be a big star. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Fat will get